Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are tuning in around the world. I am Steve Kozlowski here at Lion & Unicorn, and welcome to our Sunday auction. This is day 3 of our Collectors Weekend Exceptional Selections. These are items from the archival collection of the Revan Gallery and Gwendolyn Reasoner. These are 294 exceptional lots for you today. Now, before we get started with the auction, I want to go over a few of our terms and conditions. Now, our full set of terms and conditions are located on the platform on which you are bidding. So I refer you to that full set. But here are a few highlights. First, we have a 28% buyer's premium added to the hammer of all purchases. Second, if you are a winner today of one of the items, an invoice will be generated for you within the next 48 hours after the close of the auction. That invoice is going to have a couple things. First, it may reflect sales tax if we're required to add that sales tax in a region where we're required to do so. Like, for example, if you're shipping within the state of Florida or picking up in the state of Florida, since we are located here in sunny South Florida, we would have to include that sales tax. Or if your jurisdiction requires it, you'll see it on your invoice as well. Next, we have the most amazing and exceptional packing and shipping department. We've been doing this for years and years and years, and our packing department is exceptional for dealing with highly fragile items like a lot of the beam that are in here today, and being able to pack them securely to get them and ship them wherever you are in the world. Your invoice is going to have a quote for our combined packing and shipping, starting at $26 at our bulk rate, going on up, depending on the size of the package, the weight of the package, the location of the destination, all those variables. But we have special rates that we are passing on to you that we get the bulk rates from FedEx, UPS, etc. We're passing those rates on to you, and often if you compare the shipping to what you would get yourself to what our quote is, it's usually going to be less. Now, it is there for your convenience. If you want to provide for your own third-party shipping, happy to do it. Happy to work with you. Our customer service department is there to help you. Or if you want to come pick it up, absolutely. We love to see our collectors to come to the galleries here in Florida, South Florida. We're located between Fort Lauderdale Airport and Miami Airport, perfectly located for you to come and pick up the items. So we're happy to work with you on both of those aspects. Now, all sales are final as is, where is. And right now, we are streaming on over 7 different platforms around the world. Live Auctioneers, Invaluable, our personal platform, Lion Unicorn, Bid Spirit, Bid Square, iCollector, all these platforms. So, as well as streaming on YouTube and Facebook. Now, a couple things about that. First, if you haven't registered to bid yet, you are not too late. Good news is you can register up until the call of the last lot. So you can give us a call or register on your platform and we can get you cleared to bid even after the auction starts. So it's never too late. Second, you're going to notice a couple things. First, when we open up a lot to bid, it may jump up in price. We're going to register the pre-bids first for the various platforms, then open it up to live bidding from the various platforms, and as well as our in-house bidders. We have a full house of in-house bidders today, absentee bidders, and phone bidders. The hammer drops on the last and final highest bid to come in. Now, remember, you are bidding not just against the people on your platform, but against all those other people. So make sure to swipe right, get your bid in very quickly. If you're listening to the auction or watching the video, which I hope you are, just know that there's sometimes a slight delay. So watch the numbers. Bid based on the numbers that are rolling on your screen, not on the audio, because the audio may have a slight delay, which would make it too late. I will sometimes call out what platform the bid is on to make sure that you understand that and whether or not you are the bid that is in top position. So. Bid quickly. If there are any technical issues, again, these are third-party platforms that are outside of our control. We won't know if there's an issue unless you tell us there's an issue. So make sure to give us a call if you're having any issue with the platform. We'll take a break in the auction to make sure that we're clear to get your bid and receive your bid, because your bid is super important to us, of course. Now, we're going to take a break at the top of each hour, about a 5-minute break at the top of each hour, just so you know. What else can I say? Remember to follow us on all social media, Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, YouTube, etc., to find out all of the upcoming auctions that are happening. Follow us on lionandunicorn.com as well. And I think that covers it. Yeah, that covers it. So, I do want to say as well, too, just to be clear, there are a lot of reserves on today's auction, so make sure to take that into consideration when you're bidding. We are going to go ahead now, and we're going to start the fun. We have a phone bidder, too, on lot 601 here. Are we set with our phone bidder, gentlemen?
We're all good.
We're all good to go? All right, let the fun begin. All right, line number 601 is a Beam Morning Doves sculpture, 1958. Current bid 50, looking for 60 to advance.
70.
60, 70, looking for 80, do I have 80? 80 advancing, looking for 90, do I have 90? 90 on the phones, looking for 100, do I have 100? 100, looking for 110. 110 advancing, looking for 120, do I have that? 120. 120, how about 130, 130, 140 is where I need to go now. 140 advancing, 150, how about 160?
160.
160 advancing, 170 advancing, looking for 180, do I have 180? 180 looking for 190, 190 looking for 200, do I have 200?
200.
200 has been bid, looking for 225, looking for 250. Who's got my 250 for our morning doves? 225 advancing, looking for 250. 250 on platforms, looking for 275 to advance now. Do I have that 275?
Yep, 275.
275 in platforms, which platform?
Live auction.
Live Auctioneers has it at 275 right now. It's going to go home with that Live Auctioneers
300.
bidder. 300 has been bid to compete. Looking for 325 now
Yep.
to advance. 325 advancing. How about 350? 350 has got the lead. 375 where I need to
375.
go. 375. How about 400? May I hear 400? Who's got my $400
400.
bid? There's my $400 bid. Thank you. Looking for 425.
425.
425 advancing. 425 competes. How about 450? Looking to compete now at 450.
Yep.
Can I go to 450? I do have 450. Thank you. Looking for 475. 475 advancing. 500 where I need to go for our morning doves. Looking for 500. I got 475 with Lion and Unicorn. Looking for 500. 500 advancing. Looking for 550 to compete. Who's going to compete at 550? We're at 500, 550, 600 now. Let's go to 600 for our morning doves. Our first lot of the day today. Looking to go to 600. We're at 550. Looking for 600. Can I go to 600? 550 is capping right now. The Lion and Unicorn bidder. Looking for 600 to advance. What say you bidders? All right, fair warning. Still looking for a bidder at 600. Last call, last chance. Otherwise, I'm going to sell it for 550 and hammer it for our Lion and Unicorn bidder, platform bidder. Hammers up. Sold for 550. Our first lot of the day going home with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Our next is our warbler bird sculpture, 1980, from Beam. Again, gorgeous piece here. We are at, do our phone bidder all set?
Yes, we are.
All right, we're currently at, looking for an opening bid
We're
of
actually
50.
competing at 150.
We have competing bids up to 150 right now. Looking for 160 to advance.
160.
160 advancing, looking for 170, 170, looking for 180. 190, looking for 200. Two with phones over here, 225, looking for 250. 225 holding with our bidder here, looking for 250.
250.
250 in the platforms. How about 275, sir? Looking for 275. Out at 275. We're at 250 in the platforms.
275.
275 advancing, looking for 300. Do I have that 300 in the platforms? Looking for 300. I got 300, looking for 325 now. 300 is with Lion and Unicorn. Looking for 325. Looking for 325 to advance for our Warbler from Beam. We're at 300, capping out at 300, holding right now with our Lion and Unicorn platform bidder. Do I have an advance? All right, fair warning. Still looking for a bidder at 325. Last call, last chance for that 325. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it for 300. And sold for $300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Our next Bobolink sculpture from Beam, 1964, is starting at, we have
Competing at 200.
we have competing bids up to 200, looking for 225 to advance. 225 advancing, looking for 250. 225, 250, 250 in the platforms, 275. I do 75 over here. Nope, I got looking for 275 still.
275.
275 in the platforms has been bid. Looking for 300. Can I get 300? 300 looking for 325. Do I have that 325? 300 looking for 325. Do I have 325? 300 is with our live
325.
auctioneers. 325 has been bid. 325 now in that lead for our Bobolink. We are at 325. 350 is where I need to go. Do I have a 350 bid? Looking for 350. I got 325 on the table. Looking for 350. Do I have an advance of 350? 325 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 350 though. Last call, last chance, last opportunity to bid that 350 for our Bobolink here. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to our Lion and Unicorn platform bidder for 325. And sold for 325 to our Lion Unicorn platform bidder. Here is a set here of Blue Jays on Strawberries. Gorgeous pair, 1962. Is number in this is, look at the colors, look at this. This is a spectacular piece. We are, I'm going to let the numbers, we're at 850 looking for 900. Do I have 900? I got 850 right now, looking for 900. 850 on the table, looking for 900. 9 on the platforms, looking for 950. Do I have an advance at 950? 950 over here, looking for 1,000. 1,000 has been bid, looking for 1,100. 1,100, looking for 12.
12.
12 has been bid in the platforms. How about 13? Do I have 13? I do have 13, looking for 14. Do I have 14?
14.
14 advancing on the platforms, looking for 15. Do I have 15? Yes. 15 on the platforms, 15 on the phone bidder over here, looking for 16 now to advance. I have 15, looking for 16. Do I have 16? 16 over here, looking for 17. Do I have 17? 16, looking for 17. Do I have 17 to advance? I got 16, looking for 17.
17.
17 in the platforms. Look, which platform is it? Lion and Unicorn at 1700. Holding at Lion and Unicorn at 1700, looking for 18. Do I have 18? Holding at 17, looking for 18. 18 advancing, looking for 19. Do I hear 19? Look at how beautiful and gorgeous these are. The strawberries, just how delicate too, as the blue jay is reaching over for
19.
strawberries. We're at 19, looking for 2,000. Do I hear that 2,000? I got 19. 19 is with Lion and Unicorn platform. Looking for 2,000 to advance. Do I have that advance at 2,000? Holding at 19, looking for 2,000. It's worth 2,000, absolutely. We're looking at these gorgeous strawberries being eaten by these blue jays. Look at the bridge. We're at 2,000. 2,000 is with our live auctioneer's bidder. Looking for 2,100. It's going to go home today. It's going to go home with our live auctioneer's bidder at 2,000
21?
unless I get a compete of 2,100. 21 has been bid. Looking for 22. Do I have 22? 21 has been bid. Looking for 22. 21 is in the lead. It's going to go home with that
22.
bidder unless I get 22. There's 22 competing, taking that lead right back. Love Blue Jays too. This is a fantastic piece. 2,200 on the table. 2,200 with our live auctioneer's bidder. Looking to compete at 23.
23.
23 advancing. 23, I see your 23. 23 now in the lead. Again, it's going
24.
home with one of these bidders right now. They're going home to the highest bidder at 24. Looking for 25 to advance. 24 on the table, looking for 25 to advance. 24 is with our live auctioneer's bidder. 25 to compete. Again, it's going to go home with our last bidder here, our highest bidder. Right now, that's that bidder, live auctioneer.
25.
2,400, 25 now takes that lead. 2,500 now in the lead. 25 in the lead, looking for 26 to compete. Can I compete at 26? We're at 2,500. 2,500 with our Lion and Unicorn platform bidder. They're going to take it home unless they get 2,600 right now to compete. 26 takes that lead right back. You're in the lead at 26. Looking for 27. It's a heated rivalry here. Looking for 27 to advance. We get 27 to advance to take that lead. We're at 26, looking for 27. Fair warning. Fair warning. Are you telling me 26 is capping out? Because I'm still waiting for 27. So fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 27. Right now it's with our live auctioneer's bidder at 2,600. Last call, last chance for that 2,700. All right, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our live auctioneer's bidder for 2,600. Sold for 2,600. Congratulations, live auctioneer's bidder. All right, the Beam, always exceptional with their birds, but this hummingbird and lily sculpture, really gorgeous piece here. We're at 275, 300. We're currently at 1,000 with our home bidders, looking for 1,100 to advance. I'm going to give it some time here. This is a spectacular limited edition of only 500 in the world.
11.
1,100 has been bid. Look at 12. Yes. 12 advancing. Look at 13. Do I have that 13? I got 12. Look at 13. Looking for 13. Again, only 500 of these in the world. And look at the
13.
sculpture and the hummingbird mid-flight. How they created this hummingbird and suspended in the air with this gorgeous porcelain. We're at 14. Looking for 15. Looking for 15 to advance. 15 advancing on the platforms. Looking for 16. Do I have 16?
Yes.
16 advancing here, looking for 17 to advance. Of course, I know it's going to be there. Who's got my 17? Where's my bidder at 17? Beautiful piece here. Add this to your collection. Limited edition. This is number 37, by the way. Low number in that edition. Only 500 in the world of
17.
this piece. 17 has been bid. 17 with our platform, Lion and Unicorn. 18, where I need to go? Can I go to 18? Looking to go to 18. Need to go to 18. Who's got 18 for me? Competing at 18. We're at 17 with our Lion and Unicorn bidder, looking for 18 to advance. Do I have an advance of 18? Limited edition, 500, low number in the edition, number 37, comes from the archival collection of the Revan Galleries. This is at 17, looking to go to 18. Do I have that 18? We're at 17 with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking to go to 18. I have 18 over here? No? That was not a bid. Looking to go to 18. Do I have 18? I'm at 17, looking for 18. All right, we're going to go ahead. This is lot number 605. We're going to go ahead and sell it to our Lion Unicorn bidder at 1,700. Hammers up. Last chance for 18, though. If you want to get in on the action. Sold for 1,700 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Well done. All right, this is a wood thrushes with azaleas sculpture from Beam. We are currently at
100.
100 is our bid, looking for 110 to advance. So I got 100, 110, looking for 120 to bidder at 120. I got 110 on the table for our wood thrushes, 200 in the back, looking for 225. 200, looking for 225, 225, looking for 250 to have 250. 225 on the table, looking for 250 to advance. I got 225, looking for 250. 225 is
250.
250 advancing, looking for 275. 250 is with?
I collector.
I collector is 250, looking for 275. Bidder at 275. Holding at 250.
275.
275, looking for 300. Can I go to 300?
3.
3 advancing, looking for 325. Let's advance to 325. This beautiful porcelain wood thrush with azaleas, this sculpture, 1966. We are at 300. 300 is with?
I collector.
I collector, looking for 325 to advance. So I haven't advanced to 325. I've got 300, looking for 325. Do I have an advance to 325? Lot number 607. This is a rare piece. This is a Carolina Wren's sculpture in 1957. Look at this, really exceptional piece. Lot number 607. We are 600, looking for 650 to advance. 600, looking for 650.
750.
All right, 750, 1,000 in the back has been bid. Looking for 1,100 to advance. 11. 11, looking for 12, do I have 12? Looking for 12. I got 1,112, looking for 13, do I have 13? 13 advancing, looking for 14, do I have bidder at 14? 13
14.
on the table, 14 advancing on
15.
platforms, 15 on platforms, looking for 16, do I have a competing bid at 16?
16.
16 advancing, looking for 17. Can I hear 17? Looking for that 17 for our rare piece here. Limited edition. Sold out limited edition. Introduced in 1957. 17 advancing. Looking for 18 now. 15 inches in length. This is a strong piece. This is a live auctioneer's bidder at 1700.
18.
1800 has been advanced for our Lion Unicorn bidder. Looking for 19 now. Can I have 19? Looking to go to 19. Need 19 here. We are at Lion Unicorn bidder at 1800. Looking for 19. Can I go to 19? Live auctioneers bidder, where are you? Looking for 19. There's my 19 with live auctioneers.
Yep.
Yes, there we go. 1900 with live auctioneers. Looking for 2,000. Lion and Unicorn, it's your turn. Your bidder's turn. Looking to go to 2,000. Don't let this one
2,000.
slip away. There it is, 2,000 with our Lion Unicorn bidder. They're in the lead now.
21.
They're going to take it home. It's going to go home with our bidder right now at Lion and Unicorn at 2,000 unless they get 2,100.
21
I got
with-
21. Live auctioneers now in the lead at 2,100. Do I have 22? 2,100. Live auctioneers bidder is going
22.
to take it home. 22. Wrestled it right out of your hands. Now it's in the
23.
hands of our live auctioneers. Bidder back again. 2,300. Look at 24.
24.
24 advancing, looking for 25. Can I go to the 25?
Yep.
25 advancing, looking for 26. 25 on the table, looking for 26. Again, it's going home with the last bid here. So if you're that last bid, you're going to take it home. We're at 25. 26 with a Lion Unicorn.
27.
Lion Unicorn. 27 takes it right back. Live Auctioneers has it at 27, looking for 28 now. Do I have a bidder at 28? 27 on the table, looking for 28 to advance. 27 on the table with Live Auctioneers, looking for 28 to advance. Do I have that 28? Holding at 27 with Live Auctioneers. Going to give you a second for 28. All right, telling me that's it. Fair warning, still looking for that bidder at 2,800. Come on, Lion Unicorn.
Yep, 28.
There it is, 2,800 comes in at the last minute, takes that first position. They're in first position right now at 28 to take it home. Looking for 29. Do I have a bidder at 29? We're at 28. Again, this nice rare sculpture from 1957, limited edition, sold out by 1964.
29.
We're at 2,900, looking for 3,000 now. Can I go to 3,000? We're at 29. Can I go to 3,000? Looking to go to 3,000. Holding at 29. Holding at 29.
3,000.
There's my 3,000. Thank you. 3,000. I see your 3,000. 3,000 in the lead. 31. Let's go to 31. I'm at 3,000 for our
31.
Carolina Wrens. 3,100 takes that lead right back. Looking for 32. Can I go to 32? Who's got my 32? 31 is with Live Auctioneers. Live Auctioneers in the lead right now, looking for 3,200 to advance. Holding at 31. Looking for 32. All right, fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 32 to take over that top position. Last call, last chance, otherwise it's going to go to our Live Auctioneers bidder at 3,100. Hammers up, I'm going to sell it. Last chance. All right, sold for 3,100. Congratulations to our Live Auctioneers bidder today. Well done. Well done. Lot number 608 is a pair of blackbirds with cherry blossoms. 1973. This is introduced in 1973, a limited edition, sold out of only 75 pairs since 1977. What an exceptional piece to add to your collection. We're at 180, looking for 190 to advance. I got 190, how about 200, looking for 200, 225. Can I go to 225? 225, looking for 250, do I have 250? 275 to 300, can I go to 300? 300 advancing, looking for 325, do I have 325? 350? 400 has been bid in the back, looking for 425. 25 advancing, looking for 450. 500 in the back has been bid. We've been jump bid. 500 looking for 550.
550.
550 advancing, looking for 600. Can I go to 600? 600 looking for 650. Can I go to 650?
650.
650 looking for 700. Who's got 700? 7 looking for 750. 750 advancing, looking for 800. 800 with our platform. Live auctioneers taking it again. 800 is going to go home with our live auctioneers bidder.
850.
Unless I get 850. 850 advancing, looking for 900. 900 now in that lead. How about 950? Can I go to 950? Looking to go to 950 for our Blackbirds with Cherry Blossoms, this pair. Limited edition, sold out edition, only 75. Edition was cut back to 75 because of the complications in creating this. This is so delicately created, so masterfully done. They limited it to 75, only 75 in the world.
950?
You could have one of them, 950. Looking for 1,000 now. Do I have 1,000? I have 950, 1,000, looking for 1,100. Can I go to 1,100 for our Blackbirds with Cherry Blossoms? 1,100. Again, the intricacy and the detail in this is exceptional. So much so that they had to limit the edition to 75. We are at 1,000. 1,000 is with our live auctioneers bidder. Live auctioneer is in the lead. They're dominating today. Do I have a competing bid of 1,100?
11.
1,100, yes, they've stepped up. 1,100 competes. Looking for 12 now. Looking for 12. Looking for 12. I got 1,100 on the table. Looking for 12 to advance. 1,100
12.
with our live auctioneers. No, 1,100 was Lion Unicorn. Now back to live auctioneers at 1,200. 1,200 in the lead. Live auctioneers in the lead at 1,200, looking for 13 to advance. Can I advance to 13? We're at 12, looking for 13. Do I have that advance at 13? All right. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 13. That means you, Lion Unicorn bidder. Last call, last chance for 1,300. Otherwise, it's going to go home with our live auctioneers bidder today at 12. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it. Sold for 1,200. Well done, live auctioneers bidder. Next is a pair of ring-necked pheasants. Nice pair here, 1953. Limited edition of 500. Sold out and became a closed edition in 1972. We are at 225, 225, looking for 250, 250, looking for 275, 275, looking for 300, 300. Ring-necked pheasants.
300?
275, 300, 300, looking for 325. 325 is where I need to go. Do I have the 325? Holding at 325, looking for 350, 350, looking for 375. Can I have 375?
Yep.
375, thank you. How about 400? Let's go to 400. These
400.
are really gorgeous pair here of ring neck pheasants. Perfect for a study, perfect for a Father's Day gift coming up in a few, about 6 months or so. We're at 425, how about 450? Looking to advance to 450. I'm at 425. 425 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder, looking for 450 to advance. Can I have that advance of 450? I've got 425. Looks like we're holding at 425. Again, limited edition, gorgeous set. Sold out, became a closed edition in 1972. We're at 425, holding at 425 with our Lion Unicorn bidder. It's going to go home with our Lion Unicorn bidder unless I get that 450 right now. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder to compete at 450. Last call, last chance for 450. Hammers up. Sold for 425 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Congratulations. All right, we have a pair here of Mearns Quail from 1963, limited edition at 350. Small edition here, sold out and became a closed edition in 1970. We are at 325, looking for 350. Do I have 350? 325 holding, looking for 350. Can I go to 350? At 325 with our Lion Unicorn bidder for our quail, our pair of quail. 350 advancing, looking for 375. Can I go to 375? I can see a cactus in there as well. Beautiful, nice crafted pair here. 375 advancing, looking for 400. Can I go to 400? 375 holding with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking to go to 400. Can I go to 400 for the pair? We're at 375, need to go to 400. Can I go to 400? 375 holding, looking for 400. Do I have any other bids to bring us to 400? We're currently at 375. It's going to go home with our Lion Unicorn bidder on the platform unless I get a competing bid to keep the bidding going. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 400. Last call, last chance for 400. Hammers up and a sell for 375. Sold for 375 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Oh, this one is spectacular. Again, small edition, 16 inches in length, by the way, on this, 14 inches in height. Really, really exceptional. Limited edition at 300 only. This is a mountain bluebirds on flowering magnolia sculpture. We're at 950 in the back. How about 1,000? Do I have 1,000? I'm sure I do.
Yep.
This is hand painted in the early days of Ed Beam and the artists of the Beam Studios from 1963. 1,000, 1,100 is where I need to see now. Do I have 1,100? It's an early piece, closed edition from 1968, early hand painted from the early days of Ed Beam. We are at 1,000 with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 1,100 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 1,100? Do I have a competing bid of 1,100. This features a male and female and branches of flowering magnolia, beak open, wings raised. This is a really difficult sculpture to obtain, and it was designed as a centerpiece for Helen Beam. So this is really, really just if you're a beam collector, you have to have this in your collection. We're at 10,000. I'm sorry, we're at 1,000. I'm going to jump it up to 10. Why not? It looks like it deserves it. We're at 1,000 with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 1,100 to advance. Do I have that advance at 1,100? It's going to go home with our Lion Unicorn bidder unless I get a competing bid right now of 1,100. Fair warning for 1,100. Last call, last chance for 1,100. Hammers up. Sold for $1,000, going home with our lovely Lion Unicorn bidder. Congratulations. All right. Outside of the birds, we're getting into some of the mammals with Beam. This is a fox with cubs sculpture from 1985. We're at 300 already. Looking for, this is sold out, by the way, by 87, introduced in 85. And we are at 300, looking for 325. 300, looking for 325. 300 with our
325.
325 with our platform bidder. Is our phone bidder out? Our phone bidder is out, looking for 350. It's going to go home with our platform bidder at
Bid square.
BidSquare. BidSquare is holding this one right now in the advance for 325, looking for 350 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 350? Got 325 for our foxes here, looking for 350. Sold out by 1987. The great piece here with Fox with Cubs, going home with our BidSquare bidder for 325 unless I get 350 right now. Fair warning, still looking for that 350. Last call, last chance, last opportunity to outfox him at 350, otherwise it's going home with BidSquare. Hammers up. Sold for 325 to our BidSquare bidder. All right, this is a rare Beam tiger cub sculpture, hand painted by the artists of Beam, and this is on a rock base, and it was issued in 1975. This is difficult to obtain in mint condition like this. This is really, really exceptional. We're at 400, looking for 425. 400, looking for 425. Do I have, 400 is with? iCollector, looking for 425 to advance. Do I have any competing bids for 425? Looking for 425. Need to go to 425. This is a rare piece here. Again, issued in 1975, sold out and closed by the late 70s. If you are a tiger collector, a animal lover, this is a perfect piece for you. We're at 400, looking for 425. Lot number 614. Oh, we have our koala sculpture. 1976. This is beautiful. This is featuring a koala seated, I think, with some eucalyptus there. 325 has our absentee bidder looking for 350 to advance. I got 325 on the table, looking for 350 to advance. It's part of the Young Wildlife of the World collection. Great detail here. And we're at 325, looking for 350 to advance. Do I have that advance of that 350? Holding at 325, it's going to go home with our bidder at 325 unless I get 350. Fair warning for 350. Last call, last opportunity for 350. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to our bidder at 325. Our absentee bidder sold for 325. 7954 is our bidder. Congratulations. This is a baby ocelot sculpture, 1976. And it is part of, again, the Young Wildlife of the World collection. Lots of style, lots of detail. We're at 300 with our absentee bidder, looking for 325. Do I have a competing bid for our ocelot at 325? At 300, holding, looking for 325. Again, hard to obtain in the secondary market. Beautiful, beautiful detail on this, gorgeous detail. We're at 300. How about 325? Looking to compete at 325. It's going to go home with our bidder at 300 unless I get a competing bid at 325. Fair warning then, still looking for that bidder at 325. Last call, last chance for the ocelot at 325. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it. Sold for $300. 7954 is our winning bidder. We have a nice young giraffe here. 1985 is this edition. Very fine, very detailed. Standing at 14 and a half inches. This is a gorgeous giraffe. Closed edition sculpture. We're currently at 225, looking for 250 to advance. 225, 250, looking for 275, 275, looking for 300. 275, looking for 300.
300.
I have that 300, looking for 325 in the back, looking for 350 to advance. I've got 325,
Yep.
350 in platforms, 375. No, we're at 350 in the platforms with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 375 to compete. Who wants to add this stately giraffe to their collection? 14 and a half inches. Nice piece from 1985. Currently with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 375 to advance. Who's got my 375 to compete? All right, fair warning then, I'm going to sell it to our Lion Unicorn bidder for 350 unless I get that 375 right now. Last chance, last call, hammers up, and sold for 325 or 350 to our Lion and Unicorn platform bidder. All right, we have a young zebra on a black base, 1990. We're at 275, looking for 300 to advance.
300.
In the reverse, we're at 300, looking for 325, looking for 350. 325 with our phone bidder, looking for 350, 350 with the platforms, looking for 375, out in the back, looking for 375 now, do a 375, 350 is with Lion and Unicorns bidder.
375.
375 now advances. 375 now in the lead for our young zebra.
400.
Sign in the back. 400 advancing to 425. Can I go for 425? 1990 is when this was released,
Yep.
part of the Young Wildlife of the World collection. 425 advancing.
450.
425 in the lead. 450 where I need to go. 450 is right there. Looking at 475. Can I go to 475? We're at 450. Looking for 475. Can I go to 475? Who's got my 475? 450 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder.
475.
475 now takes that lead. 475 is with Live Auctioneers.
Yep.
Live Auctioneers in
Five.
the lead. 500 now. 500 in the lead. Looking for 550 to compete for our zebra on the black base here in 1990. 500 on the table. Looking for 550 to advance. Can I go to 550? 500 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder. Thank you. Looking for 550 to advance. Can I advance to 550? Fair warning then. Still looking for a bidder. 550. Last call, last chance for 550. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to Lion Unicorn's bidder for 500. Sold for 500 to Lion and the Unicorn's bidder. All right, we have a fantastic from 1983. This is a hand-painted polar bear with cubs sculpture, very fine detail. We are, sorry? 325 has been bid, looking for 350 to advance. 325 for our polar bear sculpture, looking for 350 to advance. Sold out, closed edition, came out in 1983. Hand-painted, just fantastic. 11 and a quarter inches in length, so it's very stately. We're currently at 325, looking for 350 to advance. Currently at 325, looking for 350 to advance. 325, looking for 350 to advance. 350 to advance, looking for 350 to advance. Holding at 325, looking for 350. Fair warning, still looking for, it's going to go home with our bidder at 325 unless I get that 350. Fair warning for that 350 is your opportunity to come in and take the top position. Last call, last chance for that 350. Hammers up, I'm going to sell it. 325. Sold for 325. 7954 is our winning bidder. Lot 619 is a panda bear, walking panda bear sculpture here. This is from 1989. We're at 225 already, looking for 250 to advance. Looking for 250 to advance. 1989 closed, sold out edition. Really nice piece here. We're at 225, looking for 250 to compete. Do I have any competing panda bear collectors? 250 over here, looking for 275. Let's go to 275. I got 250 right here, looking for 275. Can I advance to 275? Looking for 275 for our walking panda here. Really cute, 1989. Holding at 250, looking for 275. Fair warning then for 275. Last call, last chance, last opportunity to sweep in and maybe grab this for 275. Hammers up, I'm gonna sell it for 250. And sold for 250. 7954 is our winning bidder. Well done. Next is a prototype model sculpture from 1985 from the artists of Beam. Brown bear prototype, signed on the underside, signed in black. Nice detail here. Currently at 300, looking for 325 for our prototype sculpture. Looking for 325. 300 is with
Eye Collector.
Eye Collector. 300 is with Eye Collector. Looking for 325 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 325? 325. Lot number 261 is our phone bidder all set?
For lot 2, 621?
621, yes.
Yes, we are ready.
All right, fantastic. This is a panda bear sculpture from 1985. Again, beautiful detail here with the panda cub. We're at 225, looking for 250 to advance. Looking for 250 to advance. 250 advancing on the platform, looking for 275, looking for 300. I'm at 275 with our phone bidder, looking for 300 to advance. 275, looking for 300. I got 275, looking for 300. Do I have a competing bid of 300? $25 more puts you in that lead. 275 is going to go home with our phone bidder for 275. Fair warning, still looking for 300 though. Last call, last chance for that 300. Hammers up, I'm going to sell it to our phone bidder for 275. Panda going home for 275 with 7954. Congratulations. All right, a fledgling puffin from 1973. The fledgling puffin sculpture. $70 has been bid. Looking for 80 to advance. Looking for 80 to advance. This is a
80.
fledgling puffin. 80, 90. Looking for 100. Do I have 100? Puffins are very cute. This is no exception. Look at those eyes looking at you. It just melts your heart. We're at 90, looking for 100, 90 with our phone bidder, looking for 100 to advance. I got 100 on the floor here, looking for 110. Do I have 110 for our cute baby puffin, fledgling puffin? I got 110, looking for 120. I'm 100, looking for 110. 100, 110 in the back, looking for 120. Do I have 120? Do I have 120 on the floor? I got 110 in the back, I got 120 on the floor. Thank you, looking for 130 to advance. I got 120 on the floor, looking for 130. Do I have an advance of 130? I got 120, looking for 130. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 130. Last call, last chance for that 130. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our floor bidder for 120. And sold for 120 to our bidder number 5013. Congratulations. Well done. Yay. We have a set here, a trio, I should say, in this sculpture. Single sculpture, trio of birds. These are purple finches from 1960. You're at 200 in the back, looking for 225 now. 200, looking for 225. Looking for 225. These are baby purple finches, limited edition, sold out by 1963. Only 420 of the edition were actually decorated, so this is a great opportunity here. We're at 200 with our absentee bid, looking for 225 to advance. Do I have 225 to advance? Holding at 200, looking for 225. Fair warning, they are purple though. Looking for 225 to advance. Fair warning, looking for 225. Last call, last chance for that 225. Hammers up, I'm gonna go ahead and sell it. Sold for $200. 7954 is our winning bidder. All right, this is a nice rare piece here, one of our statement pieces for today, one of many. This is a Percheron Stallion 1950 rare piece, introduced in 1950, early limited edition of 100, only 100 in the world, created by Edward Beam, sold out edition, early after introduction. This is purchased one of the stallions was purchased by the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York in January 1951, so you'd have a piece that is in the Met as well. And if it's good enough for the Met, it's a really exceptional piece for you. We're at 1,500, looking for 16 to advance. I got 15 on the table, looking for 16 to advance. 15, looking for 16. 15 is with Eye Collector, looking for 16 to advance. Really, it's a truly museum quality piece. Looking for 16. 1,500 is with Eye Collector, looking for 16 to advance. All right, lot number 625 is a 1977 introduced, hand-painted, limited edition at 350 only, the Robin 2 sculpture. Again, those leaves, the bird, kind of how it's suspended off to the side. We're at 160, looking for 170 to advance. I got 160, looking for 170. 180, looking for 190.
200.
200 advancing and looking for 225. I got 200, looking for 225. I got 200, looking for 225, looking for 250.
250.
250, 250, looking for 275. For our Robin, Rockin' Robin, we're at 275, looking for 300.
300.
300 advancing, looking for 325. 300, looking for 325. 300 is with our live auctioneer's bidder. Do I have 325? Really exceptional piece. Only 350 made, sold out, closed edition by 1980. This is number 314 to 350. This is exceptional piece. $300 with live auctioneers right now, looking for 350 to advance. So 325 to advance. I got 300, looking for 325 to advance. 300, looking for 325 to advance. Currently with live auctioneers, do I have a competing bid? Come on, you can take the lead on this Rockin' Robin here, Robin 2 from 1977, sold out sculpture, limited edition at 350, just 325 to advance. All right, fair warning then, it's gonna go home with our live auctioneers bidder at 300. Last call, last chance for 325 though. All right, sold $300 to our live auctioneers bidder. All right, here we go, it's coming up. Give it a chance for you to take this into consideration. Again, one of the many statement pieces today, museum quality. This is a bisque polo player sculpture. Again, I'm going to turn the black background here. Look at the scale of this and the detail, the fine detail here of the polo player, the mallet, the horse. It is really an exceptional piece, very rare. One of the early works of Ed Beam, issued in 1957, is a very important model as Beam had mastered the sculpting and painting in hard paste porcelain in the late 1950s, especially in the authenticity of horse modeling. So this, if you're a Beam collector, this is an essential piece to show in your collection, to show his early mastery of this particular art form. We're currently at 2,000 with Eye Collector, currently at 2,000 with Eye Collector, looking for an advance of 2,100. Looking for 2,100. Holding at 2,000 with Eye Collector, looking for 2,100. Any additional bids at 2,100? Looking for 2,100. Again, this is
Yep,
exceptionally
21.
rare. 21 has been bid. 21 with Lion and Unicorn. Looking for 22 to advance. I got 21 looking for 22. Again, museum quality early shows the mastery of Beam's ability to master the representation of horses. The polo player is very significant, and the first in the edition was presented to President Dwight Eisenhower at the White House, which was to be presented to Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip as they visited in 1957. So it's got royal provenance as well in terms of the model here. This is a special edition of 100 only. This is really, really critical to your collection if you're a collector. We're at 2,100 with our Lion and Unicorn bidder, looking for 22. Do I have 22? Holding at 21 with our Lion and Unicorn bidder, looking for 22. Do I have 22? All right, it's going to go home with our Lion and Unicorn bidder unless I get that 2,200. It's your opportunity to jump in at 2,200 and keep the bidding going. Fair warning for 2,200. Last call, last chance for 2,200. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to Lion and Unicorn's bidder for 2,100. All right. Sold for 2,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Well done. What an exceptional piece to add to your collection. Speaking of museum quality, this one here is just off the charts. This is a African elephant with calf sculpture from 1977. It's a prototype model sample for the limited edition of 50. So one of a kind here. It's the prototype that was made for very limited edition, featuring the African elephant and calf, sold out by 1979. That was the edition. This is the prototype created for the edition. Again, this isn't the edition. This is even better. It's the prototype made as a study for that edition. We're at 3,300 with
Eye Collector, 34 with Lion and Unicorn.
34 with Lion and Unicorn, 3,400 has been bid. Looking for 3,500 to advance. It's a model sample, and this is 26.5 inches. I don't know if it's just to give you a size scale here. Hold on, where's our, do I have my, I don't seem to have my tape measure. Oh, there we go. Just to give you an idea, we're at 3,400 live Lion and Unicorn. So this is, again, just to give you an idea, since it's too big to bring up, 26.5 inches. This is, look at that. That's how long it is. This is a really exceptional piece. We're at 3,400 with Lion and Unicorn as our bidder, looking for 35 to advance. 3,400. 35 advancing with Lion and Unicorn. We have 35 now, 36. Looking for 37. Do I have a competing bid of 37? Looking for 37. I got 36 with Lion and Unicorn, 37 advancing, looking for 38. Again, the scale and size of this and the importance of it being a prototype of a very limited edition. We're at 38, looking for 39 now.
39.
39, looking for 4,000. Do I have 4,000? I've got 39 looking for 4,000 for this really important piece here. Again, museum quality, really
4,000.
exceptional. Only 50 were made after this one. This was the prototype. We're at 4,000 looking for 4,100. 4,000 with Lion Unicorn looking for 4,100.
41.
41 looking for 42. Do I have 42? 4,100 on the table looking for 42. Do I have 42 to compete? Again, that size and that scale of this is, and the detail of it, exceptional piece.
42.
You're having a piece of Beam history with this. 42 looking for 43 to advance. I got 42 looking for 43. 42 on the table looking for 43 to advance. Do I have an advance of 43?
Yep.
43 advancing. 43 now in the lead. Ooh, it's getting hot. Looking for 44. Looking for 44 to advance for this mammoth, incredible sculpture here in 1977. This hand-painted prototype model sample established for the limited edition. We're at 44, looking for 45 to advance. Looking for 45. I got 44, looking for 45 to advance. 4,400 on the table, looking for 45. 4,400 with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 45 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 4,500? Do I have a competing bid of 4,500? Holding at 44, looking for 45. 44 with the Lion Unicorn bidder. 45 on the floor over here, looking for 46. I have 45 on the floor, looking for 46. So I have an advance of 46. Holding at 45 with our floor bidder, looking for 46. 46 advancing, looking for 47. Do I have 47? 4,600, looking for 47 to compete. Do I have 47? I do have 47 over here, looking for 48 now. 47 on the table, looking for 48 to advance. Do I have that 48?
48.
48 on the platforms, looking for 49. I have 49, looking for 5,000. Can I go to 5,000? 49 with our floor bidder, looking for 5,000 to advance. 5,000, no?
Yep.
5,000 on the platform. Do I have 5 1/4? 5 1/4 has been bid, looking for 5 1/2. Looking for that 5.5. I got 44.25 on our floor bidder, looking for 5.5 over here with our platforms. Do I have a bidder on the platform at 5.5? We're at 5.25, looking for 5.5. Do I have that 5.5? 5.25, looking for 5.5. Do I have an advance of 5.5? Holding at 5.25, looking for 5.5. Fair warning, it's going to go home with our floor bidder at 5.25 right now. Last call, last chance for 5.5 to advance.
Yep.
5.5 takes the lead in the line unicorn. Do I have a bidder at 5.75? We're out of 5.75, looking for 5.75. We're at 5.5, looking for 5.75. Holding at 5.5, looking for 5.75. 5.5, looking for 5.75. Give me a chance to think. What say you? One last bid. We're really good at shipping. We're at 5.5, looking for 5.25. 5.75 has been bid, 5.75, looking for 6,000. Do I have 6,000 to compete? Holding at 5.75, looking for 6,000. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 6,000. We're at 5.75, is going to go home with our floor bidder. Last call, last chance for 6,000. Sold for 5.75, 5,750. Congratulations. Can I get your paddle number, please? Thank you, 9205. Well done. What an exceptional piece. Lot number 628 is a peacock in full strut. 1981, we're at what's that? 500 is where we are at, looking for 5.5. Look at 550. Looking for 550. So 1981 came out, this strutting peacock.
Yep.
550, looking for 600, 600, looking for 650. Do I have 650? I got 550, looking for 650. 550 over here, looking for 650. Do I have that 650 to compete? There are lots of peacocks here down in South Florida. There's 600 here on the platforms, looking for 650. Coconut Grove is full of them.
Here's
They'll chase you
650
around.
here.
You have 650.
They have 650.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you have 700. All right, 700 is where I need to go. Do I have 700? We're at 650 with the line unicorn, looking for 700. Fair warning for 700. Last call, last opportunity to compete at 700 for our strutting peacock here. Hammers up, missile to Lion Unicorn's bidder for 650. Sold for 650 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. All right, this is this is in the entryway over here. This is a stunning piece as well. This one stands at 24 inches in height. This is a global peace sculpture. We all need a little piece right now. This is a limited edition from 1988, hand-painted from the artist of Beam. It's dedicated to all people of goodwill. 2,500?
Yes.
2,500 has been bid. Looking for 26 to advance. I got 25 over here with our phone bid.
26.
Looking at 26 on the platforms. Looking for 27. 27 over here. Looking for 28. 27, looking for 28. Do I have 28?
28.
28 has been bid. 28 in the lead. Looking for 29. Do I have 29?
3,000.
3,000 has been bid over here with our absentee bidder, looking for 3,100 to compete. The original sculpture was presented by President Reagan in the name of the people of the United States to the General Secretary of the Soviet Union at that moment
31.
in time. The provenance of this design has such interesting history. We're at 31, looking at 32. 32, looking at 33, looking at 33. And again, this is really standing in the hallway here at the studio, and it is really regal and exceptional. We're at 33, looking at 34 to advance. I got 33 on the table, looking at 34. Anybody at 34? We got 33. 33 is with our live auctioneers. Bidder, live auctioneers in the lead, looking for 34 to advance. I have 34 on the floor here, looking for 35. I got 34 on the floor, looking for 35. 34 on the floor, looking for 35. Do I have a bidder at 35? 34 with the gentleman on the floor, looking for 35 to compete.
35.
35 on the platforms, do I have 36?
36.
36 on the platforms, do I have 37? Looking for 37. Looking for a bidder at 37. I got 36, looking for 37 to advance. Can I go to advance to 37? Holding at 36, looking for 37. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 37. 37 has been bid, looking for 38 now. I've got a bidder at 37, looking for 38 to advance. Floor bidder at 37 in the lead, looking for 37, 37 advancing, looking for 38. Do I have a bidder at 38?
38.
38 has been bid, looking for 39. 38 on the platforms, looking for 39 to advance. 38 is with live auctioneers, looking for 39 to compete. Can I compete at 39? An exceptional piece, small edition, 250 created for the world collectors. This is a sold out retired edition. Thank you. I have 39 now here on the floor. Looking for 4,000. 39 has been bid. 39 in the lead with their gentleman on the floor. How about 4,000? Looking for 4,000 for this exceptional beam sculpture, global world peace sculpture. We are at 3,900, looking to go to 4,000 to compete. Can I go to 4,000? Looking for 4,000. Holding at 39, looking for 4,000. Fair warning then? Still looking for that bidder at 4,000. Last call, last
Yep,
chance. So there it is,
4,000.
4,000 has been bid. 4,000 in the lead on live auctioneers. Now Now, question is, do I have 4,100? Are we going to go 41? We do. All right, we do have 4,100 with our floor bidder. Thank you, sir. We're looking for 42 now to advance. I'm at 41. Gentleman in the front here is in the lead at 41, looking for 42 to compete. Do I have that competing bid of 42 for this limited edition? This is number 4, by the way, in that very limited edition, where the first one was given to, presented to Ronald Reagan to give to Gorbachev in 1987 to symbolize global peace. This is number 4 in that edition. We're at 4,100 with the gentleman looking for 42. Fair warning then, still looking for a bidder of 42. Last call, last chance to get our global peace sculpture at 42. Otherwise, I'm going to sell it to the gentleman here at 4,100. Hammers up. Sold for 4,100. Congratulations to our bidder. Number, yes, 5013. Well done. Thank you. Congratulations. Lot number 630. This is a really, I know there's so many exceptional pieces. What's that?
Written 1 of 1 on the bottom.
This is a one of a kind. I'm going to put it on the gold here. This is a Madonna with Child, 24 karat gold applied, 1 of 1 sculpture from Beam. 24 karat gold, unique. This is the only one available. This is the only one that was made. This is 1 of 1. This is a priceless piece here. We're at issued in 1999. We're currently at 2,900.
We're at 3,000
3,000.
with
Look at 31. Look at 31. I got 3,000. Look at 3,100. This is a unique, one of a kind original from Beam. This is for not just a collector, but a serious art collector, because again, 1 of 1 has a really special value and meaning here. We're at 3,200. 3,200 is with
Lion
Live
and
Auction.
Unicorn.
With Lion
33.
Unicorn, look at 33. Do I have 33? Look at 34. Again, exceptional piece. Look at the size of that. The 24 karat gold on its own has value. We're at 3,400. Look at 35.
35.
35 advancing. Look at 36. Can I go to 36? I'm at 35. 35 is with our with Invaluable. Invaluable. Welcome Invaluable. Look at 36. We're at 3,500 right now for our Madonna with Child 24 karat
36.
gold applied 1 of 1 sculpture here. This is a
37.
piece of art, not just a collectible. This is a piece of art from Beam. One of this exists in the world, and it's this one, and it could be yours.
38.
3,800, look at 39 to compete. Look at 39. 38 on the table, look at 39. I'm sure there's 39 out there.
39.
$100 more, 39 advancing. Look at 4,000. Can I go to 4,000? Looking to go to 4,000. Again, this is not just a collectible. This is a work of art. 1 of these were made. This is handmade from Beam. This is a serious piece for a collector, art collector, a Beam collector, Beam enthusiast, a sculpture collector, and somebody who loves religious iconography. This is 4,000, looking for 41 to advance. 4,000 is with Lion and Unicorn. 4,000 is with Lion and
41.
Unicorn. 41 advancing. 41 with Invaluable. Invaluable in the lead now. Invaluable's taking that lead. Looking for 42. Can I go to 42? We're at 4,100 with Invaluable. Looking for 42 to advance. Holding at 41. Looking for 42 to advance. So I have that advance of 42. 4,100 holding, looking for 42 to advance. 41 with Invaluables, bidder. Do I have a competing bid of 4,200 for this one-of-a-kind, unique piece of art from Beam? Valuable for an art collector and Beam collector all at once. We're at 4,100, looking for 42. Do I have that 42? 4,100, looking for 42. 4,100, looking for 42. It's going to go home to the highest bidder now. Whoever's the highest bidder, I'm going to give you one last chance to get to 42. It's going home with our Invaluable bidder at 41 unless I get 42.
42.
42 has been bid. Looking for 43 to advance. I got 42. Looking for 43 to advance. 42 is with Lion and Unicorn. Lion and Unicorn, you're in the lead now. Lion and Unicorn's bringing it up. Looking for 43. 43 advancing. Looking for 44. 43 on the table. 44 is where I need to go. Do I have a bidder to keep us open at 44? Again, it's going home with whoever bids at the high, whoever's the last bid here. Right now, it's 4,300 with our Invaluable bidder. It's going to go home with them. This one-of-a-kind, one-of-one piece of art. No question about it. This is not a collectible. This is a piece of art from Beam. 24 karat applied gold Madonna with Child. 4,300 is where I'm at with their Invaluable. 44 to advance. Do I have that advance of 44? Fair warning then. Fair warning. It's going to go home with Invaluable at 4,300 unless I get that 4,400 right now. Last call. Last chance. Don't miss this opportunity. Last opportunity to bid to keep the bidding going, or else the hammer's going down and it's gone forever, at least until it comes back on the secondary market. It might not. Hammer's up. All right. Sold for $4,300. Congratulations, invaluable bidder. Well done. And next up is a rare Hefford bull with white porcelain base. Again, really detailed piece here. Example was purchased as well. This is another piece that sits in the permanent collection, this design from the Met in New York in 1951. So you have a design of a limited edition piece, but that limited edition has provenance within the art world and the design world. This is a limited edition of 36 only, sold out in 1959. This is 12 inches by 7 inches. Beautifully crafted. We're currently at 1,000, looking for 1,100 to advance. 1,000 is with iCollector. 1,100 has been bid. 1,100 advancing, looking for 12. At 1,100, looking for 12 to advance. 1,100 is with our live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 12 to advance. I got 1,100 on the table, looking for 12. 1,100, looking for 12. Do I have an advance of 12? Holding at 1,100, looking for 12. 1,100 with our live auctioneers. Again, this design, this part of this edition was purchased by the Met in 1951, 12 advancing, looking for 13. Sold out, only 36 of this edition, one of which sits in the permanent collection of the Met in New York. One of the another of the 36 could be yours. We're at 1,300 with live auctioneers, 14 advancing, looking for 15. Could be yours, 15 advancing, looking for 16.
Yep.
16 advancing, looking for 17. Do I have 17?
Yep.
Holding at 16, looking for 17, looking for 18. Again, one of them sits with the Met in New York. One of them could be yours. It's going to be either our live auctioneer's bidder. Right now, they're in the lead to take it home at 1,700. Currently at 1,700, looking to advance to 18. 18 advancing, looking for 19.
Yep.
18 is with 19 advancing, takes it right back. Looking for 2,000 has been bid, looking for 2,100. 2,000 is with live auctioneers. It looks like they may be taking it home, looking for 21 to advance. 21 advancing takes the lead, looking for 22 to take that lead right back, and 22 is now in that first position. 23 is where I need to go. 23 is what I'm looking for. Do I have a bidder at 23? 2,200 right now, looking for 23 to advance. Again, one of the 36 sits at the Met in New York in their permanent collection. The other one is going to be with our collector today. It's going home with whoever has the highest bid right now. Right now, that's live auctioneers at 2,200. All right, fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 2,300 to advance and keep the bidding going. Last call for our heifer for a Hefford bull at 2,300. Hammer's up. I'm going to sell it to live auctioneers live auctioneers bidder for 2,200. And 2,200, and it's going into our live auctioneers bidders collection, along with the piece that sits in the Met of the same design, from the same edition. Fantastic, well done. And then I think after this, we're going to take a short break. So I'm going to have Nick come out. Our break at the top of the hour. So we have next is a beam fan-tailed dove sculpture. Speaking of peace, we saw some doves revolving around the globe on the global peace sculpture earlier. This is a nice piece, a nice selection of beam here. Currently looking for an opening bid of 50. Looking for an opening bid of 50. Right now,
50.
50, there it is. I was about to say, if there's an opening bid and no competing bid, you're going to take it home for just 50, which is going to be the deal of the day. We're at 50 right now, looking for 60 to compete. I've got my opening bid of 50. 50 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder. They're going to take it home unless I get 60 to advance. Do I have that advance of 60? Do I have a competing bid of 60? I've got my opening bid of 50, looking for competing bid of 60, but 50 is going to take it home unless I get that 60. Fair warning for that 60. Last call for that advance of 60. All right, I'm going to sell it to Lion. Oh, we did have 60 in the back, 60 on the floor. Thank you. Looking for 70. I've got 60 on the floor. Thank you, ma'am. Looking for 70 to advance. I've got 60 on the floor. Looking for 70 to advance. Do you have a competing bid of 70? All right, fair warning. Still looking for a bidder at 70.
Yep, 70.
70 advancing. Do I have 80? Give you a chance to think about it. We're at 70, looking for 80. 70 with our live auctioneers bidder, looking for 80. One last chance. All right. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder.
80.
80 advancing. Looking for 90 now to advance. I got 80 looking for 90. 80 with our Lion and Unicorn platform, looking for 90 to advance. I got 80 on the table, looking for 90. Do I have that 90? Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 90. Last call, last chance for that 90. Hammer's up. I'm going to sell it to our Lion and Unicorn bidder for 80. And we have sold for 80, our dove, to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break or so, and then we will see you on the other side of the hour with our next set. Thank you.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us through our Line and Unicorn Exceptional Selections Part 3 auction. We like having you here on your Sunday. We've got a great crowd here, too, in-house for this weekend, and we're going to continue with our next lot, lot number 633. It's a beam bisque porcelain Dioceres Hermit Hummingbird sculpture, very rare piece, only produced in an edition of 200. This is number 48 in that edition of 200. Sold out edition since 2007. Very, very difficult to obtain this piece. I've got a bid now of $900. Now $950. Would it go $1,000? I've got a bid of $950, looking for $1,000 to advance, please. This is one of the favorites of bird collectors, as I mentioned, a sold-out edition, very popular art collectors, bird watchers, and it's got the authentic beam back stamp to the underside from the archival collection of the Revan Galleries and Dr. Gwendolyn Reisner. $950, my bid now $950. Would it go $1,000, please? And that bid $950 is our live auctioneers. I know we have as Stephen said earlier, we have a heated rivalry of some of these pieces. So, any interest on the floor? Any interest in house? Now $950, looking for $1,000 to advance, please. Do I hear $1,000 from you, please? I have a bid of $950. Any advance from $950 to $1,000? Do I hear $1,000? Any advance from $950 to $1,000 on the floor, please? I'm looking for $1,000. Any interest at $1,000? I'm looking for $1,000. Any interest at $1,000? Do I hear $1,000? This is, I mentioned, number 48, limited edition of 200 rather, produced back in 2007 of the Dioceres Hermit Hummingbird. Now $950. Any advance from $950 to $1,000? All right, we've got a bid of $950 going once. Now $950 twice. And we're going to sell it for $950 to our live auctioneers bidder. Thank you so much. Lot number 634. This is a beautiful beam porcelain ballerina rose vase, produced and hand-painted by the artist of the Beam Studio in Malvern, England, also associated with the Connoisseur of Malvern in the UK, introduced in 1989, and it features the gorgeous ballerina rose pattern, V8, sold out, and a closed edition with very fine detailing encircling that, featuring a white ground, very realistic mauve-tinted roses, green foliage, and 24-karat gold applied accents with the 24-karat gold trim to backstamp. I got a $30 bid now. Now $30. I'm looking for $40 to advance. Any advance from $30 to $40? $30 once. Will you jump in to take me to $40? Any interest on the floor? I'm looking for $40. Any advancement from $30 now? Authentic beam backstamp on the underside there as well. I've got a bid of $40 now. Now $40. Would it go $50? Now $40. I'm looking for $50 to advance, please. Do I hear $50? Thank you so much, sir. Now $50. Would it go $60? I've got a floor bid of $50. I'm looking for $60 on the advance. Any advancement from $50 to $60, please? $50, my bid going once. This is, again, from the archival collection of Dr. Gwendolyn Reisner and the Revan Galleries. A very, very curated and special
60.
collection. Many of these editions here have appeared in museums as well, and pieces from these same editions. $60 now. I've got $70 to advance. Thank you. $70 for now. 70 would go $80. I've got a bid of $70. I'm looking for $80 to advance. You can take me to $80. Any advance from $70 right now is my bid going once. We have a $70 bid. You can still jump in to take it to $80. 70 twice. Let's sell it for 72. Our bidder on the floor, 70.64. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Lot number 635. It's a beam porcelain, wonderful animalier figure, a reclining foxhound, a rare piece from 1952, produced during the Eisenhower era. And that was, of course, when many of these wonderful beam pieces first got onto the international scene through the efforts of Mrs. Beam and, of course, her connection to the Eisenhower family. This is the reclining foxhound, extremely appealing piece among favorites of many gallery and art collectors as well. I have a bid of $700 right now. Now $700. I'm looking for $750 to advance. $700. My bid would go $750. This is a sold-out, closed limited edition that was closed and sold out by 1958. Very popular early piece. Also highly rare, very difficult to obtain, a dog animalier sculpture, and created by the legendary Ed Beam dog. It's a large size piece, 13 by 6 inches, and as you can see, it's a very realistic foxhound reclining. I have Jean-Francois who's bringing it up here so that we can take a look at it. This was produced in an edition of only 200 pieces. This is number 110 in the edition. It's a wonderful piece with the correct information to the bottom of it as well. And just a gorgeous piece, so with the collar and gilding onto the collar as well. I've got a bid now. Thank you so much, Jeff. I've got $700 now. Seven would go $750. $7 might be now $7. Any interest at $750, please? Do I have any interest online? And that bid was that from?
Oh, with eye collector.
That was from okay. All right, so we've got lot number 635. We'll move on to lot 635. We got a porcelain beagle, also very rare from 1952. Look at that dog, decorated, hand-created by Mr. Ed Beam himself, the master artist, and the mind behind Beam Studios in Trenton. This was introduced in 1952. It's got the beagle dog, an edition of 400 only produced. And this is number 113. This closed out by 1961 in this limited edition. Beautiful, very rare, difficult to obtain dog sculpture, and with a nice size also, 7 by 6 inches. And you can see his hangdog expression. Looks like he's just done something very naughty and is just waiting for you to get home and find it. I've got a bid of $300 now. Now three, would it go $325? I have a $300 bid looking for $325 to advance. These are very, very early examples of Beam, and the pieces themselves produced between 1949 and the late 50s. Only one or two pieces were left over by 1961 to be offered. I've got a bid of $300 now. Any interest on the floor? Any interest on the floor? At $325? All right, let's move to lot number 637. We have a Beam French White Poodle sculpture from 1952. This, when I think of a French poodle, this is what I think of. It's a fantastic example of an animalier piece, again, hand-painted, hand-created by Ed Beam himself. The French poodle in a standing position, glazed, and very limited edition of only 100 pieces, and you can see the fantastic just very realistic design to the coat, to the coat, the fur, and with the groomed flesh showing through in pieces. This edition itself was closed out by 1959. I've got a bid now of $150. I'm looking for $160 to advance. Any advance from $150 to $160? Any interest on the floor?
160?
I've got $160. Thank you. Now $160 would it go $170? That's $160 on our Lion and Unicorn bid. Now $190. Thank you. Now $190 would it go $2? I have a bid of $190. I'm looking for $200.
200.
Please. Now $200. Thank you. Now $2 would it go $225, please? We have a bid of $200. I'm looking for $2. There's $225. Thank you, Arthur. Now $225 would it go $250? I have a bid of $225. Do I hear $250 from you, please? Any interest on the floor at $250? $225 is our bid. Do I hear $250? And that bid $225, is that from what? Is that our one of our phone bids?
That's not adverse.
I've got $225. Any advance from
$250.
I have $250. Thank you so much. Now $250. Would it go $275? I have a bid of $250 on Live Auctioneers. I'm looking for $275 to advance. Any interest at $275 on the floor? Do I hear $275? $250 is our bid. I'm going to take that $250 unless you jump in and take it. It's going to be our last call. $250 my bid. Do I hear $275? Any interest online? $250 going twice? Then we're going to sell for $250 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Lot number 638. Porcelain Schnauzer sculpture from 1980, Beam porcelain, decorated, hand-created, and hand-painted by the Beam artists. This was introduced in 1980. It's got the Schnauzer with an edition of 692. It closed out in 1982. Nice fine detail with a lot of realism there. Also possessing the authentic Beam back stamp, and this, again, as with our other pieces from the archival collection of Revan Galleries. I've got a bid of $100 now. Now 100, would you go 110? Any interest at $110 from the floor?
Eye collector.
iCloud?
iCollector.
iCollector, rather, sorry. Now $100. Any advance on 100? Any interest on the floor? Let's move on to lot number 639. Thank you. It's a Beam Porcelain Beagle from 1980. This one's sitting up in a very upper. It doesn't look like he's done anything naughty. He just looks like he's maybe wants to hang out and play. Introduced in 1980 in an edition that was sold out and closed by 1982. Very fine detailing with the authentic beam backstamp to the underside. Now $70. I've got a bid of 70. I'm looking for 80 to advance. That is a $70 bid on iCloud, very popular dog sculpture from back in the 1980s. A nice limited edition piece produced by the Beam artists. Any interest at $80? I've got 80, thank you so much. Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80 on the floor. I'm looking for $90 to advance, please. Now $80 going once. I have a bid of 80. Any advance from 80 to 90? You can still jump in and take it to $90. 80 twice. Let's sell for 80 to our bidder, $79.25. Thank you, madam. Lot number 640, Beam Porcelain Cocker Spaniel. It's a black sculpture from 1980, hand-painted, introduced, and with an addition of only 83 produced, sold out since 1982. Very exquisite piece, and if I'm not mistaken, he's got his little tongue hanging out. Very playfully, produced in 1980. He's got the authentic Beam back stamp. I've got a bid of $60 right now. Now 60. Would you go 70, please? I've got $60 bid, looking for $70 to advance. That is a $60 eye collector bid. Any advance from 60 to 70? Do I have any interest on the floor? $60 is my bid. Any interest online or on the phone? Let's move on to lot number 641. It's a Beam Porcelain Cocker Spaniel. This is in buff with a nice series of very naturalistic colors, fine detail, introduced in 1982 with a russet color and then with a graduated to lighter colors as it gets down towards the bottom. $60 my bid. Now 60. Would it go 70? I've got a $60 bid on Live Auctioneers. Now 60. Any advance to $70 on the floor? I've got a bid of 60. You can still jump in and take it to $70 though. $60 my bid going once. We have a bid of 60. Do I hear $70 from you? $60 now. Any advance from 60 to 70? 60 twice. We'll sell it for 60 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Thank you so much. Line number 642, Beam Porcelain American Goldfinch bird sculpture produced during the bicentennial year 1976 by the Beam artists. Goldfinch with violets. I've got a bid of 200. Would you go 225? And that is very authentic to the actual goldfinch with all kinds of wonderful coloration. And then the botanical elements on that landscape base. 200 is my bid now. 2 would you go 225, please? Any advance from 2 to 225? Do I hear yours on the floor? Do I have any interest online at 225? I got a $200 bid. Do I hear 225 from you? Will you take me to 225? Now $200 going once. I've got 200, but you still jump in to take it to 225.
225.
225. Thank you so much, Julie. Now 225. Would you go 250? We've got a bid of $225. I'm looking for $250 from you. Will you take me to 250? 225 is my bid going once. We've got a bid of 225, but you still jump in to take it for 250. You could swoop in like a goldfinch. 225 twice. We'll sell it 225 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Lot number 643, Beam Porcelain Blue Masked Lovebird sculpture from 1976 also. This is a favorite of Beam bird collectors. It's got the blue masked lovebirds featuring two delicately covered avians on a tree limb base. I've got a bid of 190. Would you go 2? Now $190, looking for $200 to advance, please. Do I hear $200 from the floor? Now $190, looking for $200 to advance.
200.
There's 200, thank you, Yulia. Now 2, would you go 225? I got 225, thank you, Arthur. Now 225, would you go 250? Now 250, would you go 275? We've got a bit of 250, looking for 275 to advance, please. Superior craftsmanship here, lots of detailing, and of course coming from the collection of Revan Galleries. I've got a bit of 250 now going once. You can still jump in and take it for $275, $250 twice. Let's sell it $250 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Lot number 644, Beam Porcelain Chipmunk sculpture. Now $190, now $190. Would you go 2? I've got a bid of $109. Not sure if this one is Alvin or Theodore, possibly Simon, but either way. Let me get some sleep there, pal. All the authentic Beam back stamp information to the underside. We got a bid of 190. I'm looking for 200 to advance. Any advance from 190 now? I've got a bid of 190. Do I hear 200 from you, please? 190 is my bid going once. Any advance from 190 to 2? Now's the time for you to do it. 190 going twice. Let's sell for 190 to our bidder. 79.54. Thank you so much. Here's a cute Beam Porcelain Rabbit sculpture from 2002. Sitting bunny with the rabbit sitting decorated in white with little pastel pink details and those cute big Lots of fine detailing here. Authentic beam back stamp to the underside, and of course this is from our collection from Dr. Reisner and the Revan Galleries. $50 now. I got 50. Would it go 60? I have a $50 bid. I'm looking for $60 to advance, please. Any advancement from $50 to 60? $50 on my live auctioneers. Do I hear $60 on the floor? Any interest at $60? Any advancement? Any push to 60? $50 going once. I have 50, but you can still come in and take it for $60. $50 twice. We'll sell it for 50 to our live auctioneers. Bidder. Lot 64, porcelain, beam porcelain kitty cat pendant, including the original box, produced 1995, pure gold, hand-painted, hand-created, and trimmed in pure gold, with the attached hook to the verso, ivory porcelain ground, and just a really nice, fun, whimsical design issued during the 45th anniversary of the EM Beam Studios. I got the correct details on it. Produced 1995. We got a bid of 40, looking for $50 to advance, please. Any advance from 40 to 50? Do I have any interest on the floor at $50? Now 40, $40 from our live auctioneers.
50.
Now 50, thank you so much, Julie. Now 50, would it go 60? Maybe one of our ladies on the floor
Yep.
like that has that nice little matching box too. $60, now 60, thank you so much. I got 60, would it go 70, please? All the correct information, including the Hallmark BJ20. Now 60, do I hear 70? There's 70, thank you, Julie. Now 70, would it go 80?
80.
I've got 80, would it go 90, please? We've got a bid of $80, looking for $90 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $90, please? $80, my bid going once.
90.
We've got 90, thank you, Julia. Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bid of $90. Do I hear $100 from you, please? Now 100, thank you. Now 100, would it go 110? We have a bid of $100, looking for $110 to advance, please. Do I hear 110 from you? Any interest on the floor at $110? Now $100 going once. We have a bid of $100, but you can still jump on in and take it for $110. $100 twice. Let's sell it for $100 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 647, beam porcelain, beautiful. Presents the Patriot Eagle box in a limited edition, produced in 2004. With a gold hand-applied border. This was produced in an edition of only 1,000, and this is number 10 of that edition. Has the Hallmark information on it as well. I've got a bid of $30 right now. Now thought it would go 40. Any interest at $40?
40.
Thank you so much, Yulia. Now $40. Would it go 50? We have a
Yep.
bid of $50. Thank you, Yulia. Now 50. Would it go 60?
Yep.
Now 60. Would it go 70? We have a $60 bid. I'm looking for
Yep.
70 to advance. Thank you so much, Julia. Now 70, would it
80.
go 80? There's 80, would it go 90? We have an $80 bid. I'm looking for
90.
$90. There's 90, would it go 100, please? Now $90. Any advance from 90 to 100 from you? We have a bid of $90. Any interest on the floor at $100? $90 our bid going once. We have $90, but you can still jump in and take it to 100. Who's going to take me to $100? $90 twice. Let's sell it for 90 to our bid square bidder. Lot number 648. We have here a beam porcelain portrait painting in the round from 1977. It's very rare. And I've got this right here. Just a beautiful hand-painted bone china plaque. Hand-painted and presented the head image of a horse, beautifully detailed. The Hornus horse portrait, issued in 1977, portrait in the round, and it was only issued for 1 year only. Thank you so much, Linda. Back in 1977, the edition closed by 1978. Each painting individually hand-created and hand-painted, as that one was. Backstamp to the reverse. I've got a bid of $350 now. Now $350. I'm looking for $375 to
Yep,
advance. Thank you
$375.
so much. Now $375. What do you go for? We've got a bid of
Four.
There are $4. What do you go? $425, please. I have a bid of $400. I'm looking
Yep.
for $4. Now $425. What do you go? $450.
Yep.
Now $450. What do you go? $475. We have a bid of $450. I'm looking for $475 to advance, please. Will you take me to $475? There's $475. What do you go? $5. We have a bid of $475. Any interest at $500 on
Five.
the floor? Now $500. Thank you, Julia. Would you go $550? We have a bid of $500. I'm looking for $550 to advance. Will you take me to $550? Do I hear $550?
Yep.
$500. Thank you so much, Julia. Now $550. We'll go $6. We have a bid of $550. I'm looking for $600 to
Six.
advance. Well, there's $6. We'll go $650. Now $600. Looking for $650 to advance. Who's going to take me to $650? Will you take me to $650? Now $600. This was sold out, closed by 1978. Each individually hand-created, hand-painted, making each one
$650.
unique, including the piece that we have right now, the current offering.
Seven.
600. Now 700. Thank you. Now 7. What do you go? 750. I have a bid of $700. Looking for $750 to advance, please. Do I hear $750? Any advance to $750 on the floor? Do I hear $750? Any interest at $750? Now $700. Waiting for $750. I got $700 from our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Do I hear $750? Will you
Yep,
take?
$750.
Now $750. Thank you, Lena. $750. Would go 8. I have a bid of $750. I'm looking for $800 to advance, please. Do I hear $800 from you? I have a bid of $750. Now $750. Any interest at $800? Now would be the time for you to jump in to take me to $800 for this beautiful porcelain in the round with a harness horse portrait from 1977. Now $800. I think in 1977 my bicentennial sunburn had already worn off by 1977, barely. $800 my bid. Now $800. We'll do $850, please. We have a bid of $800. I'm looking for $850. Now $850. Thank you, Leah. Now $850 would go 9. We've got a bid of $850 for this unique portrait harness horse. $850. I'm looking for $900 to advance. Will you take me to $900, please? Now $850. Any advancement from $850 to $9? Do I hear $900 from you? Any interest on the floor for $900, please? Now $850. You could take me to $900 right now. Any interest at $850? Now would be the time for you to do it. $850. My bid going once. Jump on it and take it for $900, though. Now would be the time to do it. $850 is my bid, going twice. Now $850 thrice. Any interest at $900? Now do it. We're going to sell it then for $850 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Thank you so much. Lot number 649. It's Beam Porcelain Baby Lazuli Buntings paperweight, hand-painted, and features the baby... I'm saying that right? I'm seeing two different, okay, lazuli buntings in the porcelain decorated circular paperweight. This was produced back in 1970, and it's got all the correct authenticated back stamps on it. Edition was closed and sold out by 1972. Just a nice, very attractive, naturalistic looking paperweight, and I'm looking for $50 to open up the bidding. Any interest at $50? You can jump in to take it. Any interest on the floor at $50? All right, let's move on to lot number 650. Lot 650, it's 2 Cebus porcelain blue-headed Varios with lilac sculptures, produced 1967, hand-painted in a limited edition of 275 with these beautiful, gorgeous, naturalistic birds displayed in landscape bases, botanical style bases, rather. Closing price was $2,850 when they were originally introduced. And just a wonderful piece. The male piece is 9 by 6 by 11 inches tall. The smaller piece, the female, not smaller by much, just under 11 inches tall. I've got $600 as my bid right now. Now $600, looking for $650 to advance. And this pair has got the authentic Cebus back stamps to the base. Produced originally in the Birds and Flowers collection, and it's got the hallmark number 366. These feature, of course, as you can see, the blue-headed Varios with lilac, produced in a limited edition of 275, 600, now 600, any advance from 6 to 650. All right, then let's move on to lot number 651. It's a Cebus porcelain group of skylarks. A pair of bird sculptures here. Bisque porcelain, hand-created, hand-painted by the Cebus artists, introduced in 1958, and only 350 of these were produced. Sold out, limited edition, and it's been sold out since 1970. This is number 215. The pair is number 215 in the edition of 350 of pairs that were produced. This, of course, includes all of the details on it, and from the archival collection of Revan Galleries of Dr. Gwendolyn Reasoner. $60, maybe now 60, would it go 70? I have a bid of $60. I'm looking for 70 to advance. Any
70.
advance? Now 70, thank you so much, Julia. Now 70, would it go 80?
80.
We've got 80, would it go 90? Now $80, and this is for a pair, a wonderful naturalistic pair of birds. These just very, very eye-catching animalier pieces, porcelain scarlarks from Cebus, $90 my bid, now 90, now 100. Would it go 110, please? I've got a bid of $100. I'm looking for 110 on the advance. Any interest at 110 on the floor? $100 my bid, going once. We have a bid of 100, but you can still jump in and take it to 110. Take them both for 110, rather. $100 my bid. Who's going to take me to 110? Do I hear 110 from you? $100 my bid, going twice. Let's sell for 100 to our live auctioneers bidder. Thank you so much. Lot 652, Cebus Porcelain Wood Wren with dogwood. Produced in 1963, featuring the Cebus Vintage Wood Wren with dogwood in full color. Also produced in the Birds and Flowers collection. This was introduced in 1963. The edition had closed by 1981. A very difficult figure to get a hold of. And you've got just this wonderful, realistic, naturalistic design, including the appropriate backstamp information. $50, maybe now 50, would it go 60? I have a bid of 50. I'm looking for 62 advance. Any interest on the floor at $60? $50 once. Now 50. Any interest at $60? $50 twice. We'll sell it for 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 653, Cebus Porcelain Purple Iris floral sculpture, produced in 1963. Very rare piece featuring the purple iris floral sculpture, produced in a limited edition of only 250 pieces from its Birds and Flowers collection. Very difficult edition to produce because, as you can see, all of those wonderful, delicate floral elements. Originally, it was supposed to be produced in an edition of 500, but because of the production difficulties, only 250 of these, they decided to scale it back. Original, authentic Hallmark design here. The edition itself was closed out by 1970. We've got a bid of $300 now. Now 300, we go 325. All the authentic Cebus backstamp information to the underside, and it's got that very, very classic Cebus look to it, as you would expect. $300 my bid, now three, would it go 325? We have a bid of $300. I'm looking for 325. Thank you, Yulia. Now 325, would it go 350? I have $325
Yep.
looking for their 350, would it go 375, please? Now $350. Any interest on the floor at 375? Do I hear 375? Will you
Yep.
take me to 375? Thank you, Leah. Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bid of 375. I'm looking for $400 to advance. Any advancement from 375 to 4? Will you take me to 4? Oh, hello, Mr. Microphone. I'm looking for 400 to advance. Who's going to take me to 4? 375 on our Lion and Unicorn platform. I'm looking for 400 to advance. 375 is our bid going once.
400.
And now 400. Thank you so much. You can still take me to 425. Any interest on the floor? $400 my bid. I've got 400. Looking for 425 to advance. Will you take me to 425?
Yep.
There's 425. Thank you, Lee. Now 425. Would you go 450? We've got a bid of $425. I'm looking for $450 to advance. Do I hear $450? Any interest on the floor at $450? $425, our bid going once. We've got $425, but you can still jump in and take me to $450. Any interest at $450? Now be the time for you to do it.
Yep.
$450. Thank you, Yulia. Now $450. Would it go $475? I've got a bid of $450. I'm looking for $475. Do I hear $475 from anyone on the floor? Or do I hear $475 from you, please? Now $450. Any advance from $450 to $475? Who's going to take me to $475? $450 going once. I have a bid of $450, but you can jump in still and take me to $475. Do I hear $475 from anyone on the floor or anyone online? $450 twice. Let's sell it for $450 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Lot 654, Cebus Porcelain Bull, God of the Thunderbolt sculpture. Very rare piece from 1960, introduced in that year, completed by 1964 from the Animal Kingdom and Woodland collection. It's a very, very interesting look to it also. A very modernist style piece. I love the look of it. This was issued in 60. This edition number here is 62. Sold out and closed edition with fine detailing. 110 is my bid now. Would it go 120? I have a bid of $110, looking for $120 to advance, please. Any advance from 100 to 110? Oh, I'm sorry, from 110 to 120. Any interest on the floor at $120? I have a bid of 110. Do I hear 120? $110 going once. We have a bid of 110, but you can still jump in and take. There's 120. Thank you, Lee. Now 120. Would it go 130, please? We've got a bid of $120. I'm looking for 130. There's 130. Would it go 140? Now $130 went for $140. Let's get those bids in quickly, please, God. I do not want you to be disappointed when we finally close out the lot, because the quicker you get your bid in, the quicker it's registered on our electronic system. $130 our bid now. Will you take me to $140, please? Any advance from $130 to $140, $130 going once. We've got $130, but you can still circle on in and take it, like Zeus, who was himself a bit of a bull. $130 twice. Let's sell it for $130 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 655. It's Cibus Porcelain Colts, Darby and Joan, produced 1969. In an edition that was sold out by 1973. This has got hallmark design number 648 and is a very, very pleasant design and a favorite, too, of many porcelain collectors and animalier collectors from going back to 1969, too. This depicts what looks like two foals, and possibly named after actually real horses. 110 is my, as many of these often were. 110 is my bid now. I've got 110. Do I hear 120? Any advance from 110 to 120? Now
120.
There's 120. Thank you, Lee. Now 120. Would it go 130, please? I've got a bid of 100. There's 130. Would it go 140? Now $130. Looking for $140 to advance. Will you take me to $140, please? Now $130. I'm looking for 140. Do I hear 140 from you? 130 is our bid. I've got any interest on the floor at 140. 130 is our bid going once. Now 130, but you can still jump in to take it to $140. 130 twice, and we will sell it for 130 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 656, Cibus Porcelain Horsehead Racer sculpture on a wood base, and you can see that very fine detailing. The expression of the horse really captures that moment where the horse is really giving it all as it's racing. Horsehead Racer, a very early rare piece produced in naturalistic colors, and in the Animal Kingdom and Woodland collection features the head and neck in profile on a rectangular base. Introduced in '64, and it was sold out by the following year. $275 our bid. Now it's $275. Now would you go $325? I have a bid of $300. I'm looking for $325. There's $325. Would you go $350? Now $325. There's $350. Would it go $375, please? We have $350. There's $375. Would it go $4? I have a bid of $375. I'm looking for $400 to advance. Any advancement on the floor? There's $4. Thank you, Yulia. Now $4. Would it go $425? I've got a bid of $400. Looking for $425 to advance. Any interest on the floor, please? $425. Would it go $450? Now $425. Do I hear $450? Will you take me to $450, please? Any interest at $450? Any interest on the floor? $425 is our bid from our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Now's the time to jump in and take me to $450, though, otherwise we're going to close it out. Don't want heartbreak on my account. $425 going once. You can still jump in and take it to $450, though. $425 twice. Let's sell it for $425 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 656, Cibus Porcelain Little Blue Heron sculpture. Produced 1960 with a hallmark design number 347. Sold out and closed edition about a decade later. And it looks like it was issued in an edition of 500. This is number 433 in that edition. It includes all of the authentic Cibus backstamp details. And just a fantastic, realistic avian figurine here, surrounded and encapsulated within that beautiful landscape, botanical landscape base. Now $200. Now would it go $225, please? I've got a bid of $200. Any interest at $225 on the floor? Any interest online? All right, let's move on then to lot number 658. It's a Cibus Porcelain Cinderella, a beautiful early and rare piece introduced in 1960. This is the early edition of the Cinderellas that were produced by Cibus, including the authentic backstamp on the reverse. Lots of beautiful detail and coloring, including Cinderella seated there on her little stool with the broom. A wonderful quality piece and an early edition, as I said, introduced since 1960, retired in 1968, so it was only available for a really, really tight window of time. $100 is my bid now. Now 100, looking for 110 to advance, please. Any interest on the floor at $110? I'm got 100. Any interest at 110? All right, let's move on then to lot number 658. Cinderelli. Lot 659. It's a porcelain Alice seated sculpture featuring Alice from the Children's Hour collection. And this has got Alice reading a book, probably something having to do with the looking glass. It's got the all-appropriate Sevis back stamps and information on it, lots of detailing. And this, too, comes, of course, from the collection of the Revan Galleries. I've got a bid of $30 now. Now we're going to go 40. $30. Any advance from 30 to 40? $30 once? $30 twice. Let's sell it for 30 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 660. Sevis Porcelain Good Queen Anne sculpture, featuring the sculpture from the Portraits in Porcelain collection, issued in 1978. I'm trying to get a look at the face. I can only see the back. There we go. Produced in 1978 in a limited edition of 550. This is number 539 in that edition. And just a really nice piece. It looks like possibly Regency style lady. $100 my bid, now 100, looking for 110 to advance. Any interest on the floor? All right, let's move on to lot number 661. Abigail Adams, one of my absolute favorite first ladies of all time, featuring the sculpture of our second First Lady, issued in 1976 for the bicentennial in an edition of 600. This is number 74 of 600. Her letters back and forth to her husband are just an exquisite piece of Americana from that period. And this just in time for the bicentennial. Originally in the archival collection of Revan Galleries and Dr. Gwendolyn Reasoner. I've got a bid of $50 right now. Now 50. I'm looking for $60 to advance. Any interest on the floor? I forget who played her in that John Adams HBO series, but that is, if you have not seen that, that is well worth seeing, with Paul Giamatti. There's Laura Linney played Abigail Adams in that, just absolutely exquisite. I've got a bid of $50, looking for $60 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $60? Will you take me to $60? $50 once, $50 twice. We'll sell it for $50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 662. What a absolutely stunning, I saw this earlier, it's a really very large and impressive Sevis Porcelain Richard the Lionheart sculpture, produced in 1982 of the medieval Crusader king, with all kinds of gilding, and his sword is just absolutely exquisite. I've got a bid of $750 now. Thank you so much. Now 8, would it go 850? Yes. I've got 850, would it go 9? Now 900, would it go 950?
950.
I've got 950. Thank you. Would it go 1,000, please? Now 1,000. Would it go 1,100? We've got a bid of $1,000. There's 11. Would it go 12, please? Now 12. Would it go 13? We've got a bid of $1,200. I'm looking for 13. There's 13. Would it go 14, please? Now 14. Would it go 15? I have a bid of $1,400. I'm looking for 15. There's 15. Thank you, Yulia. Now 15. Would it go 16? $1,500 my bid. I'm looking for $1,600. Now 16. Thank you, Arthur. Now 16. Would it go 17?
Yep.
We've got a bid of 17. Thank you, Yulia. Now 17. Would it go 18? Yep. 1,800 is my bid. Thank you. Would it go 1,900, please? Now $1,800. I'm looking for $1,900 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $1,900, please? We have a bid of $1,800. I'm looking to advance to $1,900. Just a fantastic piece, produced in an edition of 350 in 1982. And this is number 99 in that edition, and it depicts Richard, who was very much having that the red Plantagenet hair there, very classically depicted there, and lots of gilding on his longsword, which some people claimed was Excalibur back during that time frame. $1,800 going once. I've got a bid of 18, but you can still jump in and take it for 19. 1,800 twice. We'll sell at 1,800
5078
to bidder number 5078. Congratulations, very nicely done. Lot number 663. It's a Sevis Porcelain Guinevere, the wife of King Arthur, produced in 1967, featuring Guinevere's figurine in an edition of 800. I've got a bid of 200 now. Would it go 225? This is number 417 in that limited edition of 800. I've got a bid of 200, looking for 225.
225.
Now 225. Would it go now 250? Would it go 275? I have a bid of $250, looking for $275 to advance. Do I hear 275? Any advance from 275? Do I hear any advance from 250, rather, to 275? Do I hear 275 from anyone on the floor, please? $250 is my bid. This is a fantastic piece, issue number 417. It was produced 1967, sold out by 1971. The original closing price back in 1967 was $1,800. Now $250. Any advance from 250 to 275? 250 once, 250 twice. We'll sell it for 250. Bidder number 5020. Lot 664. We got Cibus Porcelain Ballerina on cue. From 1963, design number 423, sold out and closed by 1969 from the Children to Cherish series. I'm looking for an opening bid of $50. Any interest on the floor at $50. All right, let's move on to lot number 665. I've got a Cibus Porcelain Eskimo group, figural group, Eskimo Mother Sculpture, featuring the, actually a wonderful human and animal group here. A very popular piece, limited edition, only $350. This is number 266. You've got the mother and her child, and a couple of little cubs there also. Just a really, really eye-catching piece. $100 might be now. One would go 110, please.
110.
There's 110, would go 120. I have a bid of $110, looking for 120 to advance, please. Issued in 1973, sold out, and now closed edition with the authentic Cibus details. 110 is my bid. Any advance from 110 to 120, now be the time to do it. 110 once, 110 twice. We'll sell it for 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 666, we've got our Cibus Porcelain 50th Anniversary Bunny Sculpture from 1989. Hand-created, hand-painted by the Cibus artisans, and it features the 50th Anniversary Bunny in natural with pastel pink accented ears. This is a sold-out edition. I've got a bid of $50. Would go 60, please. Now $50 in advance from 50 to 60. $50 is my bid going once. You can jump in and take it for $60, though still. $50 twice. We'll sell it for $50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 667. It's a porcelain from Cibus, hand-created, hand-painted by the artists, and features the sculpture of Jason, child head bust from the Children of the World collection. All the details to the base as well, and just a really, really striking portrait sculpture of a little boy. Looking for $50 to open the bidding. Any interest at $50? All right, so on. That's lot number 668. Cibus Porcelain Child Clown Head, titled Funny Face, on a wood base. This is design number 488, open edition, sold out and closed edition, introduced back in 1976 with a little child in a sort of a Pierrot design, produced in 1976. Looking for $50 to open the bidding. Any interest at $50? All right, let's move on then to lot number 669. Cibus Porcelain Eros child bust, a little pooty figure depicting the Roman or Greco-Roman figure of Eros on a wood base from the Fantasia collection, produced in 1974. Very cherubic expression and with a very realistic design, so extremely realistic. 1974 is the year. Any interest at $50 to open the bidding? All right, we'll move on to lot number 670, Cibus Porcelain Blue-Headed Vireo, building a nest sculpture depicting a bird as advertised, building its nest. This is design number 340. Very hard to design edition, originally issued in 1960 and sold out and retired by 1965. It has the correct hallmark details to the underside and comes from the archival collection of Dr. Gwendolyn Reesner and the Revan Galleries. I'm looking for $50 to open the bidding. Any interest on the floor at $50 or on any of our online platforms, jump in and take it for $50 right now. Beautiful, beautiful naturalistic design with the authentic Cibus signature to the underside, and a hard-to-get piece from the early Cibus years. Nice edition from 1960, retired, sold out by 1965. Jump in and take it for $50 right now. All right, we'll move on to lot number 671. We got a three-piece group here, Porcelain Kittens. Decorated, hand-created, hand-painted featuring Tabitha, Topaz, and Topaz. I wonder if Topaz's parents named all of their kittens Topaz, kind of like a George Foreman thing. $50 my bid now, 50 would go 60. I've got a bid of $50, any advance from 50 to 60. There's $60, thank you so much, madam. I got $60 on the floor, now 60 would go 70. I have a bid of $60, looking for $70.
70.
So there's 70, thank you, now 70 would go 80. I've got an $80 bid, thank you so much, now 80 would go 90. Now $80, any advance from 80 to 90, $80
90.
our bid, there's 90 would go 100. I've got a bid of $90, looking for $100 to advance, please. $90 is my bid, do I hear $100? Any advance from 90 to 100, do I hear 100 from you, please? $90 going once, we've got a bid of 90 going twice, and we'll sell it for 90 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder on the home team. Lot 672, Cebus Porcelain Kittens, Taffy, Toffee, and Tiger. And they are in a little kitty pile there, it looks like it to me. Those three kittens, also referred to as the three little kittens, all snuggled together. I got a bid of 30, would go 40, please. Now $30, any advance from 30 to 40, 30 once, 30 twice, 30 thrice, sold for 30 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 673, Cebus Large Kitten with a blue ribbon sculpture. When my cat gets into that blue ribbon, or any color ribbon, he is entwined, and that's his afternoon, that's his Sunday. It's got the kitten with the blue ribbon, introduced in 1967. Closed out by 1969 in the Animal Kingdom and Woodland collection. I've got a bid of 50, would go 60, please. $50 once. I've got a bid of $50, but you can jump in and
60.
take it. For now, 60 would go 70. I've got a bid of $60, looking for $70
70.
for advance. And this is, of course, as you can see, just very realistic looking, very playful looking, and a favorite amongst both cat lovers and collectors. $80 my bid now, 80 would go 90. I've got
90.
a bid of $90 now, 90 would go 100, please. Now $90, any advance from 90 to 100. There's 100, thank you. Now 100 would go 110, please. I'm looking for 110 to advance. Any interest at 110 on the floor?
Yep.
I've got a bit of 110, thank you, Yulia. Now 110 would go 120. This is Hallmark design number 639,
Yep.
including all the correct back stamp details on it. 120 now would go 130, please.
Yep.
I've got 130, would it go 140? $130 my bid. You can jump in and take it to $140. Do I
140.
hear 140 from you? Now 140, thank you, would it go 150? I have a bid of 150, thank you, would it go 160? Now $150, you can still jump in and take it to 160 though. $150 is my bid. Do I hear $160 from you? $150 going once. We have 150, but you can still jump on in and take it for 160. Any interest at $160, now will be the time for you to do it. $150 twice, and we'll sell it for 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. Lot 674, you got a Cebus Porcelain Hamlet sculpture produced in 1965 in a limited edition of 500. I got a bid of 225, would it go 250?
Yep.
Now 250, would it go 275? There's 275, would it go 3? I've got a bid of $275
300.
for 3. There's 3, would it go 325? Now 325, would it go 350? We have a bid of $325, looking for $350.
350.
This is number 260 in that edition of 500. 375 is my bid, would it go 4? I've got $375. Now 4, would it go 425? Now 425, would it go 450? I've
Yep.
got a bit of 450, thank you, would it go 470? Now 475, would it go 5? Now $475, looking for $500 to advance. Will you take me to 500, please? 475 is my bid. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him, Horatio. 475 is my bid. Any advance from 475 to 5, now's the time for you to do it. 475 is our bid going once. We have 475, but you can still jump in and take me to $500. Will you take me to 500? 475 going twice. Let's sell it for 475. Bidder 1105. And I believe in a few minutes, Stephen, will we be taking a break in a few minutes, or? Just to give you a heads up so that you know, for our viewers at home, we're going to be taking a short break in just a minute right after this next lot, give you an opportunity to regroup, and then we'll come back with more. Right now, lot 675, this is the Conductor's Hands sculpture, hand-created and issued in 1967, only 250 pieces, and this was a sold-out edition of 70. This one here is number 243 in that edition of 250. Right now, I have a bid of $100. I'm looking for 110 to advance, please. Now $100. Any advance from 1 to 110? Any interest at 110 on the floor? All right. Oh, I have 110. Thank you so much. So now 110 would go 120. I have a bid of $110, looking for $120 to advance. 110 is my bid on the floor, going once from the gentleman. Now 110, you can still jump in and take it for 120. 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to the gentleman, bidder number 5013. Thank you so much, sir. And on that note, we will take a very short break and come back with more of our Lion and Unicorn Exceptional Selections Part 3 auction. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Welcome back, bidders. This is Stephen Kozlowski taking the gavel over for Cliff for the next hour or so. And we are picking it up with our lot number 676, which is a porcelain Narcissus floral sculpture from 1968. We're currently at 60 with our live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 70 to advance. I got 60 on the table. Do I have 70 for our sculpture here? Again, standing at 12 inches in height. Limited edition number 500 out of the edition. This is number 391. We're at 60, currently at 60, looking for 70 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 70? 60 is with our live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 70 to advance. It's going to go home with our live auctioneer's bidder unless I get a competing bid right now for 70. Do I have that 70? Holding out for 70. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder of 70. Last call, last chance for that 70. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to live auctioneers for 60 and sold for 60 to live auctioneers. Bidder are Doves of Peace from 1957, another rare piece from the artisans of this particular studio, the turtle doves from the Birds and Flower collection, number 172 out of an edition of 500. We are currently at 100, looking for 110, looking for 120 now to compete. Gorgeous, gorgeous Doves of Peace. We've had a nice peace theme today with a few dove and peace themed sculptures. We're at 110, looking for 120. 110 is where the live auctioneer's bidder. Looking for 120. 120 competes. 120 in the lead right now. Looking for 130 now to advance.
Yep.
Can I advance to 130? Thank you. I've got 130. I see 130 right there. Looking for 140 to advance for our Doves of Peace from 1957. Introduced first in 1957, sold out, closeout edition by 1970, 500 of them issued. We are at 130. 130 is with the live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 140 to advance. 130, it's going to go home right now with the highest bidder. Right now, that's a live auctioneer's bidder at 130. Do I have a competing bidder at 140? Fair warning, still looking for that 140 though. Last call, last chance for 140. Hammers up. Live auctioneers gets it for 130, going home with them today. This is a gorgeous piece here. This is a Gragnet heading south, South Canadian geese sculpture from 1970. Hunchensruther, getting tongue-tied here. And this is a fantastic piece here. This is an edition of 30. This is number 33 in the edition, or no, this is the edition of 33. No, I'm sorry, number 33 out of 300, issued in 1970. Gorgeous piece here of these Canadian geese heading south, and we are at 300 with our eye collector bidder right now. Do I have a competing bid? This is a limited edition at 300 with these Canadian geese here. And our Canada bidders here, our northern bidders, we're at 300, looking for 325 to advance. So I have an advance at 325. Currently with our eye collector bidder, looking to advance to 325. Line number 679. Line number 679 is a safe-at-home pintail ducks sculpture from 1970, and this is a beautiful contemporary contemporary artist, dedicated his life to the study of wildlife. We are at 180. 16 inches in height here. Gorgeous piece here. This duck, the pintail duck in flight here. Again, look at how it connects to the sculpture itself to look like the duck is frozen in its flying state. We are at 180. 180 with live auctioneers, looking for 190 to advance. 190 advancing. There we go. 190. 200 advancing, taking that lead, looking for 225. Can I go to 225? Again, this is a really gorgeous, perfect for a study, for your library, for anywhere in your home, really. This is a just fantastic piece, limited edition at 350, 183 out of that edition. We're currently at 300, looking for 325 to advance. Can I get a 325? Can I get a 325? Looking for 325 to advance. We're at 300 with our live auctioneers. Better live auctioneers holds it at 300, looking for 325. Holding for 325. Again, excellent sculpture here with our pintail ducks here. One captured, frozen mid-flight. Really astounding sculptural achievement here. Looking for 325. 300 is going to go home with our highest bidder right now, which is right now our live auctioneer's bidder for 300. Fair warning, if you want to compete or have a shot, bid your 325 right now. Last call, last chance for that 325. Hammers up. I'm selling it. Sold for $300 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Our next is a bronze Art Deco wall mirror. I'm looking at it right now across the room. Limited edition from 1987. coal-painted bronze, created by the renowned father of Art Deco, the artist Erte. This is a spectacular piece, and 29 3/4 inches by 16 1/4. We're at 14, looking for 15 to advance. 14 on the table, looking for 15, 15 advancing, looking for 16, I'm looking for 16. Holding
Yep.
at 15, 16, looking for 17, can I advance to 17? 16 is with,
17,
17 is with,
invaluable.
invaluable, 17 is with invaluable,
18.
looking for 18, 18 advancing, looking for 19.
Yep.
19 advancing, 19 in the lead. How about 2,000? Let's go to 2,000. I know we're going to get there. So
Two.
the edition size, numbered edition, number 25 out of 275 in the world from Erte. We're at 2,000, 3,000 in the back, looking for 3,100. We have 3,000 on the phones, looking for 3,100.
31.
31 has advanced, 35 has advanced. So in the back here, we're jumping to 35. How about 36? We're at 35, looking for 36. 35, looking for 36. Can I advance to 36?
36,
36 advancing, looking for 37. 37 right there, looking for 38. I've got 37 looking for 38.
38.
Very good condition. This is 275 numbered, 25 artist proofs. This is edition number 98. We're at 38, looking for 39. I
39,
have 39, 39 looking for 4,000. 4,000 advancing, looking for 4,100. 4,100. 4,100. Looking for 4,100.
41,
41 has been bid. Platform, invaluable. Looking for 42 now. We're at 42 in the back, looking for 4,300. Looking for 4,300. I got 4,200, 4,300. How about 4,400? Looking for 4,500. Again, worth it. This is a fantastic piece.
45.
We're at 45, looking for 46. 45 on the table, looking for 46 to advance for our Erte mirror here.
Yep.
The father of Art Deco. 46 advancing. How about 47 in the back? Do I have 47 in the back? Looking for 47.
47.
47 on the platforms with Invaluable. Invaluable is in the lead on this one at 47. It's going home right now. It's going home with our bidder. That's a top bidder right now, which is Invaluable. Do I have a bid? Looking for 48. I have 48 in the floor here, looking for 49 now. I have 48 on the floor, 48. Our floor
49.
bidders in the lead. 49. The platform's in the lead. Do I have 5,000? I have 5,000 on the floor, 5,000 in the lead. We're at 5,000 in the lead. Looking for 5 1/4. 5,000. Our floor bidder is in the lead right now. Is going to take it home unless I got 5 1/4 to advance. Do I have that advance? A 5 1/4 for this Erte Art Deco limited edition mirror from
Yep.
1987. 5 1/4 has been bid. Do I have 5 1/2? 5 1/2 right there. Thank you. Looking for 5 3/4. I have 5 1/2 on the floor. Our floor bidder is in the lead. Our floor bidder is going to take it home unless I got 5 3/4 right now. 5 3/4 is what I'm looking for to keep the bidding going. 5,750 is what I need to keep the bidding open on this lot, or else we're going to start closing it down. Fair warning, I'm still looking for a bidder at 5 3/4 to advance. It's with our floor bidder right now at 5 1/2. Last call, last chance for 5 3/4. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to our floor bidder. 5,500 going home with our floor bidder. 5,013. Congratulations! What a fantastic addition to your collection. Lot number
Steven,
681.
what was the bidder number?
I'm sorry, the bidder number 5013.
Thank you.
All right, lot number 681. Speaking of Erte, we have an Erte Silk Scarf Opera Box Art Deco 36-inch square vintage piece here, multicolors. Look at this Art Deco design here. $50 on the table, looking for 60 to advance. I got 50 on the table. How about 60 to advance? This is an Erte Opera Box Scarf. I have 60 in the back here, looking for 70. I have 60 on the floor, looking for 70 for our opera scarf here. 60 on the floor, looking for 70 to advance. Do I have an advance of 70? 60 holding, looking for 70 to advance. 70 in the floor here, looking for 80. 80 in the floor, looking for 90. Do I have 90? I've got 80 in the back here, looking for 90. 80 in the back, looking for 90. Do I have 90? I'm at 80, looking for 90. 80 is with the gentleman in the back. Do I have a $90 bid here in the front?
What do you need?
90. Yes. 90 has been bid. How about 100? 100 in the back here, looking for 110. We're at 100 with the bidder in the back, looking for 110. Do I have 110? I do have 110. Do I have 120? I do have 120, looking for 130 to advance. I'm looking for 130. I've got 120. Do I have 130? I do have 130. Do I have 140? I have 140 in the back, looking for 150. I do have 150 to compete at 160. 160 takes in the back, looking for 170. 170 advancing. Do 180. Do I have 180? I do have 180, looking for 190. Do I have 190? Thank you. Looking at 190, 200. I do have 200. Thank you. How about 225? Out of 225? We're at 200, looking for 225. Going to give you a chance to think about it. Or bidders out there, 225 has been bid. Do I have 250? Out in the back at 250. We're at 225 holding for our platform bidders out there looking for 250 to advance. If there's another advance out there, Fair warning, still looking for a bidder. It's with our floor bidder here in the front for $225. Fair warning, still looking for $250 to advance. If I have a $250 bid, now is the time to do it. Fair warning for $250. All right, fair warning. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our floor bidder here for $225. Hammers up. Sold for $225 to our bidder at $5013. Congratulations. Well done. Next up, this is an autographed first edition hardcover book, Erte, My Life, My Art. An autobiography by Erte. We are at 200, looking for 225 to advance. Again, autographed.
225.
225. First edition, 250 is where I need to go. First edition autographed autobiography by Erte. This is in a slipcased edition, rare version here. We are at 225. Do I have 250? 225 is with our live auctioneer's bidder. Do I have a floor bid? Do I have a bid of 250 to compete? 225, 250, 250 on the floor. Thank you. How about 275? 250 on the floor is in the lead right here with this gentleman looking for 275 to advance. Do I have the advance of 275 for our autographed first edition hardcover book, limited for autobiography by Erte? Currently at 250, looking for 275 to advance. Do I have the advance of 275? Currently at 250, looking for 275. Looking for 275. All right, fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 275. Last call, last chance, last opportunity for that 275. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Sold for 250 to our bidder, 5013. Congratulations. All right, we have an Erte humidor box, white tie, this prototype with 20 cigars from 1996. And this is the image of the white tie in the front of the 1996 Erte Lonsdale cigars. This is extremely rare and intact. It has the cigars in place. We are at 200, looking for 225 to advance. 200, looking for 225. Do I have a bidder? Do I have a bidder for 225? 225, looking for 225. 200 is with iCollector, looking for 225 to advance. I've got 200, looking for 225, looking for that 225. Again, you don't see this come up that often at all, to have this special packaging from the celebrated artist with the cigars intact, all the original packaging from 1996. There's got to be a collector out there that is going to want to add this to their collection. It's a great opportunity. This humidor box, white tie prototype. There we go. 225 has been bid. Which platform? Lion and Unicorn. There we go. Lion and Unicorn has stepped up. That bidder wants that in their collection, and I can understand why. 250 advancing to compete. Now we have a competing bid of 250. How about 275? Let's go to 275. I'm at 250, looking for 275 to compete. 250 is also with Lion and Unicorn.
275.
275 advancing. How about 300? Let's go to 300. We're at 275. Again, really rare opportunity to have this intact in the packaging from 1996 with the cigars here in there, in the packaging. Again, from the archives in the collection of the Revan Galleries with Gwen Reasoner. We are at 275, 300, 300 advancing, 325. 325 is where I need to go. 325 is where I need to go at. 300, looking for 325. Holding at 300, 300 is with the Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 325. Looking at 325, holding at 300, looking at 325. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 325 for this exceptional addition to your collection. Last call, last chance though. I'm going to sell it for our Lion Unicorn bidder for 300. And sold to Lion and Unicorn's bidder for 300. Congratulations. All right. Next up, we have two Erte Three Graces and letter L handkerchiefs, Art Deco style here. Highly fashionable Art Deco images, very chic from the archival collection, the Three Graces and the letter L. Perfect for your night out, to have a night out of style. Night out with style, we're at 275. 275, looking for 300 to advance. This is perfect to wear and to bring with you for a night out at the theater, at the opera. We're at 275, looking for 300, or gala. We are at 275, looking for 300. 275 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder. 300 is where I need to go. Do I have that 300? Fair warning for 300. Last call, last chance, and last opportunity for our two handkerchiefs, Art Deco handkerchiefs from Erte at 300. All right. Sold for 275 to our bidder, Lion Unicorn. Congratulations. We have a Royal Worcester Mischief figurine. This is a prototype of a Frida Dowdy. This is a rare 2914 from the Royal Worcester Studio. Mischief child figurine, and this for the regular children's series edition. And we are looking for, we have an opening bid here, looking for an opening bid of 50. We're an opening bid of 50. This is a rare edition here, signed and there, signed by the artist. Prototype, it's a prototype model, meaning that it's outside of the edition. It's a prototype made in order to build and get ready for those additions. Perfect addition for your Royal Worcester collection. All right, 686. Moving right along, we have Royal Worcester September Child figurine by Dowdy. This is 1958. And it's from the children's series from the months of the year figurines. Looking for an opening bid of 50. And again, if you're the opening bid and there's no competing bid, you're likely to take this home to add it to your collection. Think of that. I'm a September child. I was born in September is a perfect gift for somebody who you know who's born in September, for example. We are looking for an opening bid of 50. If there's no competing bid, you're going to take it home at 50. Looking for somebody who's got ties or knows somebody who's born in September. There we go. Lot number 687. Our Royal Worcester Pink Rose with Long Stem, 1972. Nice a piece of fine bone china here, with delicate rose petals. Gorgeous piece, just long stem here with the thorns. Really realistic, delicate piece. Valentine's Day is next month. Give a rose that won't fade or wither or drop its petals. This is perfect gift for Valentine's Day. $50. And again, if there's no competing bid, you're going to take it home for just $50. Do I have a bidder? Do I have a bidder who's looking to buy ahead for Valentine's Day? This is perfect gift. Going once, last opportunity. All right.
Yep, 50.
Here we go. 50, there we go. I knew you were out there. That's a smart buy. We're looking for 60 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 60? Fair warning for 60. Last call, last chance for 60. Hammers up. Selling it to our opening bidder for $50 at Lion Unicorn's platform. Perfect Valentine's Day gift. Well done. This is lot number 688. This is August Child from Dowdy from Royal Worcester, part of the months of the year figurines. Earlier was September, now is August. Beautifully done too, by the way. $50 is where we are at. Do I have a competing bid of 60? Looking for 60. I got 50. 50 is within valuable. They're taking this one home unless I get 60 to advance. Fair warning for 60. Last call, last chance for 60. Hammers up. And sold for $50, going home with our invaluable bidder today. I like this. I really love this Royal Worcester pattern here. This on this pastry dish, this Evesham pastry dish pattern with the plums, the fruit on this. Love this particular pattern. Looking for an opening bid of just 30. Looking for an opening bid of just 30 for this really lovely Evesham Royal Worcester pattern on this
30.
pastry dish. We have 30. There's 30. Do you have a competing bid of 40? I've got my opening bid. Opening bid with Lion Unicorn. Looking for 40 to compete. Any competing bids out there? All right, fair warning, still looking for 40. Last call, last chance for our pastry dish at 40. Hammers up and sold for 30 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Eddie Hibble, this is an original oil and pastel, women and children. This is an artist proof, signed with frame here from the celebrated artist, known for her love of life and people and the world that is her truth. This is a nice piece of original art here and signed by the artist and framed. We're at $225, looking for $250 to advance. $225 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder, looking for $250 to advance. This is 18 inches by 15 inches. 1980s is when it was done. And she is a pretty intense painter. Everything she does is intensely personal, with real substance in her work as the idea she has of the world. Dreams of perfection and the harmony of mankind with itself and nature, as you see this looks like a family moving through the reeds of a river. We're at $225, looking for $250 to advance. $225, looking for $250. Fair warning for that $250. This is your opportunity. Last call, last chance for $250. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for $225. Sold for $225 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Our next Eddie Hibble, this is an original AP, an oil porcelain plate, shadow boxed with frame, already boxed and framed for you. This is a unique piece by the celebrated artist Eddie Hibble, and hand created and painted on porcelain. This is an artist proof. This is currently looking for an opening bid of just 50. Mother and child here. Mother's Day is going to be here too soon. This is a perfect gift for somebody as well. That's the mother in your life. We're at 50, looking for 50. Do I have an opening bid of 50? And again, if you're the opening bid and there's no competing bid, which it looks like that's going to happen, you could take this home for just $50. Looking for that opening bid. Somebody who's planning ahead for Mother's Day. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to lot number 700. Or I'm sorry, 692. Whoops. getting ahead of myself. This is another Edna Hibbel here. This is Shang-Chi Mother and Baby with frame, limited edition here. A limited edition original serigraph hand signed by the artist. We're currently at 50. Looking for 62 advance. I got 50 with our invaluable bidder. Looking for 62 advance. Again, Mother and Baby with gold frame. Perfect for Mother's Day. Our invaluable bidder knows it because they're currently at 50. Looking for 62 advance. Do I have an advance of 60? Holding at 50. It's going to go home with our invaluable bidder at 50. Unless they got that competing bid. Who wants to put their hat in the ring to bring this home and give it to their mother for Mother's Day? Fair warning for 60. Last call, last chance for that 60. Hammers up. Sold for $50 to our invaluable bidder. Our next Edna Hibbel is a porcelain piece. This is Angelica with the doves figurine. Look how nice and delicate this particular piece is. Angelica with doves. String of pearls featuring an angelic child barefooted with a pink and purple bonnet and that dove. Really a lovely piece. Looking for an opening bid. Who's going to be my opening bid of just $30 for our Angelica with doves. And again, we've had a good amount of doves today. Nice peace and world peace theme, global peace theme. This continues it. This nice, very delicate dove that this little girl was holding with her rosy cheeks. Perfect piece, just 30. No competing bids. Sounds like you could take it home for just 30. Last chance, last opportunity. Line number 694. It's a piece of connoisseur porcelain. This is a rose sculpture from Edna Hibbel. Look at the delicate petals on there and the details in the leaves. This is an exceptional piece. Issued in 1989, limited edition at 200, very small edition. This is number 21, signed and numbered of this edition. It's museum quality porcelain here. This is exceptional detail, exceptional craftsmanship. We're at 600 with eye collector, looking for a bidder at 650. Again, signed, stated, low number in the edition, low edition to begin with. Beautiful composition, nice addition to, again, if you're looking for a Valentine's Day gift coming up, perfect opportunity here to give a rose that is not going to fade. This is going to last forever, just like your love on Valentine's Day. Looking for 600. All right, lot number 695. Another piece of connoisseur porcelain. This is a Bengal tiger sculpture. This is a museum quality rare piece and edition of 25. This is a very small edition and 31 inches in length. I'm looking at it across the floor here. Max, do I have the tape measure? I'm looking at it across the floor. It is huge. And so I'm trying to give you, I wanted to give you we're at 3,000, looking for 3,100 to advance. It's 31 inches in length. It is an exceptional piece. We're at 3,000, looking for 3,100 to advance. 31 has advanced, looking for 32.
32.
32 advancing, looking for 33. 33 on the table, looking for 3,400. We're at 33, looking for 3,400, 31 inches in length. 34 has been bid, so I can't even have. I don't know if it fit in the window all the way here. This is just the length of it. That's the length, and then 21 inches in height. So that's the length by. Oops, we're at 3,600 by this. I mean,
37.
that's huge. Talk about a statement piece for your library, for your study, for your office. We're at 38, look 39, looking for 4,000. Do I have 4,000? Looking for 4,100. 4,000, looking for 4,100. I'm sure it's out there. This is an exceptional piece of china, hand decorated, low edition, issued in 2005. The details on it are exceptional. We're at edition of only 25 of this regal tiger, Bengal tiger in its pose here. Look at that pose with the arm up in the air. We are at 4,000, looking for 4,100. 4,000, looking for 4,100. Do I have?
41.
41 on the platform with Lion and Unicorn, looking for 42 to advance. I got 4,100 Lion and Unicorn platform, looking for 42 to advance. Looking to advance to 42. I got 4,100, looking for 42. Museum quality piece, low edition number here. This is a exceptionally beautiful and large and jaw-dropping piece. You will get, everybody is going to come into your house and look at this and ask questions about it because it is a statement piece. We're at 4,200, looking for 43 to advance. 42 on the table, looking for 43. Do I have a bidder at 43 to advance? And I'm looking at right across the room. It stands out. It stands out as a piece. We're at 4,200, looking for 43. Do I have 43? Holding at 42, looking for 43. Holding at 42 with our phone bidder, looking for 43 to advance. Holding at
43.
43 has advanced. 43 on line and unicorn has been bid. Looking for 44. 44 on the table over here, looking for 4,500. Looking for 4,500 again. You can see the details, even in the design and the articulation of the fur of this Bengal tiger. It is gorgeous. Hard to believe that it's China. Bone china to begin with, really, really beautiful bone china. The detail and the craftsmanship of this are exquisite. 4,400 is where we are at, looking for 45 to advance. Do I have that competing bid of 4,500? I think I do. Line unicorn bidder out there, 4,500. Do I have that 4,500? Rare piece, museum quality, gorgeous piece. You got to get
45.
4,500 has been bid. Looking for 4,600 to advance. Do I have 46? I got 4,500 on the table with line unicorn. Do I have 46? Looking for 46. 4,500, looking for 46. Looking to compete at 46. Do I have 46? I got line and unicorn with 4,500. Do I have 46 to advance? Looking for an advance of 46. 4,500, looking for 46. All right. Now, just so you know, what's going to go home with line and unicorn, we're going to drop the hammer on this at 4,500 unless I get a competing bid of 46. Are you going to lose this opportunity at 4,600? Do I have a bidder at 46? Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 4,600 for our gorgeous Royal Bengal tiger sculpture, museum quality. Last call, last chance for 4,600. I'm going to drop it, and we're going to sell it to our line and unicorn bidder for 4,500. Sold for 4,500. Well done, Lion and Unicorn bidder. Congratulations. All right, this is a connoisseur piece of porcelain Eskimo boy sled with dog team prototype. Prototype version again. This is an artist-proof model sculpture, part of the AP prototype for the regular edition, and it was a small edition of just 15. 38 inches. This is actually bigger than the tiger. We're at 4,200, looking for 43, and look at the details on this with the dogs,
Yep.
with the sled, the movement of this particular piece. It is an action piece. We're at 44, looking for 45 to advance. I got 44, looking for 45. 4,400,
45.
45 on the platforms, looking for 46 to have 46. 46 in the advancing, like there, looking for 47. Our sled boy with the sled dog, with the dog team and sled. We're at 47, looking for 48. 47 on the table, looking for 4,800 to advance. 5,000 has been bid. Do I have a competing bid of 5.25? We're at 5,000. Looking for 5.25 for our prototype. Again, small edition when they actually ran the edition of only 15, but this is the artist-proof prototype ahead of the edition. Really special piece for a very limited edition, this sculpture. Only 15, issued in 1988. We're at 5,000, looking for 5.25 to advance. Do I have 5.25? 5,000. 5.25 has been bid. 5.25 where? Lion and unicorn. Lion and unicorn, 5.25, 5.5 right there, looking for 5.75. We have 5.5, looking for 5.75. Do I have 5.75? Holding at 5.5, looking for 5.75 to advance. Again, museum quality piece here is prototype. Excellent piece here. Look at the details. We're at 5.5, looking for 5.75. 5.5 in the back, looking for 5.75. 5.5, looking for 5.75 to advance.
Yep.
I have 5.75 in the platforms. 6 in the back has been bid. We're at 6, looking for 6.25. Do I have 6.25? I have 6,000. 6,000 has been bid. Looking for 6.25 to continue here. Do I have a bidder at 6.25? Again, excellent piece here. Again, bigger than the tiger, 38 inches in length. This is a gorgeous piece. 6,000 is where I'm at with our bidder in the back, looking for 6.25. Looking for 6.25. Do I have that 6.25? Platform bidders looking for that 6.25. We're at 6,000, looking for 6.25. 6,000, looking for 6.25. Do I have? Give me a extra time to think about it because it is such an unusual and interesting piece. Add it to your collection. Just 15 in the regular edition, but this is the artist proof outside of the edition that was made to make the edition. We're at 6,000, looking for 6.25. Last chance to bid that 6.25. Last opportunity. All right. Lot number 697. This is a original floral painting with a shadow box frame. This is a connoisseur porcelain original floral study with custom brushed gold finish and ebony edge. Really original. It's an original painting, hand painted on glazed panel by one of the celebrated master artists, Frida Griffiths. One of a kind. This is one of one. Again, when we get to these one of ones, it's not just a collectible. This is a work of art. In this particular piece, thank you. This is 5,000. We're at 5,000, looking for 5.25. We're at 5,000, looking for 5.25 for our one of one piece here. 5,000, looking for 5 1/4. Lot number 698. We have a barn owl from Connoisseur Porcelain. This is a barn owl with young sculpture. This is a prototype, again, prototype AP from 1997. 12 3/4 inches in height of a mother barn owl standing beside her fledgling. Look at the details. I know we've got lots of people who love and collect owls. This is an exceptional example to add to your collection from the artisans of Connoisseur. And this was the AP prototype for that run. We are at 1,500, looking for 16 to advance. I got 15, looking for 16. 15 is with Eye Collector, looking for 16 to advance. Holding at 15, looking for 16. Do I have an advance on 16? Holding at 15, looking for 16. Lot number 699. This is again, I can see it from in the back here. This is another gorgeous statement piece, hand-created, hand-painted by the artist of Connoisseur, featuring the bongo and young sculpture with the wood base. This is based on the field study of the bongos in Kenya. This was an endangered species, no longer an endangered species because of the work from people who have worked very hard to save these species. But this is a perfect study example here. Standing at 24 inches in height, 2 feet in height, 20 inches in length, almost 2 feet in length. It is, I can see it in the back in the distance, a gorgeous, absolutely stunning piece. We're at 1,400 with our live auctioneer's bidder. Looking for 15 to advance.
Yep.
Who's going to advance to 15? I got 15 right here, looking for 16 to advance to 16.
Yep.
Holding at 15, 16, looking for 17, can advance to 17. 16 on the table, looking for 17 to advance. This is recognized as some of the finest in the world. This is a
17?
group of skilled artisan technicians. We're at 17, looking for 18. This is an artist proof that was done, again, as a study for the run that eventually came. This is issued in 2005. We're at 1,700, looking for 18 for this fantastic sculpture. Live Auctioneers has it. Do I have 18? Looking for 18. Do I have 18 to advance? I do have 18 on the floor. Thank you. Looking for 19. 18 on the floor. Looking for 19 to advance. 18 on the floor with the gentleman. Looking for 19. Do I have a competing bid of 19 for this exceptional
19.
sculpture? 19 has been bid. Do I have 2,000? I do have 2,000. Thank you. Looking for 2,100 now. 2,000 on the table with our floor bidder. Looking for 21 to advance. Can I go to 21? We're at 2,000. Looking for 2,100. I got 2,000 on the floor. Looking for 21. Again, this is 2 feet in height with those antlers and almost 2 feet in length. Gorgeous piece, signed, artist proof on the underside. We are at 2,000 with our floor bidder, looking for 21. Do I have a competing bid of 21? Do I have a competing bid of 21? Fair warning, still looking for a competing bid of 21, but it's going to go home today with our floor bidder at 2,000. Last call, last chance for that 2,100. 21 has been bid. Do I have 22? I do have 22. 22. Floor bidder is still in the lead at 22, looking for 23 to advance. I got 22 with the floor bidder, looking for 23 to advance. Do I have that advance at 23? Holding at 22 with our floor bidder.
Yep.
Looking for 23, 23 advance. Do I have 24? 24 has advanced now, still with our floor bidder at 24. Can I go to 25? 25 to advance? What say you, platform bidders, the live auctioneers? Platform bidder, live auctioneers, we're looking for 25 to keep the bidding going. Do you want to bid 25? We're at 24 with our floor bidder. It's going to go home. The hammer's going to drop with our floor bidder unless I get that 25. Fair warning for 25. 25 has been bid. Do I have 26? I do have 26. Floor bidder comes back at 26. We're looking for 27 now. Can I go to 27? Looking for that 27. We're at 26 with our floor bidder, 2,600 for our artist proof here, the sculpture, the bungo with Young, this connoisseur piece, gorgeous. Looking for 2,700, holding at 26. Fair warning for that 2,700 to advance. It's going home with our live, with our home bidder here, our floor bidder here at 2,600. Otherwise, last call, last chance. I'm going to sell it to our floor bidder at 2,600. Hammers up. Sold for 2,600. Congratulations to bidder number 5013. Well done. Fantastic. Our next quarter.
Would you repeat the bidder number?
5013. Really, really, really fantastic piece. This is a lot number 700 here is a Connoisseur Porcelain masterpiece, pink rose prototype model, AP rare. Again, we've got so many opportunities for prototypes and APs today. Such a great opportunity, and this adds to that with this gorgeous hand-created fine bone china pink rose prototype. Look at the detail on this. It is just exceptional. The colors of the inner petals, everything about it. We're currently at 800 with Eye Collector, looking for 850 to advance. So I have an advance of 850. This really is really just an exceptional sculpture here. And I'll show it to you I'm almost afraid to touch it. It feels like an actual rose. If you can see here. Look at that petals. I mean, just the delicate nature of that china. Oh my gosh. We're at 800, looking for 850. Do I have a bidder at 850? Do I have a competing bidder at 850? Looking for that 850. All right. Lot number 701. Missing a great opportunity, by the way. It's such a spectacular piece. Oh, I've seen something like this before. The Connoisseur Porcelain, the Winter's Rose Christmas centerpiece with their mistletoe and their flowers, just exceptional. We are looking for 5,000, looking for 5 1/4. We're at 5,000, looking for 5 1/4. This is 16 inches in length, this centerpiece. You want to be the envy of everybody during the holidays? Put this centerpiece on your table. It's a rare piece here from 1985. This is an edition. Only 25 exist in the world. This is number 2 of 25. This is an authentic real-life study of these botanical treasures here, these winter Christmas rose centerpiece. We are at 5,000, looking for 5 1/4. 5,000, looking for 5 1/4. 5,000 is with our eye collector. Looking for 5 1/4. Looking for 5 1/4. All right, lot number 702. Back to the roses here. We have Connoisseur Porcelain Premier Pink Rose Bud with stem prototype model again. Blessed to have so many of the APs and prototypes from the Gwen Reasoner archival collection at the Revine Galleries. This is one of them. Fantastic piece here, this rosebud with the stem. Again, prototype AP model that was done in preparation for the edition. We're at 170, looking for 180 to advance. 170 with?
Eye collector, 180.
180 is advancing with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 190. Do I have 190? I have 180, looking for 190. This is a really elegant piece here. Looking for 190. I've got 180 with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Looking for 190 to advance. Do I have the advance of 190? Holding at 180, looking for 190 to have a competing bid of 190. It's going to go home with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. If you want to compete for this piece, now's the time to do it. 190 is where I need to go to keep the bidding going. Do I have any bidders who want to compete for this piece at 190? Fair warning for 190. Last call, last chance for 190. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to our Lion and Unicorn bidder for 180. Sold for 180 to Lion and Unicorn's platform bidder. Well done. Our next petite rosebud sculpture, again, another prototype, artist proof here, this model from Connoisseur Porcelain is this gorgeous petite rosebud sculpture. Look at the petite, the bud there as it's starting to, getting ready to open. We're at 100, looking for 110. 100 is with eye collector, looking for 110. Do I have a bidder at 110? I got 100, 110 advancing, looking on Lion and Unicorn. 110 on Lion and Unicorn, looking for 120 to advance. 110 holding, looking for 120. Do I have 120? I've got 110, looking for 120. Holding at 110, looking for 120. Do I have the advance of 120? 110 with our Lion and Unicorn bidder, looking for 120. Fair warning. If you want to get in on this, it's going to sell at 110. This is your opportunity to jump in at 120. Fair warning for 120. Last call, last chance, last opportunity for this rosebud at 120. Sold for $110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Here is a really, really exceptional piece from Connoisseur Porcelain. This Atlantic Sunrise Sailfish Sculpture, limited edition. And here in South Florida, we love our sailfish. It is a key sport fish. There's two sailfish playing together on the Atlantic. 1995 is when the edition came out. This pair limited to only 50. This is 14 inches in height, 14 inches in length. This is number 3 out of an edition of 50. This is fantastic museum quality piece. Perfect for a study, perfect for your home. Oh, here it comes. This, I love this piece. We're at 1,100, looking for 12 to advance. 1,100, looking for 12 to advance. 12 advancing, taking the lead.
13.
13, looking for 14. Wait till you see this. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe sometimes this is porcelain. It's so delicately done and beautiful. Look at this. This would be a treasure this is perfect for Father's Day, by the way, if you want to plan ahead. Perfect for yourself, perfect for your study, perfect for your library, perfect for your office. We're at 1,300. 1,300 with live auctioneers looking for 14 to advance. I've got 13 looking for 14. Who wants to compete for 14 for our sunfish? Atlantic Sunrise Sun Sailfish Sculpture. Again, limited edition, only 25 or 50 in the world. This is number 3 out of that. 1,300 with our live auctioneers bidder looking for 14 to advance. Do I have that 14? 13, looking for 14. Do I have that 14? Holding at 13, looking for 14. Lot number, looking for
14.
14. Holding at, oh, we
15.
do have 14. 14 advancing, 15 advancing, looking for 16. 15 is with
Eye collector.
live auctioneers.
Eye collector. 16
collector,
with
15.
live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers, 15 with live auctioneers, 16
17.
advancing, looking for 17. 17 in advance. 17 advancing, looking for 18.
18.
18 advancing, looking for 19.
19.
19 on the table, looking for 2,000.
2,000.
2,000, 2,000, looking for 2,100.
Okay.
2,000 with our live auctioneers bidder. 2,000 with live auctioneers, looking for 2,100. Fair warning, do I have a bidder at 2,100? Who wants to compete for this? Last call, last chance for 2,100. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to live auctioneers. Bidder at 2,000. Last chance. All right. Sold for $2,000 to live auctioneers. Bidder, congratulations. All right, our next shadow box frame wall painting. This is Diane Lewis. This is Diane Lewis Chance. This orchid wall painting. Gorgeous piece here. 20 by 20 framed. This connoisseur of Malvern master artist. This is one of their paintings from their master artist. This bone china original composition of orchids on porcelain. 8,000 we're at 8 1/4. 8,000 looking for 8 1/4. 8,000 is with eye collector looking for 8 1/4 to advance. I got 8,000 looking for 8 1/4. Holding at 8 looking for 8 1/4. Lot number 706. The prototype model here. This is a Queen's Pink Rose from Connoisseur. Signed AP on the underside. Again, museum quality porcelains. This gorgeous prototype rose from Connoisseur. Looking for 300, we're currently at 1,000. Looking for 1,100 to advance. 1,112, looking for 13 to have 13. Holding at 12, looking for 13. 12 is with our lion and unicorn bidder. Do I have 13 to compete? I got 1,200 on the table, looking for 13 to advance. 1,200 for our prototype AP here from Connoisseur Porcelain. Gorgeous pink rose, Queen's Pink Rose. 1,200 with our lion and unicorn bidder, looking for 1,300 to advance. Do I have that 1,300? Holding at 12, looking for 13. Do I have 13? It's going to go home with our lion and unicorn bidder for 12 unless I get a competing bid right now at 13. Looking for 13. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 13. Last call, last chance for that 13. Hammers up, I'm going to sell it for 12. Sold for $1,200 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Congratulations. This is an iris from Connoisseur Porcelain. This iris floral sculpture, again, prototype AP. Beautifully done. 1997 is the issue here on this floral study of the iris. And it is 10 inches in height, 600, 700, looking for 750, looking for 800, do I have 800? 750 on the table, looking for 800 for our iris prototype model, the study of the iris flower here from 1997. 800 has been bid, 850 is where I need to go. This is 10 inches in height, gorgeous piece here. 800, looking for 10, 850, do I have 850? 800 is with our lion unicorn bidder. Do I have 850? 850 advancing. Do I have a competing bid of 900? Looking for that 900. 850 is where I'm at. 900 where I need to go. Prototype of the iris is a study, early floral study of the iris. Plenty of detail, plenty of skill and mastery into this particular piece. 850 is with our live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 900 to compete. Do I have a competing bidder of 900? It's going home with the highest bidder at this point. 900 has been bid. Now you're in the lead at 900. Do I have 950? 900 in the lead with our lion unicorn bidder. They're going to take it home unless I get the 950 right now for our iris sculpture AP prototype. 900 with our lion unicorn bidder. Do I have 950 with our live auctioneer's bidder? Do you want to come back at 950? This is your opportunity because it's going to go home with our lion and unicorn bidder at 900. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 950. Last call, last chance for that 950. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it for 900. Sold for $900 for a lion and unicorn bidder. Fantastic. This one too, this Serengeti 2 cheetah sculpture. Again, prototype AP from a limited edition at 25. This is a prototype of that limited edition. And this is 16 inches by 9 inches of this reclining Serengeti 2 cheetah. Gorgeous piece here. 3,100 is where I'm at, looking for 32, 32, looking for 33. Do I have 33? Here comes
33.
the cheetah. 33 advancing, looking for 34. 33 is with live auctioneers. Live auctioneers has got it in the lead at 3,300. It is detached, okay.
Yeah.
Look at this. Get it in the black background here. 3,500, looking for 34. Again, very small addition. And to begin with, There's only 25 in the edition, but this is an artist proof, so this was done as a study to prepare for the edition. Great opportunity to have this in your collection. We're at 3,500 live auctioneers looking for 36 to advance. Looking for 36 to advance. And again, issued in 1985. I'm at 3,500 looking for 36. 35 with live auctioneers looking for 36 to advance. Do I have that advance at 36? 3,500 holding, looking for 36 to advance. We're at live auctioneers at 3,500, looking for 36 to compete. Do I have a competing bid at 36? It's going to go home at this point with the highest bidder. So if you want to get in and have an opportunity to bid, now is the time. Speak now. 3,600. All right, fair warning, I'm still looking for a bidder at 3,600, or else I'm going to sell it to our live auctioneers bidder for 35. Last call, last chance, last opportunity for you to put your hat in the ring. Hammers up. 3,500 it is, going home with our live auctioneers bidder. Well done. All right. We have connoisseur porcelain melanistic jaguar sculptures set. This is, again, artist proof. A piece, two pieces of this particular sculpture, and issued in 2000. And we are... again, these are from authentic studies of real-life objects, or real-life jaguars here. This is a fantastic, nice kind of stoic piece here. We're at 2,500, looking for 26 to advance. I got 25, looking for 26. Perfect for your bookshelf, for your cabinet. Really, 2,600 has been bid. I got 26 on the table, 26 with our lion and unicorn bidder for the pair. This is a really, really immensely collectible pair. And really,
27.
2,700 has been bid. Look at, you know what? Pictures don't do them. I can't put it in the, they're going to disappear in the background. See, pictures, I don't think the pictures do complete justice. These are, you can see the details of the panther, the black, the pattern on the hide, just gorgeous. The eyes looking and peering and piercing through you. These are really, really fantastic pieces to add to your collection. We're at 2,700 with our lion and unicorn bidder. Looking for 28 to compete. 28 competes now, looking for 29. I got 28, looking for 29 to advance. Do I have an advance at 29? 2,800 on the table. Looking to compete at 29. Do I have a bidder at 29? 2,800 with our lion and unicorn bidder. Looking for 29 to advance. Do I have an advance at 29? Holding at 28, looking for 29. Looking for 29. I got 28 with our lion and unicorn bidder, looking for 29 to advance. Can I advance to 29? Holding at 28, looking for 29. It's going to go home at this point with the highest bidder, which is right now our lion and unicorn bidder. So if you want to get in and put your hat in the ring for our pair of jaguars here, these black jaguars, gorgeous, artist proof, looking for 29. Last chance, last opportunity to bid 29. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our lion unicorn bidder for 2,800. Last chance. All right. Sold for 2,800 to our lion unicorn bidder. Well done. Our next piece from Connoisseur Porcelain is an Arabian mare and foal sculpture on a wood plinth. This, again, nice, called Flight and Fancy from the Equestrian Studies. Vibrant with all the bugles of all wars through the ages. These are, these two, the mare and the foal are caught in motion, beautiful with the wind moving through the mane on the mare, the Arabian mare. This is 21 inches in length, 15 inches in height. Again, just vibrant. We are at 1,200. 13, looking for 14, do I have 14? 13 on the table, looking for 14, do I have 14? 13 on the table, looking for 14. Holding at 13, looking for 14. 13, looking for 14 to advance.
14.
14 advances, 14 with lion and unicorn. 15, looking for 15 now.
Yes.
15 advancing, looking for 16. Where are our equestrian collectors out there? I know we got a lot of them. We're at 15, looking for 16 to advance. 15 on the table, 16 to advance for this excellent edition of only 100. It's a retired and sold out edition. This is number 5 out of that 100 edition of the mare, Arabian mare and foal.
16.
16 advancing, 16 on the lead, 16 with the lion unicorn. How about 17 to compete? Looking for 17. Do I have a bidder at 17? Holding at 16. Looking for 17. Can I go to 17? Holding at 16, looking for 17. Do I have a bidder at 17? Looking for a bidder at 17. Holding at 16 with the lion unicorn bidder. Still need to go to 17. Do I have a bidder at 17? Do I have a bidder at 17? It's going to go home with the highest bidder right now. So if you want a chance to win it, you got to bid now. 1,700 where I need to keep the bidding going. Last chance, last opportunity, last call for 1,700. Otherwise, I'm going to sell it for 16. Fair warning for 16. Hammers up. Sold for 1,600 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Well done. Nick, if you want to come out, we'll take a 5-minute break in a second after this lot. We are at lot number 711. This is a connoisseur porcelain Siamese kitten. This is a white prototype model. It's a rare piece here of the Siamese kitten from Connoisseur from 2000, this AP. Really, really interesting piece. We have a ton of cat collectors out there, so this is perfect for that as well. We're at 850, 900, looking for 950 to advance. 950 to advance. Do I have that advance at 950? 900 is with Lion Unicorn's platform, looking for 950 to advance. Do I have that advance of 950? Holding at 900, looking for 950. 900 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder. Do I have 950 to advance? Holding at 900, looking for 950. It's going to go home with the highest bidder, so if you want a chance to have that kitten on your shelf at home and enjoy it, this AP piece, this white prototype Siamese kitten, last chance to bid, 950. Fair warning, still looking for 950. Last call, last chance for 950. Hammers up, I'm selling for 900. Going home for $900 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, give you a chance to stretch your legs, grab some tea, come back, and we're going to start with Popeye. When we come back, this connoisseur Popeye Omi spinach porcelain sculpture. And Cliff's going to take over for the next hour. All right, see you on the other end.
And welcome back to our third part of our weekend-long Lion and Unicorn auction. This is Exceptional Selections. We're back to lot number 712. It's a King Features connoisseur-produced Popeye Omi Spinach porcelain sculpture produced in 2006, handmade in a limited edition of only 300, hand-painted in fine bone porcelain and decorated by the porcelain artisans, and of course featuring the official authorization by Fleischer Studios, the original creators of Max Fleischer, the original creator of Popeye. I've got a bit of 110 now, 110, would you go 120, please? Now $110, looking for 120 to advance.
120.
Now 120, would you go 130, please? I have a bit of $120, looking for 130. Any interest on the floor? Now 130.
130.
Test 1, 2. Let me see if I can bring this up. Now 130, any advance from 130 to 140? This is a closed and sold out edition with the authentication back stamp to the underside and additional details as well. And you got Popeye there dressed in his sailor outfit. $130, any advance from 130 to 140? Any interest on the floor? $130 going once. We have a bid of 130, but you can still jump in and take it to 140. 130 twice. And let's take it to now 140, thank you. There's 140. Now 140, thank you. 140, what do you go? 150. I have a bit of $140, looking for $150 to advance. Any advance from 140
150.
I have 150, thank you. Now 150, would you go 160? I have a bid of $150, looking for 160. Thank you. I've got 160, thank you. Now 160, would you go 170? I have a bid of $160. Any advancement from 160 to 170? This is, I said, a closed, sold-out edition. I have 170 online. Looking for $180 to advance, please. Any advancement from 170 to 180? $170 is my online bid. I'm looking for 180 to advance. 170 going once. I have $170 twice. We'll sell for 170 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 713, we got a King Features connoisseur. This is Betty Boop. Red purse. Edition of only 300, signed and numbered. I've got a bid now. I've got 110 on the floor. Now 110, would you go 120? I have a bid of 120. Thank you. Now 120, would you go 130, please? I have a bid of $120. Any advance from 120 to 130? 130, thank you. Now 130, would you go 140?
140.
Now 140, would you go 150, please? I have a bid of $150. Thank you. Now 150, would it go 160? Now 160, would it go 170? 170, would it go 180, please?
180.
I've got 180, would it go 190? Now 180, I will leave for $190 to advance, please. Betty Boop, of course, created also by the Popeye creator Max Fleischer, a very ubiquitous character of the Depression era and long after that as well. $180 now is my bid. I'm looking for $190 to advance. Do I have any advance from 180 to 1? There's 190. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now 190.
200.
Looking for 2. I got 2. Would you go 225? Now 200. Any advance from 2 to 225? We have a $200 bid. Do I hear 225 from you, please? I've got a bid of $200. Looking for $225 to advance. 200 from our invaluable bidder. $200 our bid going once. We have 200. You can still jump in and take it to 225. Any interest on the floor at 225? 200 twice. We'll sell for 200 to our invaluable bidder. Thank you so much. Lot number 714, connoisseur Beetle Bailey. Sculpture Ace in the Hole. This depicting him and the General. It looks like General Half Track on the golf course, and the Beetle blowing a little bubble with the bubble gum. The world's laziest, most lovable work shirker. We got a $300 bid. I remember the cartoon when I was a kid. $300, any advance from 300 to 325. Hand-painted, fantastic figural group with the General and Beetle here. This is a sold-out edition. This is a limited edition of 300, which also included one AP, produced in 2007 in fine bone china. Additional information, including the authentic back stamp to the underside, and I've got a bid of 300, looking for 325 to advance. All right, so we on to lot number 715, Carl Barks, Lavender and Old Lace, a very, very special Disney sculpture in porcelain, Donald Duck and many other members of the Duck family based on the original Lavender and Old Lace, which was produced in 1953, featuring Daisy Duck, Grandma Duck, Donald, Uncle Scrooge McDuck, Gladstone Gander, others, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, with a wooden base and a lot of detailing to the back. I've got a bid now of $6,500, now 65, looking for $6,750 to advance. Now $6,500. Do I have any interest on the floor for $6,750? The characters
Yep.
are arranged as if they were at a photographer's studio, and it's based on the
Seven.
Carl Barks cover from 950 called the Duck Album from February of 1953. I have a bid of $7,000 right now. Now $7,000. This is a superb piece, museum quality, very rare, produced around 1992. The issue price back in 1992 was $31,000.
Yep.
This is a very, very unusual piece, museum quality, and very large and impressive. I've got a bid now of $7,500, now 75, looking for $7,750 to advance, please. Now 75, any advance for $7,750. Do I hear $7,750? Will you take me to $7,750? Any interest on the floor, please? I have a bid of $7,500 from Invaluable.
Live auctioneers.
I'm sorry, from Live Auctioneers, apologies. Our Live Auctioneers bidder has a bid of $7,500, looking for
$7,750.
Now $7,750, thank you. I've got $8,000, now $8,000. I'm looking for $8,250 to advance, please. Any advance from $8,000 to $8,250. Now $8,000. I'm looking for $8,250. Any interest on the floor? Any interest on the telephone or online? Now $8,000.
Yep.
Would it go $8,250? Now $8,250. Thank you, Yulia. Would it go $8,500? I've got a bid of $8,250. Looking for $8,500 to advance, please. All the family members there, the three in the front. You've got Huey,
Yep.
Dewey, and Louie. The rest of the family there, Grandma Duck, Uncle Scrooge, and others. $8,500 now. Looking for $8,750 to advance, please. I've got a bid of $85. Would it go $8,750, please? This is an artist proof based on the original Lavender and Old Lace that was produced in 1953. I've got a bid of $8,500. Looking for $8,750 to advance, please. Any interest at $8,750? I've got $8,750. Thank you so much, sir. Now $8,750. I've got a bid on the floor, $8,750. Looking for $9,000 to advance, please. Now $8,750. Do I hear $9,000? Any interest on the floor or online? I've got a bid of $8,750. Looking to advance to $9,000. The signature in gold ink by Carl Barks. And artist proof, copyright Walt Disney Company and AR with additional details on it. $8,750, looking for $9,000 to advance. Any increase to $8,750. We've got $8,750 is my bid going once. Now $8,750. You can still jump in and take it to $9,000. $8,750 is our bid going twice. $8,750 thrice, and we are going to sell it for $8,750. Thank you so much to bidder number 5013. Very nicely done. Thank you so much. Lot number 716.
What's the bidder number?
5013. 5013. Lot 716 is Connoisseur Porcelain Bengal Tiger Head sculpture. It's a bust prototype, artist proof, featuring the Bengal tiger head sculpture, large three-dimensional, as if for a wall mount AP prototype model with the signed AP Connoisseur 94 to the verso, and it is based on animal studies of the Big Cat series, fully hand-painted. Just a very, very impressive model, and a nice size too as well. Hand-painted, lots of detailing as well, and of course this comes from the archival collection of Revan Galleries and Dr. Gwendolyn Reesner. We have a bid now of $800. I've got $800. I'm looking for $850 to advance, please. Any advance from $8 to $850. Any interest on the floor? All right, so we want to line number 717.
$850.
I do have $850. We've got $850. Thank you. Now $850. Would it go $9? I've got a bid of $850. Looking for $9. Any interest at 900? Any interest on the floor? $850 our bid going once. We have 850, but you can still jump in and take it. Any interest at 850 twice? Let's sell for 850 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. Lot 717. We got a polar bear head sculpture, again, looking like a wall mounting, hand-painted by the Connoisseur Studio artists in the United Kingdom. This is the polar bear head in three-dimensional form for wall mount, based on polar bear studies. Very interesting piece with a lot of realism and details there, to the fur, to the open mouth with the teeth. It's $950 by bid now $950. Looking for $1,000 to advance, please. Now $950.
1,000.
I've got 1,000. Would it go 1,100, please? Now 11. Would it go 12? Fine detail. Hand-painted, lots of detailing.
Well-
You've also got all the specific sign with the AP96 on it, Connoisseur, all on the verse. So 1,300 is my bid now. 13 would go 14.
Yep.
I've got a bid of 14. Thank you. Now 14 would go 15. We have a bid of 1,400.
Yep.
I'm looking for the polar bear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. No, you're good. You're good. No, you're good. You're good. 1,500 would go 16. I've got a bid of 1,500. Looking for $1,600 to advance, please. Now 1,500. Any advance from 1,500? Do I hear 1,600 from you, please?
16.
Now 16, thank you. Would it go 17? We've got a bid of $1,600. Now 17, would it go 18, please? I've got a bid of $1,700. I'm looking for $1,800. Any advancement on the floor to $1,800, please? Now 18, thank you, Yulia. Now 18, would it go 19? I've got a bid of $1,800. I'm looking for $1,900 to advance. And I'll give you an idea of what this looks like. There we go. Here's our polar bear. And it is, you see the wall mounting, just a fantastic piece which will look really wonderful in any space. And just look at the realistic details to the open mouth, the tongue, the lips, the teeth, the inside of the mouth, the roof of the mouth, just absolutely exquisite. Thank you so much, Jeff. That is absolutely beautiful. $1,900 our bid. We've got $1,900. I'm looking to advance to $2,000, please. Any advance from $1,900 to $2,000? Now 19.
2,000.
I've got 2,000. Thank you so much, Julie. Now 2,000. Would you go 2,100, please?
Yep.
We've got 21. Would you go 22? I have a bid of $2,100. Looking for 2,200 to advance. Do I hear $2,200? Will you take me to 2,200, please?
Yep.
Now 2,200. Would you go 23? We have a bid of $2,200, please. I'm looking for now 23. Thank you so much, Julie. Now 23, go 24. I've got a bid of $2,300. I'm looking for $2,400 to advance. Any advance from 23 to 24? Now $2,300 from our live auctioneer platform bidder. Do I hear $2,400 from one of our
24.
alternate platforms? Now $2,400. Thank you, Julie. I got 24. Would you go 25? I have a bid of $2,400.
25.
Looking for 25. Now 25. Thank you. Would you go 26? We've got a bid of $2,500. Do I hear $2,600 to advance, please? Fully hand-painted in 3 dimensions.
26.
Lots of detailing, lots of excellent design details. $2,600. Would you go 2,700, please? I got 27. Would you go 28? Now $2,700. Would you go $2,800 to advance, please? Any advancement
28.
from 27? Now 28. Would you go 29? I've got a bid of $2,800. Over $2,900 to advance,
29.
please. There's 29. Would you go 3? I've got a bid of $2,900.
Yep.
For 3,000. Now 3. Would you go 31? Now $3,000. I'm looking for $3,100 to advance, please. Any advance from $3,000 to $3,100. Now's the time to do it. Do I hear $3,100
Yep.
from you? Thank you so much, Julie. Now 31 would go 32. We've got a bid of $3,100. Looking for $3,200 to advance. Do I hear $3,200 from you, please? Now $3,100. Any interest on the floor? I've got a bid of $3,100. I'm looking for $3,200. $3,100 on our live auctioneers platform. Do I hear $3,200? Any advance on $3,100? Now be the time to do it, please. I've got a bid of $3,100. Any interest on the floor at $3,200? $3,100 is our bid going once. I have a bid of 31, but you could still swoop on in and take it for 3,200. 31 twice. Let's sell it then for $3,100 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Thank you so much. Lot 718. It's a connoisseur porcelain Cape Buffalo head sculpture. This is a prototype and an artist proof, signed AP1, Connoisseur 2000 to the verso. Very, very lots of realistic, fine detailing of this buffalo head with the curving, water buffalo style horns. $3,200 is my bid now. Now 32. I'm looking for $3,300. This is one of the famous Big Five animals in 3 dimensions, all porcelain sculptures, hand painted with the additional details on it. I've got a bid now from our Lion and Unicorn bidder of $3,200, looking for $3,300 to advance. Any interest on the floor, please, at $3,300? I've got a bid of $3,200. Do I hear $3,300, please? Any interest at $3,300? Any interest on the floor at $3,300? $3,200 is our bid going once. Now $3,200. You still going to take it for $33. $32 twice. And we'll sell it for $3,200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot 719. Betty Griffith, celebrated artist of the connoisseur of Malvern Studios. We've got the Red Poppies, an original hand-painted on English fine bone china work, oval-shaped porcelain relief with a wonderful, very evocative of the British days of remembrance, symbolizing peace and recovery. I've got a bid of $700. This is a one-of-a-kind museum-quality piece produced in 2000 with all the appropriate markings on the back and also with a gold leaf frame. Very museum and studio quality. $700 is my bid right now. Now $700 would go $750. I've got a bid $700. I'm looking for $750 to advance, please. Do I hear $750 on the floor? Any interest at $750? Let's move on then to lot number 720. We've got a Betty Griffith's original porcelain painting, Red Strawberries, artist signed, produced for the Connoisseur of Malvern Group. Original on English fine bone china with excellent styling and detailing, and just a wonderful group. Produced in the year 2000, one of a kind and museum quality. I've got a bid of $500, looking for $550 to advance. Any interest on the floor, please? Any interest on the floor? All right, we'll move on to line number 721. It's a Phoenix Art Glass sculptured philodendron vase, rose shadow, produced in 1930. Phoenix Art Glass and the Sculptured Art Glass Group produced. This was a particular piece was produced through the 1950s in the philodendron pattern, also known as the philodendron pattern, a leaf pattern, about a little over 11 inches tall, and just a gorgeous and very striking piece with that russet background. $50, my bid now. 50 would it go 60. Any advance from 50 to 60 on the floor? $50 going once. Now 50, but you can jump in and take it to $60. 50 twice. We'll sell it for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 722, Royal Vienna porcelain cup and matching saucer in the blue beehive, late German Victorian by Royal Vienna studio artists. Floral motif with a very striking, rich, and pleasing pink ground, and additional details, including it looks like a portrait figure, a group of lovers there, possessing the blue beehive back stamp, and again from the Revan Galleries. Jump in to take it for $50. I got an 1890s is the provenance date on this. Looking for $50 to open the bidding. Any interest at 50? And you're still on the floor. All right, let's move on to line number 733. It's a Royal Crown Derby porcelain Titanic teacup and saucer relaunched pattern that marked the 100th anniversary of the ship's launch, produced around 2013 in the style of Louis XVI, with delicate gold-layered border and depicting the Royal Crown Derby marks and additional details. Jump in to take it for $50. Any interest at $50? Thank you so much. Now 50 would it go 60. I've got a bid of $50, looking for 60 to advance. Any advance from 50 to 60? $50 once. Now $50. Any interest online? $50 twice. Let's sell it for 50 to bidder number 7064. Thank you so much. Very nicely done. Lot number 724. We've got a Goebel Premier Porcelain Collie Dog sculpture, hand-painted by the Goebel Studios, featuring a large collie standing. I've got a bid now of $90, looking for $100 to advance. Now $90. Any advance from 90 to 100? I've got a bid of 90. Do I hear $100 on the floor? $90 going once?
100.
There's 100. Thank you, Yulia. Now 100 we go 110. We have a bid of $100, looking for $110 to advance. $100 going once. $100 twice. Let's sell for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 725, Global Porcelain Figural Group depicting the signing of the Declaration of Independence. You've got John Hancock, Samuel Adams, Benjamin Harrison, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Lynch. Beautiful, detailed, in a very pleasing white porcelain, and based on many historical drawings of that event. $70 my bid now. 70 would it go? 80. It's a really nice figural group depicting that historical event in American history. 100 would it go? 110, please. I've got a bit of $100 looking for 110 to advance. Now $100. Any advance from 100 to 110? $100 going once. We've got 100, but you could jump in to take it to 110. Any interest on the floor? 100 twice. Let's sell it for 100 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 726, Heron Hungarian porcelain floral Prontom wine jug from 2002, created by the celebrated artists of the Heron Studio in Hungary, and it's got the Prontom wine jug picture. I've got a bit of 475. Now, would it go 5? Now $475, looking for 500 to advance. Just a wonderful design with a scrolling handle and gilding. $550 my bid now. 5 now. 6 would it go? 650.
Yes.
I've got 650. Would it go? 7? Now $650 looking for $700 to advance. Please, there's 7 would it go? 750. Now 750 would it go? 8? I have a bit of $750 looking for $800 to advance. Please, 800 now. Thank you, Arthur. Now 8 would it go? 850.
Yep.
We've got 850. Thank you, Lynn. 850 would it go? 9. Now $850. Do I hear $900, please? I've got a bit of $850. I'm looking for $900. Do I hear $900 for me? Now $900. Thank you, Arthur. Now would it go? $950. We've got a bit of $900. I'm looking for $950.
$950.
Now $950. Thank you. Would it go? $1,000. We've got a bit of $950 online. I've got $1,000. Thank you so much. Now $1,000 would it go? $11. $1,000 a bid. I'm looking for $1,100. Now 11 would it go? $12. I have a bit of $1,100.
12.
There's 12. Would it go? 13. Now 13. Would it go? 14. I have a $1,300 bid. I'm looking for $1,400 to advance, please. Just absolutely exquisite, beautiful piece. Originally introduced back in the 1920s. It's got the original back stamps on it, and just a wonderful, wonderful, very exquisite piece. You could see this on the table of the Austrian, Hungarian Habsburgs. Although a much later creation, of course. $1,300 is my bid, but just absolutely stunning and exquisite with that gilding and the relief details. $1,300 going once. $1,300. Any advance from 13 to 14? 13 twice. We'll sell it for 13 to bidder.
1105.
Bidder number 1105. Lot 727, Heron Hungarian porcelain covered ginger jar with Food Dog finial, depicting with 24 karat gold accents, featured with the Food Dog to the top and a bunch of other fantastic Orientalist style details encircling the body. I've got a bid of $850, looking for $900 to advance. Now $850 from our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Would it go? 9? I have a bid of $850. Any interest at $900 on the floor, please, for this ginger jar? Very nice, prominent Food Dog finial, and of course all the authentication, including the Heron Hungarian back stamp to the underside. Any interest at $900? I'm looking for $900. I've got $850. Any advance to $900? Now would be the time to do it.
Who's got, is that 850?
Here. Lion and Unicorn.
Lion and Unicorn.
Lion and Unicorn, excellent, thank you.
Now $850. Any advance from $850 to $9? $850 once. $850 twice. We'll sell it for $850 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 728, a Heron Hungarian flamingo sculpture from the Classic Kingdom collection. Just a wonderful example of the Heron designs with the feathered exterior and that very rich, almost a magenta pink, gilding on the beak. Limited edition, sold out and closed, and signed by the artist with all the additional authentication details. I've got a bit of 15. Would it go 16? Now 16. Thank
Yep.
you. Would it go 17? I've got 17. Would it go 18?
You have 16 on the
I've
floor?
got 16 on the floor. Now 16. Would it go?
17.
Now 17. Would it go 18? Now 18. Would it go 19, please?
19.
I've got 19. Would it go 2,000? Now 2,000. Thank you. Would it go 2,100?
21.
I've got 21. Would it go 22? Now $2,100. I'm looking for $2,200. Now $2,200. Thank you so much, madam. I've got 22, looking for 23 to advance. Now $2,200. Would you go 23? I have a bit of
23.
I have 23. Would you go 24? I have a bit of $2,300, looking for $2,400 to advance. $2,300 is our bid. Do I hear $2,400? We've got our $2,300 bid from Lion and Unicorn. I'm looking for 24 to advance. Do I have any bids at the front table? Any interest on the floor? Now $2,400. Thank you so much, madam. We've got 24. Would you go 25? I've got a bit of $2,000.
25.
Now 25. Thank you, Nelia. Now 25. Would you go 26? I've got a bit of $2,500, looking for $2,600 to advance. Any interest at 25 to 26, $2,500 on our Lion and Unicorn platform? Do I hear $2,600 to advance? $2,500 is our bid. $2,500 going once. Any interest at the front here? Now $2,500 going twice. Last opportunity to take it, last call. And we'll sell it then for 25 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. Thank you so much. Lot number 729, Heron Hungarian porcelain cat with a bow in a lavender fishnet pattern, hand created with a gold bow applied 24 karat accents throughout, including the nose and the paws. Now 150, now 160, would it go 170? Now 170, would it go 180, please? I've got a bid of $170, looking for $180 to advance. Any advance from 170?
190.
There's 190. Thank you. Now 190. Would it go 2?
Yep.
I've got 2. Would it go 225, please? We have a bid of $200, looking for $225 to advance. Now 225.
225.
Thank you so much. Now I've got 225 on the floor. Do I have 250?
I accepted it online.
Oh, okay. I've got 225. Do I have two? I have to, now 275. Thank you, madam. I've got 275. Would it go 3? Now $275 on the floor, holding steady. I'm looking for $300 to advance. Any inch of $300. We have a floor bid of $275. Do I hear $300? Now $275. Any advance from $275 to $3? I've got a bid of $275. I'm looking for $300 to advance. Any interest online at $300? Now $275. Would it go 3, please? Signed by the artist, EF, with additional authentication and the Heron back stamp to the underside. And just a really, really nice piece. $275 going once. I have a bit of $275, but you can still jump in and take it for 3. $275 twice. Let's sell for $275 to bidder number 9205. Thank you so much. Well played, madam. I've got a lot number 730. Oh, we got a figure group here. 2 foxes in a fishnet pattern, and a nice contrast between the raspberry and the turquoise with the fishnet designs too. All the original heron details to the underside as well. 225 is our bid. Now 225.
250.
Now 250. Would it go 275? I've got a bid of 275. Would it go 3? Now $275. I'm looking for $300 to advance, please. Thank you, Yulia. Now 3. Would you go 325? This is from the collection of the Revan Galleries and Dr. Gwendolyn Reesner. I've got 325. I'm looking for 350 to advance, please. Now 325. Would it go 350? Any advance from 325 to 350? Any interest on the floor at $350, please? Now 325. Do I hear 350? I've got 325 from our invaluable bidder going once. Now 325. You can still jump in to take it for 350. 325 twice. Let's sell 325 to our invaluable bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 731. Heron white Christmas deer sculptures, a pair of them. These are seated with a very striking pair of antlers featuring gilding. And the deers are reclining but facing upwards. Kind of an interesting look. $600 my bid. Now $600. Would you go $650, please? I've got a bit of $650, looking for $650 to advance. All right, let's move on to lot number 731 then. We've got a group here. Hungarian 2 chicks with a gold egg sculpture from the animal kingdom. 2 chicks and the golden egg, gold accents. I've got a bid of $140 now. Thank you. Now $140. Would it go $150?
You're 140 online, right?
I've got $140 on the floor.
150.
Now $150. Would it go $160? I've got 150. I'm looking for 160.
160?
Now, I've got 160. Would it go 170? Now 170. Thank you so much, madam. I got 170. I'm looking
180.
for now 180. Would it go 190? 190. Would it go 2? I've got a bit of $190.
200.
Now 2 would it go 225. 225. I've got 225 on the floor. Would it go 250?
Yep.
Now 250. Would it go 275? I've got a bit of $250. I'm looking for $275 to advance. Any increase from 250 to 275? Two Chicks gold egg sculpture, authentic back stamp to the underside, each one. Thank you so much, ma'am. I got 275. Now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of $275, looking for $300.
300.
Now 3, would it go 325? I've got a bit of $300, looking for $325 to advance. Signed and initialed by the artist with the additional details on it. My bid is $300. I'm looking for $325 to advance. Any interest at $325, $300 going once. Now $300, but you can still jump in and take it for $325. Any interest up front? $300, my bid going twice. And we'll sell it for $300 to our invaluable bidder. Thank you so much. Very nicely done. Lot 733, Heron Porcelain. It's a floral vase with applied gold feet, presented by the Heron artists, with a white glazed round multicolored floral bouquets hand-painted and presented to the front. I've got a bid of 50. I've got 60 now. Thank you. There's 60. Would it go 70? Now $60 on the floor. Any advance from 60 to 70? Lot 733. Got applied gold circling the bottom of the base and with the stylized beast feet to the bottom on a square rectangular bottom. Base rather. $60. Any advance from 60 to 70? $60 once. I have a $60 bid, but you can jump in to take it to 70. 60 twice. Sold for 62. Bidder number 7064. Thank you so much. Lot 734. Royal Stratford is a porcelain black lab sculpture produced by Royal Stratford in Staffordshire. Black Labrador characterized by a rich sable black and up in a very upright, attentive position in bone china. Comes with the original box as well. I've got a bit of 70. Would it go 80? Now $80. Thank you so much. Now 80. Would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80 on the floor. Looking for $90 to advance, please. 90. There's 90. Would it go 100? I've got 100. Thank you. Now 100. Would it go 2? Is that your bidding hand? Now 100. I got 100.
110.
I got you. Would it go 110? Would it go 120? I'm looking for 120 to advance. Thank you so much. Now 120. I appreciate it. 120. Would it go 130? Now $120. I'm looking for 130.
130.
Now 130. Would it go 140? I've got a bit of $130. Now 140. Thank you so much. Now 140. Would it go 150? Beautiful piece with the authentic back stamp to the underside.
150.
A vintage piece, but looks very much brand new. 150. Would it go 160? I have a bit of $150. Looking for $160 to advance. I got 160. Thank you. Now 160. Would it go 170? I have $160. Do I hear $170?
Yep.
Now 170. Would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170, looking for $180 to advance, please. Any advance from 170 to 180? $170 going once. Now 170, but you can still jump in and take it to $180. Any advance from 170 to 180? 170 twice. Let's sell for 170 to our bid square bidder. Very nicely done. Lot number 735, Royal Stratford. It's a chocolate lab dog sculpture featuring the attentive lab on a landscape form base, nice colorful landscape form base. And I've got a bid now of, it looks like $70. Would it go 80? There's 80. Would it go 90?
90.
I see you. You got 80. Do I have 90? Mm-hmm. Now 90. Would it go 100? I've got 100. Thank you. Now 100. Would it go 110? I have a bit of $100 on the floor for 110 to advance, please. Any advance from 1 to 110? Now $100. Do I hear $110? I've got $100 holding steady on the floor. I'm looking for 110 to advance. $100, my bid going once. We have 100, but you can still jump in and take it for 110. 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100 to bidder number 9205. Very nicely done. Congratulations. Thank you, ma'am. I like this. This is a fine bone china Royal Stratford bulldog sculpture, characterized with a very, very rich colorway, lots of detailing, and a landscape base. Looks like he's got some sort of rocks or stones that he's walking on there. This is a retired edition, also sold out with the authentic Royal Stratford backstamp to the underside. $60, my bid now, 60, would it go 70? I have a bid of $60, looking for $70. There's 70, thank you, now 70, would it go 80? We have a bid of $70, looking for $80 to advance, please. Any advancement from $70 to $80, $70 going once. Oh, one second, let me just double check, make sure I'm sorry. $70, that's for our Lion and Unicorn bidder. $70 our bid. Any advance from $70 to $80? Now it's time to jump in and take it to $80. Any interest at $80? Fine English bone china, entirely freehand painted and also initialed by the artist. This is a retired edition that was sold out as well, with the authentic backstamp details. $70 my bid. Any advance from 70 to 80? 70 once, 70 twice. Sold for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 737. We got a Royal Stratford porcelain White Highland Terrier dog sculpture, hand painted, hand created, with the West Highland. At least I call them Westies, right? White Terrier sculpture, rich colors. Also accompanied by the original box. This is a sold-out and retired edition, and I am looking for $50 to open the bidding.
50.
I've got 50, thank you. Now 50, would it go 60? I've got a $50 bid from our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Do I hear $60? Any interest on the floor is $60. $50 our bid going once. I've got 50 twice, and we're going to sell it for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 738. Royal Worcester, Doris Lindner. It's a Princess Anne sculpture depicting the celebrated Princess Anne on doublet. Very cool action piece depicting her Royal Highness, who was a European champion back in the 1970s. $50, or 500 rather, I'm sorry, 500 is my bid. I've got 500, looking for 550 to advance. Any interest on the floor? All right, let's move on then to lot number 739. Princess Anne, of course. Lot number 739, we've got the Queen, Her Late Royal Majesty, from Royal Worcester, Queen Elizabeth in the coronation robes, hand-painted and featuring the Queen Mother. This is Queen, the Queen Mum in her coronation robes from the 1950s. Limited edition figurine. There was an edition only of 4,500. This is signed and numbered, number 212 in that edition. I'm looking for $50 to open the bidding. A very, very popular figure in her lifetime, the Queen Mum. All right, let's move on to lot number 740 then. Royal Worcester, Dorothy Doty, Phoebes on Flame Vines. Hand-painted by Dorothy Doty. I've got a bid of 500, thank you. Now 5, would it go 550? I have a bid of $500, looking for $550 to advance, please. Do I hear 550? Any interest on the floor at 550? This is just a very exquisite piece with the authentic Royal Worcester backstamp, the Doty signature backstamp to the underside, and just a wonderful colorway with very, very delicate botanical elements. I've got a bid of 5, looking for 550, 500 going once, 550 or 500 twice. We'll sell for 5 to our bidder number 7954. Royal Worcester, lot number 741. It's Dorothy Doty, Elf Owl and Saguaro sculpture from 1958, produced for Royal Worcester. I got a 300, looking for 325. Only 500 of these were produced in a limited edition. Now 300 would go 325. Any advance from 3 to 325? Who's going to take it? Now 325, thank you. Would go 350. I've got a bid of $325, looking for 350 to advance. Any interest on the floor for 350? Now 325. Do I hear 350 from anyone on the floor? 325 is our bid. 741. 325 is my bid going once. 325 twice. We'll sell for $325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 742, Royal Worcester, Dorothy Doty, Bellix Wren sculpture. I've got a $275 bid, looking for $300 to advance, please. Now $275, introduced in 1956, only a 500 edition. Cute little beastie here, waiting for her male partner to come home. Very authentic piece. $300, now 300, we go $325. I've got a bid of $300, looking for $325 to advance, please. Any advance from 3 to 325, $300 on our bid going once. Now 300, but you can still jump in to take it to 325. 300 twice. Let's sell it 300.
7954.
Bidder number 7954. Lot 743, it's a pair of Royal Worcester, Dorothy Dowdy, Baltimore Orioles, and Tulip Tree. I used to root for them when I was a team. Different Orioles team, though, I think. Produced in an edition of 250, originally issued in 1938. I've got a bid of 550. Would it go 6? Now $550. I'm looking for 600 to advance, please. The authentic Royal Worcester back stamps and Dorothy Dowdy signature back stamps are both present on the underside.
6.
I've got a bid of 6. Would it go 650? These are very, very rare, a very early pair of figures from Dorothy Dowdy from the 30s. Now 600. Would it go 650? I've got a bid of $600. Looking for $650 to advance,
Yep.
please. Now 650. Would it go 7? We have a bid of $650. I'm looking for $700 to advance, please. Who's going to take me to $700? Do I hear $700 from you, s'il vous plaît? Any interest at $700? Now would be the time to do so. I've got a bid of $650. Any interest on the floor at 7? Black wooden bases for both of them. The hen is 7.5 inches by 6.5 by 9.5. The cock is 8 inches by 6 by 9.5. Very difficult pieces to obtain. I've got a bid of $650. Any advance from $650 to $650 once? $650 twice. Sold for $650 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 744. Her Late Majesty from Royal Worcester. It's Queen Elizabeth II, a limited edition figurine produced in an edition of 1,000 back in 2001. This is number 320 of that edition. I've got a bid of, I'm looking for $50 to open the bidding. Any interest at $50? Take home the Queen. All right, let's move on to lot number 745, Royal Worcester Shire Stallion sculpture by Doris Lindner for the Royal Worcester Studio, issued in 1964, much like myself. This was in a limited edition of 500, modeled from the Shire Champion Manor Premier King, owned by a Wrexham trainer. $275, my bid now $275, would it go 3? I've got a bid of $325, would it go 350? Now $350, would it go 4? Would it go 375? Would it go 4? I've got a bid of $375, looking
Yep.
for $400. Now 4, would it go 425, please? I have a bid of $400, looking for $425. Any advance from 4 to 425? Jump in to take it for $425. Produced in 1964. Do I have any interest on the floor at $425? I've got a bid of $400 now from our live auctioneer's bidder. Any interest at $425, $400 going once? Now $400, but you can jump in and take it for $425. $400 twice. Let's sell it for $400 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Lot 746. We've got a pair of Baccarat water goblets in the Harcourt Empire Gold etch. Nice pair of goblets here, crafted in France, with either 22 or 24 karat gilding on the outside. Just a really, really sweet pair of vintage Baccarat water goblets. I've got a bid of $250. Would it go $275, please? Now $250. Any advance from $250 to $275? Do I hear $275?
Yep, $275.
I've got $275. Thank you. Now $275. Would it go 3?
Yep.
I've got 3. Would it go $325, please? Now $300. Leave for $325 to advance. Any advancement on the floor from 3 to $325? Now $300. I'm looking for $325 to advance. Do I hear $325 from you, please? Now $300 from our live auctioneer's bidder. I'm looking for $325 to advance. Any advancement on the floor? $300 our bid going once. Now $300, but you can still jump in and take it to $325. $300 twice. We'll sell it for $300 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Nicely done. Lot 747. Like a big old airplane. 2 Baccarat Crystal Champagne sorbet or sherbet servers in the Harcourt Empire pattern, with a very elegant gilding to the rim, to the base, and encircling the very shapely body. 100, now 200, would it go 225? I've got a bit of $200 looking for $225.
225.
Now $225, would it go $250?
Yep.
There's $250, would it go $275, please? Now $250 looking for $275 to advance. Any advance on the floor to $275? Now $250. Do I hear $275? Any interest from you at $275? $250 is our bid going once. We've got $250, but you can still jump in and take it to $275. $250 twice. We'll sell at $250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 748, we got a pair of Baccarat crystal wine claret glasses in the Harcourt Empire pattern with that wonderful gilding in floral designs encircling it, the gilt rim and the gilt trim to the hexagonal base. 180 is my bid. Now 180 would go 190. Now 190 would go 2. Now 2 would go 225.
Yep.
I've got 225 would go 250. Now $225 looking for $250 to advance.
Yep.
And there's 250 would go 275. Now $250 looking for 275 to advance. Do I hear 275 from you, please? 250 is bid going once. We've got 250, but you can still jump in and take it to 275. 250 twice. Let's sell at 250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 749. Pair of Baccarat wine glass in the Harcourt Empire pattern with those beautiful encircling, scrolling, and floral patterns with the gilding to the rim and to the hexagonal base. 180 is my bid. Now looking for 190 to advance. I've got 190 would go 2. Now 2 would go 225, please. I've got a bid of 225 would go 2. Now 250 would go 275. Now $250. I'm looking for 275 to advance. Any interest at 275 on the floor, please? Geometric beveled stems with gold trimmed hexagonal feet, all in solid crystal and just a wonderful, inspired by the Third French Empire and Napoleon III. 250 is my bid going once. 250 twice. We'll sell it for 250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 750 to Baccarat crystal cordial Harcourt Empire gold etch vintage cordial servers, hand-blown, crafted in France, and again inspired by French Empire designs. I've got a bit of 70, would it go 80? Now 80, would it go 90, please? I've got a bit of 90, would it go 100?
Yep.
Now 100, would it go 110, please? I have a bit of 100 looking for 110 to
110.
advance. There's 110, would it go 120? We have a bit of $110 looking for 120.
120.
There's 120, would it go 130, please? Now $120.
Yep.
There's 130, would it go 140? I have a bit of $130.
140.
There's 140, would it go 150? Currently $150, thank you. Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150 looking for $160. There's 160, would it go 170, please?
Yep.
Now 170, would it go 180? We have a bit of $170 looking for $180 to advance,
180.
please. There's 180, would it go 190? Now $180 looking for $190 to advance. Who's going to take me to $190? 180 is my bid going once. I've got $180, but you can still jump in and take
190.
it. There's 190, would it go 2? I have a bid of $190 looking for $200. There's 2, would it go 225, please? Now $200. Who's going to take me to 225? Do I hear 225 from you? Any advance from 200 to 225? 200 is our bid going once. We've got 200, but you could jump in and take it to 225. 200 twice. We'll sell it for 200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Just a quick reminder, we're going to take a short break in just a few minutes, give you a chance to regroup and stretch your legs. 751 is our lot number. This is a beam porcelain bas-relief painting, the Baltimore Orioles, 1992. That was right around the time I used to root for them. Beautiful piece, hand-created in a porcelain oval shape with the Orioles in a milky white, and then fired with 24-karat gold, hand-burnished. $160, my bid now 160. Would it go 170, please? I have a bid of $160 from our Lion and Unicorn bidder looking for $170 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $170? There's 170. Thank you so much, sir. Now 170. Would it go 180? I have a bid of $170 looking for $180 to advance. Any advancement from 170 to 180? Do I hear $180 from you, please? I have a bid of $170. This is a beautiful
180.
piece, fired with 24-karat gold, issued 1992, and a closed and sold out edition. $180 my bid online. Do I hear 190? Now 190. Thank you so much, sir. 190 for the gentleman. I'm looking for 200 to advance, please. Now $190. Do I hear 200? Any increase to 200? Now $190.
200.
There's 2. Would I go 225, please? I've got a bit of 200. I'm looking for 225 to advance. Any advancement from there's 225. Thank you so much, sir. I've got 225. Would it go 250? Now $225. Do I hear 250 from you? Any interest online or on our floor for $250. 225 is our bid going once. I have 225. Any interest at 250? Now would be the time to do it. 225 twice. We're going to sell for 225 to our bidder number 5013. Thank you so much, sir. Very nicely done. Lot number 752, Beam Porcelain. It's an original painting from 1982. The Panda Bear. That was really at the peak of a lot of that panda excitement throughout the world when we were trading pandas or getting pandas from the Chinese. Issued in 1982, very sophisticated piece, and I've got a bid now of $300. I'm looking for $325 to advance, please. These plaques, amongst the most important works that Beam ever produced,
$325.
individually hand-painted, lots of meticulous detailing. $325 is my bid, very difficult to get, very highly sought after and collectible. $325 is my bid now, $325 would go $350. I have a bid of $325, looking for $350 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $350? This comes with a custom frame in silver leaf tones. Overall dimensions 11 1/4 by 15 1/4. I've got a bid now $350. Thank you so much, sir. Now $350. Would it go $375? Also from the archival collection of Revan Galleries and Dr. Gwendolyn Reasoner, I've got a bid of $350 on the floor, looking for $375 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $375 or online?
Yep.
There's $375. Would it go $4? I have a bid of $375, looking for $400 to advance. Any advance from $375 to $4? Do I hear $400? I've got a bid of $375 now. I'm looking for $400 to advance. We have a Lion and Unicorn bidder online at $375. Still looking for $400. Any advancement on the floor or on the phone to $400? Any interest at $400. We're at $375. Would it go $4? Do I hear $400 from you, please? Now $375. Any advance from $375 to $4? Will you increase me to $400? I've got an online bid from our Lion and Unicorn bidder of $375. Any interest? $375 going once. Now $375 twice. You can still jump in and take it for $4. And we're going to sell it for $375 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 753, very, very interesting piece here. This is an original painting, the White House as it appeared in 1800. This was produced in 1986, hand-created by the Beam artists, depicting the White House circa 1800, right around the time Thomas Jefferson would have moved into it. It's got additional details, including details by John Adams, and a really neat, just a wonderful design and history to it. $300 is my bid right now. Now $300. I'm looking for $325 to advance, please. Any advance from $3 to $325? This is applied in 24 karat gold on an ivory panel of porcelain with all the Beam authentication marks on it. Based on a letter by John Adams, I pray heaven to bestow the best blessings on this house. And it wasn't that great when Adams lived there, so he had a very hopeful worldview. Any interest at $325? All right, let's move on then to lot 754. We've got a Beam Porcelain harness horse portrait. Beautiful piece, and these do very, very well. This one came out in 1977. Very sophisticated piece. Considered amongst the most important works that Beam ever produced. This is going to be our last one before we take our break. I've got a bid now of $600. I'm looking for $650 to advance. Now $600.
$650.
I've got $650. Now $650. Would it go $7? I have a bid of $650. Looking for $700 to advance. Any interest on the floor or online at $700? Now $650. Do I hear $7? Custom frame with a traditional molding in gold and brown. Overall dimensions 14 1/4 by 17 1/4. And I've got a bid of $650, looking for $7 to advance. Any interest at $700? $650 is my bid going once. We have $650, but you can still jump in and take it to $7. $650 twice. Let's sell it for $650 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. And on that note, let's give you an opportunity to stretch your legs in your own private auction space, regroup, and
Let's just run through these last few. They're the same St. John.
Okay, sure, sounds good. All right, sounds good. Lot number 755, we've got Beam Porcelain Painting. It's an original on the cent, produced in 1975 in a full color, along with the custom frame. Very rare, hard to find, and this was a sold-out edition. Included in a custom frame with dark brown traditional molding. I've got a bit of 700, would it go 750?
750.
Now 750, would it go 8?
Yes.
I've got 8, would it go 850? I have a bit of $800, looking for $850 to advance, please. Any interest at $850? Now 850, would it go 9? I've got a bit of $850, looking for $900 to advance. Down 9, would it go 950? I've got a bit of $900, looking for $950 to advance. Now 950, would it go 1,000? I have a bit of $950, looking for $1,000 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $1,000? All right, let's move on then to lot number 756. We got a Beam Porcelain original painting, Morning Hunt from 1975, depicting a traditional hunt with hounds, a huntsperson on horseback. Very collectible piece from 1975 in a limited edition of 15 in a closed and sold out edition. I've got 850 now. 850, would it go 9?
Yes.
I've got 9, would it go 950? Now $900, I'm looking for 950, now 950, would it go 1,000? I've got a bit of $950, looking for $1,000 to advance, please. Any interest at $1,000, any interest on the floor or online for $1,000? Now $950, I'm looking for $1,000 to advance. Very collectible plaque, highly sought after, very rare and difficult to find. Any interest at $1,000? All right, let's move on then, and we will, if I'm not mistaken, we will in fact take a short break and come back with more of our exceptional selection sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us.
Welcome back, bidders. I'm Stephen Kozlowski, taking the gavel for the next hour from Cliff. And I just want to point out the 20 lots, this Judith Lieber bag, this gorgeous little Judith Lieber bag is coming up 20 lots from now. So, you know what? If you haven't registered to bid yet, it's not too late. You can still register to bid and do some bids on that Judith Lieber bag that's coming up at lot 777. But now we are at lot 757, 20 lots earlier, at our Beam Bunting Bird Sculpture 1957 issue, closed and retired limited edition here. We're currently at 50, looking for 60 to advance. I have 50 with live auctioneers, looking for 60 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I've got my bid of 50, looking for 60. Fair warning for that 60. Last call, last chance for that 60. Hammer up. And sold for $50 to live auctioneers. Next up, lot 758 is our non-pareil bunting bird sculpture from Beam, introduced in 1958. Limited edition of 742, sold out and retired by 1967. Currently at 60 with our live auctioneers bidder. Do I have a competing bid of 70? I got 70 right there, looking for 80. Do I have 80? Currently looking for 80. 70 on the table, looking for 80 to compete. 70 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Do I have a competing bid of $80 for our non-pareil bunting bird sculpture retired in 1967, introduced in 1958? Fair warning for $80. Last call, last chance for that $80. Hammers up and sold for $70, going home with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. We have a yellow-throated warbler bird sculpture. Gorgeous piece here. Introduced 1957, again, open edition, which was sold out and retired by 1972. We are already, for our yellow-throated wobbler, at $70 live auctioneers. Do I have an $80 competing bid? Looking for $80. Got 70, looking for 80. Do I have that 80? Fair warning for that 80. Last call, last chance for that 80. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to live auctioneers for 70. Sold for $70. Live auctioneers taking it home today. Our next yellow-throated sparrow bird sculpture, 1957 was the issue. Sold out and retired by 1972. $60 kicks us off with live auctioneers bidding. Do we have a $70 competing bid? I'm at 60, looking for 70 for our white-throated sparrow bird sculpture, 1957 issue. We have $70, looking for 80 to compete. Do I have 80? 80 advancing, taking the lead. How about 90, looking to go to 90? I'm at 80. 80 is with our live auctioneers. 80 is with live auctioneers, looking for competing bid of 90. Do I have that 90? Fair warning for 90. Last call, last chance, last opportunity to bid that 90. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it for 80 to live auctioneers. $80 takes it. Live auctioneers gets to have it at their home collection. We are at lot number 761. This is a Goldfinch's bird sculpture issued in 1961, limited edition of just 500, sold out and retired by 1968. 110 is where I'm at, looking for 120. Do I have 120? 110 is 120 advancing, looking for 130. Looking for 130. 120 is with live auctioneers. Looking for 130 to advance. 130 advancing, taking the lead. How about 140? Can you go to 140? 140. I got 140 competing. Looking for 150. Let's go to 150. Gorgeous Goldfinch's sculpture here from 1961. We're at 140 with live auctioneers. Looking for 150 to advance. 150 advancing, taking the lead. Looking for 160. Can I go to 160? I got 160. Now it's 170. Let's go to 170. I got 160 with live auctioneers bidding. How about 170 to compete? Do I have a competing bid of 170? Holding 160, looking for 170. Fair warning for that 170.
Yep.
There's 170. I knew you were out there. Thank you. Looking for 180. 180 now takes it right back into the lead. How about 190? I know you're out there, 190. Who's got it right now? Live auctioneers. Live auctioneers is at 190, 180. Looking for 190 to compete. Do I have that competing bid of 190? Fair warning. Again, whoever is the highest bid right now is going to take it home. Right now, that's live auctioneers. Fair warning, still looking for 190 to compete. Last call, last chance for that 190. Hammer is up. I'm going to sell it for 180. Last chance. All right. 180 it is. Taking it home with our live auctioneers bidder today. Our next beam is a black-capped chickadee bird sculpture. 1957 is the issue. Sold out and retired by 1972. This nice, beautiful sculpture here with a black-capped chickadee. $50 is where I am at. The live auctioneers, do I have a competing bid of 60? I'm sure I've got 60 out there. Looking for 60 to advance. Looking for 60 for a black-capped chickadee bird sculpture. this opportunity for 60. Currently at 50 with live auctioneers, do I have 60? Do I have a competing bid of 60? I've got my opening bid of 50, looking for 60. Who's going to compete for 60? Holding at 50, looking for 60. Do I have the advance of 60? 50 with live auctioneers, looking for 60. It's going to go home to the highest bidder. Right now, that's live auctioneers. Do I have a competing bid? It's your chance to get in at 60. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 60 for our black cap chickadee. Last call, last chance. Hammers up and sell it for $50. Last call. 50 it is, going home with live auctioneers. Oh, next up, this is, earlier we had a gold sculpture here. This is a beam gold owl with diamond eyes sculpture, issued in 1978. Limited to only 225. This is number 44 out of that edition of 225, featuring a gold owl with diamond eyes. We are currently at 475, looking for 500 to compete. 475 is with Lion and Unicorn. Do I have a competing bid of 500? $25 more to bring us to 500. I'm at 475 with Lion and Unicorn, looking for 500. Do I have that 500? Currently at 475, looking for a competing bid of 500. Live Auctioneers is the top bid right now at 475. Not Live Auctioneers, I'm sorry. Lion and Unicorn holds that top bid at 475. Do I have 500? Looking for 500. Fair warning, still looking for 500 to compete. Last call, last chance. Where are owl lovers out there? Last call, last chance for 500. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to Lion and Unicorn's bidder at 475. 475 takes it home. Lion and Unicorn is our winning bidder. Issued in 1978, this is a beam gold turtle sculpture, and this is a limited edition of 375. Sold out by 1980, introduced just 2 years earlier in 1978. We're at 110 with our live auctioneers bidder for our turtle, gold turtle, last call, looking for 120 to advance, not last call, looking for 120. I'm at 110 with live auctioneers looking for 120 to advance, so I have that advance and competing bid of 120. $10 more to bring us to 120. Who is going to compete for our golden turtle? Kind of like a golden ticket. It's a golden turtle looking for 120 to compete. I got 110. It's going to go home with the highest bidder looking for 120. It's going to go home with whoever bids right now. If you have a competing bidder, fair warning for 120. Last call, last chance for your golden turtle at 120. That's going to go home with live auctioneers for 110. Sold for $110 to live auctioneers. Another heifer here from porcelain heifer bull with wood base. 1977 was the issue from Heifer China Ltd. From England. This is a really stately piece. This is on a wooden base, custom wooden base. It's 12 and a half, foot and a half by 6 1/4 inches. We are at 425.
450.
450 advancing. 450 in the lead from Live Auctioneers. Live Auctioneers in the lead for our Heifer. 475 advancing, looking for 500. Can I go to 500? Looking to go to 500. Do I have that competing bid of just $25 more? Do you have $25 more to bring us to 500? 500 is with Live Auctioneers. Live Auctioneers in the lead. 550 advancing. 550 now in the lead. Looking for 600. 600 for our bull here. Let's go to 650. Let's go to 650. There's my 650. How about 700? Let's go to 700 for our heifer with wood base. It's really, really interesting. Look at the details on interesting expression on the bull here. 750. Looking for 800 to advance. 800 advancing. 850. Where I need to go? Do I have that 850? 800 is with
Live Auctioneers.
Live Auctioneers. Live Auctioneers in the lead. Looking for 850. 850 advancing now. Takes that lead right back. Looking for 900. Can I go to 900? Looking to go to 900. 850 in the lead. Looking for 900. Do I have that 900? 850. 850 is with Lion and Unicorn. The Lion and Unicorn bid. Nope. Now it's not Lion and Unicorn. Now it's Live Auctioneers at 900. Live Auctioneers at 900 is in the lead. What say you, bidder at Lion and Unicorn platform? 950 is where I need to go. Do I have your bid at 950? Looking to go to 950. Right now it's with Live Auctioneers. It's going to go home with that bidder at 900. Looking to go to 950. Step it up to 950. Who's going to bring us to 950? Fair warning, it's going home with the highest bidder right now. Fair warning, still looking for that 950. There it is, high bid at 950, currently at Lion and Unicorn. Lion and Unicorn in the lead. Do I have competing bid of 1,000? I now have 1,000. 1,100 is where I need to step up to now. You want to keep the game going, you got to go to 1,100. Looking for 1,100. We're at 1,000, looking for 1,100 to advance and compete and keep the bidding going. Right now it's with Live Auctioneers at 1,000, looking for 1,100. Fair warning, still looking for that bidder. Talking to you, Lion Unicorn platform at 1,100. Last call, last chance for 1,100. I'm going to sell it to Live Auctioneers bidder for 1,000. Last chance. All right. Sold for $1,000. Congratulations to Live Auctioneer's bidder. All right, we have a two-piece Heron porcelain Rothschild bird dessert server, Remken vintage here. This is from Heron. Everybody loves Heron. And this is vintage 1960s, mid-century piece here. Lovely piece. $50 kicks us off with our invaluable bidder today. Do I have 60 to compete? I've got 50 looking for 60 to compete. 50 looking for 60. Do I have 60? Was that a bid? Looking for 60. Looking for 60. 50 on the table, looking for 60. Fair warning for 60. Last is with our invaluable bidder right now. Last call, last chance for that 60. I do have 60 right here on the floor. Thank you. How about 70? 60 with our floor bidder, looking for 70. Do I have a competing bid of 70? Holding at 60 for a vintage mid-century Heron piece here, looking for 70. Fair warning for 70. Last call, last chance for that 70. Hammers up, I'm gonna sell it for 60. 60 it is to our floor bidder, 5013. Well done. Lot number 768. Lot number 768 is another two-piece Heron piece. Can you close that door for me, please? Oh, we have a two-piece Heron porcelain Rothschild bird 150th anniversary teapot from 2010. Look at the finial on the lid
100.
here. We are at 90, looking for 100, 100, looking for
110.
110, looking for 110. I got 120, 120, looking for 130. Do I have 130? Look at the teapot
130.
top here. That little bird on there, very, very adorable. This is Heron, 150th
150.
anniversary, 150, looking for 162 advance. Do I have that advance of 160? Thank you, Arthur. I've got 160, looking for 172 advance. 180 now, looking to 190. 180 is with invaluable.
190.
Invaluable at 180. Do I have
200.
190? 190 competes now. 200, 200 advance. And looking for 225. Can I get
225.
There's my 225. 250. I'm going to pull out 250 here. Who's at 250? Who's my bidder at 250? 225 is with our live auctioneers. Live auctioneers in the lead right now at 250, 225. But you could be in the lead at 250 if you bid right now, if you're invaluable or live Lion and Unicorn or on Live Auctioneers. We're looking for 250 to advance. 225 on the table. 225 is going to take it home. Looking for 250 to advance. Fair warning then. Fair warning if you're telling me that's it. Still looking for a bidder at 250 to keep the bidding going. Last call, last chance for that 250. Hammer is up. I'm going to sell it to Live Auctioneers bidder for 225. 225 gets to take home that lovely teapot over at Live Auctioneers. Lot number 769 is our next piece of Heron. This is a porcelain blue bell, blue Chinese bouquet of florals. This vintage bell here from the 1930s, early turn of the century here. And this is currently at 30. With our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Do I have a competing bid? I've got my opening bid at 30, looking for a competing bid of 40 for our bluebell here. Blue Chinese bouquet on our Heron porcelain bell. I'm at 30 with our opening bid. Do I have a competing bid of 40? Do I have a competing bid of 40? Fair warning for that 40. Last call, last chance for that 40. I'm going to sell it for 30 to Lion and Unicorn's bidder and sold for $30. Our next Heron bell is Queen Victoria butterflies and florals, a nice vintage bell here with multicolors with this Queen Victoria pattern. We are at 30, looking to compete for 40. I got my opening bid of 30, looking for a competing bid of 40. Do I have a competing bid of 40? Looking for 40 for this butterfly bell from Heron, Queen Victoria butterflies and florals. We are at 30, looking for 40. Fair warning for that 40. Last call, last chance for that 40. Hammers up and sold for $30 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. We have a Willits original bas relief. This is Springtime Awakening, framed from 1999. This was a membership gift award in bas relief from Willits Designs for Ebony Visions, Springtime Awakening. It's got a custom gold tome frame. This is 7.5 by 8.5. Lovely piece. Looking for an opening bid of 50. Do I have an opening bid of 50? This is a nice piece to have. And if you're the opening bid at 50 and there's no competing bid, you're going to take it home. Do I have a collector who wants to add this to the collection for just $50? Looking for 50 to start the bidding. Do I have that 50? Who's going to bring it up?
Yep.
There it is. Thank you. $50 starts the bidding. Do I have a competing bid? That's the question. I have my opening bid. Thank you. Looking for a competing bid. Is there a competing bid? Just to make sure. Fair warning for 60. Last call, last chance to compete at 60. It's going to go home with Live Auctioneers for 50 at the opening bid. All right. Sold for $50 to Live Auctioneers. Lot number 772 is an original oil Cupid angel face with wings, this Cupid motif of the thoughtful Cupid staring up into the sky. Custom matted frame here, ivory linen matte. We're currently at 60. 60 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 70 to advance. And this is from 1990. We're looking for 70 to advance. I got 60 with Lion Unicorn, looking for 70 to advance. Do I have that 70 to advance? Holding at 60 is original oil, looking for 70 to advance. It's going to go home with our Lion Unicorn bidder right now, unless you want to get your hat in the ring for 70 for this lovely Cupid angel face with wings, the cherub staring up into the sky, hopefully with hope and love in their eyes. We're at 60, looking for 70. Fair warning for 70. Last call, last chance for 70. Hammers up. Sold for $60 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. We have a Colport Loving Cup goblet. Queen Elizabeth II Silver Jubilee, celebrating the Silver Jubilee. And this is the years 1952 1977. This is limited edition. There's 1,000 in the edition, but this is number 676. This is commemorating Queen Elizabeth II's Silver Jubilee in 77. Do we have any royal collectors out there, any Queen Elizabeth collectors? I know we do. We're looking for an opening bid of just 50 to start. You got to start off with 50. Who's going to be our opening bid for our Silver Jubilee Queen Elizabeth II Loving Cup? This stands at a nice 9 inches from its base. It is a lovely piece of memorabilia celebrating the Queen's Silver Jubilee. Do I have that bid of 50? Lot number 774. Royal Stratford up with our Black Stallion Horse Stirrup Cup, hand painted, and this is heavily plated in silver. Each stirrup cup is entirely freehand painted and initialed by the artist. Comes with the original box. It's vintage. Comes with the original box. It's like new. This is a great opportunity for Royal Stratford. This Black Stallion Horse Stirrup Cup. $50 kicks us off. $50 is with
60.
60, we're at 60 with Lion Unicorn, looking for 70 to advance. I got 60 on the table, looking for 70 for our Black Stallion Horse Stirrup Cup. Heavily plated in silver. This is a wonderful piece, again, with the original box, like brand new. This is $60, looking for 70 to advance. Do I have that advance
Yep.
at 70? 70 advancing, 70 competes. I've got a competing bid of 70. How about 80? Looking to compete at 80. I think both are on Lion Unicorn, yes. 2 competing bids in Lion Unicorn, we're at 70. How about 80? Let's go to 80. Let's go to 80 for our where are our equestrian collectors out there? This is 70. Looking
80.
for 80. There's 80. Thank you. I knew you were out there. How about 90 to advance? Can I advance to 90? Looking to advance to 90 for our Black Stallion here. We have a couple of these. These are fantastic pieces. Silver plated. These are collectible drinking vessels of the Georgian period. Beautiful sculpture here. We're at 80. Looking for 90 to advance. 80 holding. Looking for 90. Fair warning then for that 90. Last chance to bid that 90. Hammers up. Lion and Unicorn bidders. All right. 80 it is, going home with our Lion and Unicorn platform bidder. Our next, look at the detail on this horse here, this Bay Horse Stirrup Cup from Royal Stratford. Again, silver plated. A creation of the collectible drinking vessels of the Georgian period. This is hand painted with the original box. Even though it's vintage, it's like new. This is fantastic. We're at 60, looking for 70. 60 with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 70 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 70?
Yep.
Holding at 60, 70 advancing, looking for 80. Do I have a competing bid of 80 now? Who's going to bring us to 80? Let's go to 80. This is just a fantastic. Look at the detail on the horse's mane here and on the nose. We are at 70, looking for 80 to advance. 70, looking for 80. 70 holding, looking for 80 to advance. 70 is
80.
with light. There's my 80. I knew you were out there. How about 90 to advance? Holding at 80. Looking for 90 to have another competing bid to bring us to 90 for this Stirrup Cup. This is
90.
this is 90. There's my 90. Looking for 100. Let's go to 100. 90 is with Lion Unicorn as well. Competing bids on Lion Unicorn's platform. We're at 90. Looking for 100 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 90?
Yep.
There's my competing bid of 90, 90, 100,
100.
100 now takes that lead, looking for 110. Who's going to bring us up to 110? 100 in the lead, looking for 110. Can I advance to 110? 100 in the lead for this lovely Bay Horse Stirrup Cup from Royal Stratford. Looking to go to 110. Fair warning for 110 to advance. Last call, last chance for 110. It's going to go home with our Lion Unicorn bidder for 100 right now. Last chance. All right. And sold for 100 to Lion Unicorn bidder. Our next is a Gray Horse Stirrup Cup. Complete your collection here. I've got 50. How about 60 to
Yep.
advance? 60 advancing. Looking for 70. Do I have 70? I'm sure I got 70 out there.
Yep.
70. There it is. Thank you. How about 80? I'm waiting for the 80. Where's my 80? I know it's out there. Come on, bid. There's 80 on the floor. I've got 80 on the floor right here. Thank you. Looking for 90 to advance. 80 on the floor. Looking for 90. This is a really, really interesting one too, the Gray Horse Stirrup Cup, silver-plated, hand-painted with the original box,
90.
like brand new. There's my 90. How about 100? Out of 100, looking for 100. I got 90 on the platforms, looking for 100 to advance. Looking for 100. Do I have another
Yep.
bid at 100? 100 has been bid, looking for 110. Can I go to 110? 100, looking for 110. Another chance at 110. Do I get back in? Okay. 110 is where I need to go. Do I have that bidder at 110? Fair warning for 110. Last call, last opportunity, last chance. I think this is the last one. At least at the
110.
set. There's 110. There you go. 110. This is your last chance. 120 now. 110 in the lead with, live auctioneer's bidder has stepped up to the
120.
game here. 120 has now taken that back. Do I have a bidder at 130? 120 is with Lion and Unicorn, looking for 130 to advance. Do I have that advance at 130? 120 in the lead. 120 is Lion and Unicorn. It's going to go home with them unless I get that 130 advance right now. What say you, live auctioneer's bidder? Holding for 130. Do I have 130? What say you? Do I have 130? All right, fair warning. Looks like I don't. Still waiting for 130 though. Last call, last chance though for that 130. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our Lion Unicorn bidder for 120. Last chance? All right. Sold for 120 to Lion and Unicorn. All right. As promised, lot 777 is this, I think, glamorous, fantastic Judith Lieber Swarovski clutch. This vintage piece from Judith Lieber. We love our Judith Lieber, and this crossbody shoulder bag is fantastic. Silver plaque with Judith Lieber inscribed. This is so much fun and so stunning. It's perfect against the black background. It doesn't look good with my khaki here. It's got to go with the black background here. Good for an evening out, good for the theater, good for the opera, good for a concert, good for a restaurant, good for just staring at it on your cabinet. We are 800, looking for 850 to advance. Who wants to step up with our Judith Lieber evening clutch?
850.
850 has been bid. 850 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Do I have 900? Looking for 900. I got 850 on the table, looking for 900. 850 looking for 900. This is Swarovski adorned here. Judith Lieber, true Judith Lieber. This is a fantastic piece. We're at 850, looking for 900 to advance. 850 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Do I have 900 to advance? Holding at 850, looking for 900. Do I have that 900? 850 holding. I do have 900 on the floor here. Thank you. Looking for 950 to advance. 900 on the floor, looking for 950 to advance. Do I have that advance at 950? 900 holding, looking for 950. What say you, Lion Unicorn bidder? Looking for 950 to advance. I got 900 on the floor, looking for 950. 900 with our floor bidder, looking for 950 for a Judith Lieber clutch. Stunning piece here, just exceptional. I should have worn a darker suit to be able to contrast it and show it off better. We're at 900 with our floor bidder, looking for 950 to advance. Do I have the advance of 950? Do I have that advance of 950? Holding at 900, looking for 950. Do I have that 950? Holding at 900 with our floor bidder, looking for 950. Do I have that advance of 950? Looking to go to 950. Looking to go to 950. All right, lot number 778. We have a Heron Venetian Carnival mask signed by Ecos Tomas, 1995 issued. This is a first edition, hand-created, hand-painted, decorated, 24-karat gold applied mask. We're at 700, looking for 750. I got 700, looking for 750.
750.
750 advancing, looking for 800. 750 looking for 800 to advance. 750 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Yes, Lion and Unicorn bidder looking for 800 to advance. 750 looking for 800. I have 800 here on the floor looking for 850 to advance. I got 800 on the floor looking for 850 to advance. 800 on the floor
850.
looking for 850. 850 advancing looking for 900. I do have 900 looking for 950. 900 on the floor, looking for 950 to advance for our Heron Venetian Carnival mask, 24
Yep.
karat applied. 950 advancing, 1,000. I do have 1,000. Thank you. Looking for 1,100 to compete. Do I have 1,100? I got 1,000 on the floor with a floor bidder looking for 1,100. 24 karat gold applied mask. This first edition hand-painted Carnival mask. 1,000 on the floor looking for 1,100 to compete. Do I have the competing bid of 1,100? Holding at 1,000 looking for 1,100. Do I have that 1,100 to compete? 1,000 on the floor looking for 1,100. Do I have that 1,100 to compete? We are at 1,000. 1,100 has been bid. 1,100 is with the Lion Unicorn platform. Looking for 12. Looking for 12. Do I have 12? I do have 12 on the floor. Looking for 13. Do I have 13? Looking for 13. 1200 is our floor bidder. Floor bidder is in the lead right now, looking for 1300 to compete. Do I have that competing bid of 1300? 1200 on the table, looking for 13 to advance. Do I have that advance of 13? 1200, looking for 13. Do I have that advance of 13?
Yep.
13 has been advanced. Looking for 14 now. Do I have 14? I do have 14 on the floor. Looking for 15. Can I go to 15? 14 on the floor. 14 advancing. Looking for 15 to advance. Do I have that advance of 15? You give me the bidder's chance to bid here. We're at 14, looking for 15. Do I have 15? 14 is with our floor bidder. Floor bidder on the lead, looking for 15 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 1,500 on the platforms? 1,400 in the lead, looking for 15. Do I have that 15? Looking for 15. 1,400, looking for 15. Do I have 15? It's going to go home with the highest bidder right now, which is our floor bidder right now at 1,400. Do I have a competing bid of 15? Fair warning, still looking for 15 to compete. Last call, last chance for 1,500. Going to go ahead and sell it to our floor bidder for 1,400. Sold for 1,400. Well done to our bidder 5013. Congratulations. All right, lot number 779 is a Murano glass, Seneny's glass dancer. This is a red, white, and gold figurine. 1950 is when it was issued. And we are up to 110, looking for 120 to advance. I got 110 with our lion and unicorn bidder, looking for 120 to advance. And a nice mid-century piece here, Murano glass.
120.
120 advancing, looking for 130. You know, I've got a lot of Murano glass collectors out there, mid-century fanatics. We are 120, looking for 130. 120 is with a lion and unicorn bidder, looking for 130 to advance. Do I have that advance of 130? 120, looking for 130 to advance. Do I have that advance of 130? 120 holding, looking for 130 for a Murano glass piece. It's going to go home with the highest bidder. We're at 120 right now, looking for 130. Do I have a competing bid of 130? Last chance to bid that 130. Final call for 130, hammers up. I'm going to sell it to our lion unicorn bidder for 120. Our Murano gold,
130.
Murano piece here, 130. 130 comes in at the last minute. 130 now in the lead.
140.
Competed bid 140. 140 goes back up, looking for 150. Looking for an advance of 150. 140 is where I'm at, looking for 150. Do I have a bidder at 150? Holding at 140. Looking for 150. Fair warning, looking for a bidder at 150. Still could be you. Last call, last chance for that 150. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it to our lion unicorn bidder for 140. Last chance? All right. Sold for 140 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Our next Murano, Seneny's Glass Dancer. This is pink and gold, number 1855 from 1950. Another wonderful mid-century piece. Also a nice dancing motif here from Murano. Beautiful, beautifully done piece of glass artwork. 110 is where I am at, kicking it off, looking for 120 to advance. I've got 110, looking for 120. 110 on the table, looking to advance to 120. 110 is with
Eye collector.
Eye collector, looking for
120.
120 has been bid. 120 with lion and unicorn, looking for 130 to advance. This one stands at 10 and a half or 10 and a quarter inches in height. We're at 120. Do I have a bidder at 130? 120, looking for 130. Do I have 130? 120 is with lion and unicorn. Do I have 130 to advance? Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 130. It's going to go home with the highest bidder, which is right now,
Yep.
Lion Unicorn. There's my 130. 130 competes, looking to advance to 140.
140.
140 advancing now to 150. Do I have a bidder at 150? 140 with Lion Unicorn. Lion Unicorn still in the lead, looking for 150 to compete. Do I have a competing bid at 150? Looking for that competing bid. We're at 140, looking for 150. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 150. Right now, it's going to go home with Lion Unicorn's bid at 140. Last call, last chance, though, to throw your hat in the ring at 150. Hammers up. Sold the Murano glass for 140 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Our next Murano is Seneny's Glass Lady Dancer. This is a yellow figurine from 1950 again. Nice mid-century piece here, standing at 7.5 inches in height. The Lady Dancer. The lovely, lovely yellow and gold adornments here. We are with live auctioneers at 50. Looking to advance to 60. Do I have a bidder at 60? 50 on the table, looking for 60 to advance. 50 on the table, looking for 60 to advance. 50 with live auctioneers, looking for 60.
Yep.
There's my 60 competing, looking for 70. Do I have a competing bid of 70? 60 on the table, looking for 70. 60 is with live auction, Lion and Unicorn bid, looking for 70 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 70? We're at 60. 70 advancing, looking for 80. Can I go to 80? 70 back with our light. 80 looking for 90. Do I have 90? We're at 80, looking for 90 to compete. I'm at 80 with Lion and Unicorn. Lion and Unicorn lead at 80, looking for 90 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 90? 80 on the table, looking for 90 to advance our yellow and gold mid-century Murano Seneny's Lady figurine here. We are 80 looking for 90, 80 looking for 90. Fair warning, still looking for that 90. Last call, last chance for that $90 is going to go home with the Lion Unicorn bidder, the dancer, at just $80. Last chance. Sold for $80 to Lion and Unicorn's bidder. All right, do we have our phone bidders all set? All right, this is a fantastic school of Murano fish. 16 pieces of a tropical fish Murano art glass collection from 1980. We're currently up to 600, looking for 650 to advance. We're competing bids up to 600, looking for 650 to advance. 650 advancing, looking for 700 to have a bidder at 700.
Yes.
700 has been bid, competing, looking for 750 to advance. This is a wonderful school of tropical fish from the 80s. 750, I have 750. How about 800? Looking for 800. 750 on the table, looking for 800 to advance. 750 holding with our phone bidder, looking for 800. Again, this is a lovely set, even 80s colors on this. I love it, this Murano tropical fish collection. I was looking at it back there. Really, really exceptional piece. We're at 750. 750 looks like we're capping out. Looking to go to 800. 800 on the platforms. 850 on the phone over here. Looking for 900 now. Can I go to 900 for our school of 80s Murano tropical fish? Love those 80s colors there. We're at 850, looking for 900. 850 with our phone bidder, looking for 900. 900 on the platforms. Now, which platform? With Lion and Unicorn, looking for 1,000. 950. Do we have 900 on the platforms, looking for 950. Out at 950. Looking for 950 to have a competing bid at 950. Currently a Lion Unicorn 900. Looking for 950 to compete. All right, fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 950. This is your chance. Last call, last chance for a whole school of Murano fish. 16 pieces for just $950. We're also going to sell for $900. Sold for $900 to our bidder at Lion and a Unicorn. Next up, we have a bubble reindeer, gold flecked bubble reindeer from Murano. Art glass figurine of this reindeer. Wonderful piece, 8.25 inches in height. Again, nice mid-century piece here for this glass reindeer or deer figurine. Already up to $375, our gold flecked bubble glass piece here, looking for $400 to compete. $375 with the Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for $400. Do I have a competing bid at $400? Looking for $400. Fair warning, again, gold flecked bubble reindeer here or deer, standing figurine, mid-century Murano glass, still looking for that bidder at $400. Last call, last chance for that $400. Hammers up, I'm gonna sell it for $375. Last chance? All right. Sold for $375 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Back to some Baccarat. I love those glasses that were earlier, the glassware. Here's our Baccarat blue parakeet paperweight vintage sculpture here. Looking for an opening bid here. We're currently at 600, looking for 650. We're at 600 with our competing bid, 650 advancing, looking for 700 to compete. We're at 650, 650 is with Lion and Unicorn, looking for 700 to compete. We're at 650, looking for 700. Our Baccarat blue parakeet paperweight. Fair warning, still looking for a bid of 700. Last call, last chance, last opportunity for a blue Baccarat paperweight at 700, otherwise I'm going to sell for 650. And sold for 650 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Congratulations. Now is a Baccarat Crystal Bunny paperweight vintage sculpture here, standing at 3 inches in height, looking up, ears back, very cute Baccarat Crystal Bunny. I know I've got our bunny collectors out there and our Baccarat collectors. This is a double win in that field. Looking for an opening bid of 50, and again, if you're the opening bid, we don't have an opening bid yet. Looking for an opening bid, looking for a starting bid. If you're that starting bid and there's no competing bid, you're going to take it home.
Yep.
There is my opening bid. Thank you. How about a competing bid? We got a competing bid? Where if live auctioneers bid the opening bid, they're the one in the lead right now. They're going to take it home, our Crystal Bunny, unless I get 60 right now. Fair warning for 60. Last call, last chance, last opportunity to bid that 60 for our Crystal Baccarat Bunny. Hammers up. Sold for $50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Next up, we have presenting King Henry VIII, this historical collection sculpture from the artists of R&R. 300 is where we are at, looking for 350, 325 to advance. 300 with our absentee bids, looking for 325 to advance.
325.
325 on the platforms. 325, 350 competes. How about 375?
Yep.
Platform 375, 400 in the back. There we go. Thank you. Looking for 425. Let's go to 425. I know you're out there, 425. I got 400 in the back right here, looking for 425 to compete for our Henry VIII, the historical collection sculpture from the artists of R&R from 2006, and 11 inches in height for this lifelike realistic sculpture. We are at 400 in the back, looking for 425. Fair warning for 425. Last call, last chance for 425. Hammers up, and myself for 400. And sold for 400 to bidder number 1105. Congratulations. Speaking of Henry VIII, we have Anne Boleyn, the sculpture from 2006, again from the artist of R&R. We're at 350, looking for 375. This is one of the wives of Henry VIII, of course, Anne Boleyn. We are at 350, looking for 375, 10 inches in height. Nice realistic sculpture here, issued in 2006. It's a sold out and retired edition, so you can only get it in the secondary market here when it comes available, like right now. This is your opportunity. We're at 350 with our bidder back there, looking for 375. Do I have that 375? Fair warning for 375. Bidders. Last call, last chance for Anne Boleyn at 375. Hammers up. And sold for 350 to bidder 1105. The next wife, Jane Seymour. We're at 350, looking for 375 to advance. I am at 350 with our bidder in the back, looking for 375 for our R&R Jane Seymour edition here again. Wives of King Henry VIII. This stands at 10 inches in height. Beautifully done. We're at 350, looking for 375. Fair warning for that 375. Last call, last chance for that 375. Hammers up. Sold for 350. 1105 is our winner. We have Anne of Cleves from 2006 edition. 275 has been bid. Do I have a bidder
300.
at 300? There's 300 on the platform. It's 325. Looking for 350. Do I have 350? Looking for that 350 for Anne of Cleves. Standing at, I think, 10 inches? 10 inches in height here from R&R. We are at 325 with our bidder in the back. Looking for 350. Do I have a competing bid? Do I have a competing bid at 350? What say you bidders? All right, fair warning, so looking for 350. Last call, last chance for 350. Hammers up for Anna Cleves. Going home for 325 to 1105. Congratulations. Catherine Howard on the wives of King Henry VIII. We're at 225?
Yes.
225 has been bid. Do I have a competing bid at 250?
Yep.
I do have 250 in the platforms, 275 in the back, looking for 300. 300 has been bid, looking for 325. Do you have a competing bid at 325 for Catherine Howard? Wives of Henry VIII. We're at 300 in the back, looking for 325. Do you have a competing bid at 325? Holding at 300, looking for 325. This is your opportunity to bid that 325. Fair warning, still looking for 325. Last call, last chance for that 325. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it for 300. Sold for 300 to 1105. Congratulations. Our next and last of this set from the wives of Henry VIII, we have Catherine Parr. This is standing at 10 inches. What's that? 190. 190 has been bid, looking for 200 to advance. 190 looking for 200. I got 200 on the platforms, 200 looking for 225, looking for 230, 250. I don't know where that came from. I'm looking for 250. Do I have that 250? I got 225 in the back, looking for 250 for Catherine Parr. Holding at 225, looking for 250. Do I have that 250? Giving you a second to think about it. All right. Fair warning, still looking for 250. Last call, last chance for 250. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for 225. Sold for 225 to bidder number 1105. Congratulations. Is our phone bidder all set, Arthur? Absentee bid and phone bidder all set for the next one, the 792?
Yes, ready to go.
All right, fantastic. This is a Hawkins Pottery Original Premier Tropical Dolphins vase issued in 1980, signed by the artist, 14 inches in height from 1980. Love our Dolphins here in South Florida. We are at, looking for an opening bid of 50. Do I have my opening bid of just 50? We're up to 225 in competing bids. How about 250 to advance? I got 225, 275 advancing, looking for 250, or looking for 300. We're at 275, looking for 300. Do I have a bidder at 300? 300 has been bid, looking for 325 on this fantastic Dolphins vase here from Hawkins Pottery. Signed by the artist. This is really a fantastic vase. Again, we love our Dolphins here in South Florida. We're at 300, looking for 325. Do I have a bidder at 325? Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 325. Last call, last chance for 325. Hammers up. Sold for 300. 7954. 7954?
Yes.
7954 is the winner. Hawkins Pottery up next with our ginger jar. Again, tropical fish. We're at 250, 1980 issued, signed by the artist. 250 has been bid. 275 competes. 300 in advance. Looking for 325. I got 300, 325. Looking for 350 now. To have a competing bid of 350 for our tropical ginger fish jar from Hawkins Pottery. We're at 325. Looking for 350. Do I have 350? Holding at 325. Looking for 350. Standing at 10 inches in height, issued in 1980. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 350. Last call, last chance for our Hawkins Pottery ginger jar with tropical fish motif at 350. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for 325. and sold for $325. 7954 is our winning bidder. Our next Hummel Joy figurine, 13 inches in height. Is that correct? Yes, 13 inches is a big one here. This is the beloved Sister Maria Innocentia Hummel. The heartwarming piece here. We are at 60, looking for 70 to advance. This is a large Hummel 13-inch piece here. Looking for 70. I got 60 with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 70 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 70? I'm at 60, looking for 70. Do I have 70? Fair warning for 70 for our Hummel here. 13 inches in height for this Hummel. Last call, last chance for 70. Hammers up. Sold for $60 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Balik, getting into some Balik here. We have a Olympic yellow green mark covered teapot. There's a large one here. Really lovely piece of Balik from 1955. Nice mid-century. Currently at 30. How about 40 to advance? 30 with live auctioneers. Do I have a competing bid of 40? I got my opening bid of 30. Do I have any competing bids out there?
40.
$40. There it is. My competing bid. Competing at 40. How
50?
about 50? 50 competes right back. Looking for 60 to advance us. Can I advance to 60? We're at 50 with our Balik teapot here, looking for 60 to advance. I got 50 on the table, looking for 60. Fair warning, it's going to go home with our live auctioneers bidder at 50 unless I get a competing bid of 60 right now. Last call, last chance for that 60. Hammers up. Live auctioneers gets it for $50. Congratulations. Our next is a porcelain oval basket from Balik with multicolored florals. Nice vintage piece here from our Irish maker here at Balik. And again, those baskets, that delicate porcelain woven there is gorgeous. We are at 50, looking for 60. 50 is with our invaluable bidder, looking for 60 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I've got 50, looking for 60 to advance. Do I have that advance of 60?
Yep, 60.
60 advancing, looking for 70 to compete. I've got 60 on the table, looking for 70. Do I have a competing bid of 70? 60 is with our live auctioneers bidder now. Invaluable, do you want to compete at 70? Our invaluable bidder. Do I have a competing bid of 70? Holding at 60, looking for 70. Looking for 70. I got 60 with 70 advancing. 70 competes with invaluable. No, Lion Unicorn. Lion Unicorn accepted in the mix with the bidder at 70. Looking for 80 now. Do I have a competing bid of 80? Look at the delicateness of that porcelain with the woven basket here. Gorgeous piece, 8 inches in length. $70 is where I'm at with Lion Unicorn. Do I have 80 to advance? 70 on the table, looking for 80. Do I have a competing bid of 80? 80 advancing, looking for 90. Do I have 90? 80 looking at the 80 in the lead, looking for 90. Do I have a competing bid of 90? 80 right now. 80 is with our live auctioneers bidder. Do I have a competing bid of 90? 90 comes right up, takes the lead now. How about 100? Looking to go to 100. I got 90 on the table, looking for 100. Looking for 100. 90 is with Lion and Unicorn, looking for 100 to advance. Do I have that advance of 100?
Yep.
Who's going to bring us to 100? 100 now steps right back in that first position. They're in the lead at 100, looking for 110 to compete. Can I compete at 110? We're at 100, looking for 110 to compete. I'm at 100, looking for 110. 100, looking for 110. 100 is with the live auctioneers, looking for 110 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 110? Can I advance us to 110? 100 holding, looking for 110. 100 is with live auctioneers, looking for 110. The high bid now is going to take it home. Live auctioneers is going to take it home. Do I have a competing bid? $10 more puts you back in that first position. What say you, invaluable and live auctioneer or Lion and Unicorn bidder? $10 more to 110. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 110. It's going to go home with live auctioneers right now. Last call, last chance for 110. Sold for 100 to live auctioneers. Lot number 797 is an antique American Balik tall tankard with roses. Early 20th century, 1900, 1909, signed by the artist, standing at a nice 12 inches. Lovely hand painting on here. We're at 100, looking for 110 to advance. 110 advancing, looking for 120, going to go to 120. 110 on the table, looking for 120 to advance. 110 is with our live auctioneers bidder. Do I have a competing bid of 120? 110 with live auctioneers, looking for 120 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 120? This is a beautiful antique turn of the 20th century. Tall tankard, hand-painted roses, really beautifully done. 1900 to 1909. We're currently at 110, looking for 120 to advance and compete. Do I have that competing bid of 120? 12 inches in height. We do have 120 right here, looking for on the floor, looking for 130 to advance. 120 on the floor, looking for 130. Can I advance to 130? 130 on the platform. How about 140, sir? We do have 140. Thank you. Looking for 150. We're at 140 with our floor bidder, looking for 150 to compete. Do I have a competing bid on the platforms? or on the floor of 150,
Yep.
140, 150. How about 160? I do have 160. Thank you. 160 on the floor. How about 170 to compete? We're at 160. Looking for 170. Really gorgeous roses here on the side here. 160 on the floor. In the
170.
lead. 170 competes. Looking for 180 to advance. 170 on the table, looking for 180. Do I have 180? 170 right here, looking for 180. Do I have 180? I'm sorry, 180 is on the floor, looking for 190. 180 on the floor, looking for 190. 180 on the floor,
190.
looking for 190. 190, 200. I do have 200. Thank you. Looking for 225. 200 on the floor, looking for 225 to compete. 200 on the floor, looking for 225. Do I have a competing bid of 225? 200 on the floor, looking for 225 to compete for our Belique Tall Tankard with roses. We're at 200, 200 with our floor bidder, looking for 225 to compete. 200 is with our floor bidder, looking for 225. Do I have an advance of 225? Holding for 225. Do I have that 225? Looking for 225. We're at 200 with the floor, looking for 225 to compete. It's going home with our floor bidder at 200.
225.
225 is advanced. 250? Do you want to go to 250? 250 has been bid, looking for 275. 250 with the floor. Again, it's going home with the last bidder and highest bidder right now. Right now, that's the floor bidder at 250. Do I have 275 to compete? We're at 250, looking for 275. 250 holding, going home with the floor bidder at 250, unless I get that 275. Fair warning, still looking for that 275. Last call, last chance for that 275. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for 250 to our floor bidder here. And sold for 250 to bidder number 5013. Congratulations. Lot number 798 is a Belique 3-footed Irish pot sugar bowl, black mark design. And we're looking for an opening bid of 50, and I'm sure that bid is out there. Look at the clover on the side adorning this particular sugar bowl, this 3-footed Irish pot. This is a fantastic piece to add to your collection. From Belique, we're looking for 50, and again, if you're the opening bid at 50 and there's no competing bid, you're going to take it home and add it to your collection. St. Patrick's Day is not too far away. You can get started early with this 3-footed Irish pot sugar bowl. $50 is all it takes. Do I have a bidder at 50? What say you bidders? Looking for that 50 starting bid. Lot number 799. We have Belique sugar and creamer set with shamrocks on the side, black mark design. Again, looking for an opening bid for the pair of just $50. Who wants to start the bidding at 50? And again, if there's no competing bid, you're going to take it home for that 50. Holding for 50, looking for 50 for our shamrock, cloverleaf, Irish Belique sugar and creamer set. Black mark, looking for 50. Lot number 800. Our next piece of Belique is this 2-set with the ivory and pale yellow black mark design. This is a sugar and creamer set, starting at 30. Looking for 30 to kick us off. Do I have an opening bid at 30? Again, if you're the only bid at 30, you're going to take it home. If there's no competing bid, do I have an opening bid of just $30? Looking for that 30. Our next Belique, lot number 801. Is a basket weave spill vase with florals with the black mark design here. Looking for an opening bid of just 30. Could be you. If there's no competing bid, you're going to take it home for 30. Do I have a bidder at 30 for our Belique basket weave spill vase? Looking for $30 to kick us off. Lot number 802. This is a really lovely piece, again, going to that woven basket. This is a porcelain Belique basket with roses, shamrock shape. Nice vintage here. This is at 50. We have a $50 opening bid with our invaluable bidder looking for 60 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I'm at 50 looking for a competing bid of 60. And this just isn't Belique. This is coming from a special collection, the archival collection of the Rivan Galleries and Gwen Reasoner. So this has some provenance to it as well. It's not just a beautiful Belique basket. We're at 50 with invaluable, looking for 60 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I'm at 50 looking for 60. Do I have a competing bid of 60? It's going to go home with our invaluable bidder, just the opening bid, unless I get that competing bid right now. Fair warning for 60. Last call, last chance for that 60. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for 50. Sold for $50 to our bidder at invaluable. Lot number 803, we have our next Belique piece here. This is another woven basket, heart-shaped, ivory glaze, vintage piece. Lovely. Looking for a starting bid of just 50 again for this heart-shaped basket. Looking for 50. Do I have 50? Looking for 50 to open on this bid. Lot number 804. This is an antique Willits American Belique loving cup adorned and hand-painted with cherubs. This is 19th century. This is fabulous, absolutely fabulous. This is currently at 120, looking for 130 to advance. I got 120 on the table, 120.
130.
130 advancing, looking for 140. Do I have 140? Look at the cherubs adorned and hand-painted on the side here. Two beautiful images here. From mid to late 19th century, 1850 to 1899. Really, really fantastic piece. 130 is with our live auctioneer's bidder. Do I have a competing bid at 140? Live auctioneer is in the lead for this at 130, but you could take that lead for 140, 7.5 inches in height. We're at 130 looking for 140. Again, just think of how old this is and what it's seen and what it's lived through, and it's still in this amazing shape here, very fine detail. We're at 130 looking for 140. Who wants to add this beautiful antique to their collection? Fair warning for 140. Last call, last chance. Hammers up. Sold for 130 to our bidder at live auctioneers. Beam up next. We have a camellia floral from 1991, the Joyful Bells Camellia. Look at the detail on this particular piece, issued in 1991. And it is really, really lovely in its delicate nature here between the pistils and the petals here. We're at 90, looking for 100, looking for 110.
Yep.
110 advancing, looking for 120. Do I have a competing bid at 120? 120 advancing, looking for 130. Do I have 130? Looking for 130. I got 120 looking for 130, 130 looking for 140. Do I have a bidder at 140? I'm sure I do. 1991 issue here.
Yep.
130, 140. How about 150 to advance? 140 looking for 150. 140 is with live auctioneers. Live auctioneers at 140 looking for 150 to advance. Do I have a bidder at 150?
Yep.
150 advancing, 150 competes. 160 is where I need to go next. Do I have a bidder at 160? 150 on the table looking for 160. Do I have advance at 160? 150 is with live Lion and Unicorn now. Do I have a bidder to compete at 160? Do I have a bidder to compete at 160? 150 is with Lion and Unicorn. Do I have a bidder at 160? Fair warning, it's going to go home with the highest bidder right now, which is right at this moment, Lion and Unicorn, unless it's you. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 160. Last call, last chance for that 160. Hammers up. 150 it is, going home with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. We're going to do this, and then we're going to take a short 5-minute break after this particular lot. Our next 806 is a Beam Magnolia Grandiflora with Monarch Butterfly from 1975. Really rare piece, edition, a limited edition of 750. This is number 436. Out of that edition, love magnolias. We spent a lot of time in the South. Those magnolias are gorgeous. This Monarch Butterfly is a nice bonus to this as well. We're at 550. 550 with our invaluable bidder, looking for 600 to advance. So I have that advance of 600. This hand-painted piece, really museum quality, fine detail, gorgeous piece, limited edition, 12 inches in length. That's a huge piece. We're at 550, looking for 600 to advance. 550 is with invaluable. Do I have 600? I've got 550 on the table with invaluable bidder, looking for 600 to advance. Do I have that advance of 600? 550 holding, looking for 600. Do I have an advance of 600? 550
Yep,
holding. 600 has been bid. 600 advancing. Looking for 650. 650 takes that lead right now. Looking for 700. Can we go to 700? I'm at 650. Looking for 700. This really warrants it. This is such a gorgeous piece with that, including the butterfly on it with that magnolia. Magnolias are just beautiful flowers. We're at 650. Looking for 700 to advance. 650 holding with our invaluable bidder. 700 to compete. Can I go to 700? We're at 650. Looking for 700. Looking for 700. 650 is with our invaluable bidder. It's going home right now with the highest bidder, which right now is invaluable. Do I have a competing bidder at 700? If you're interested in this piece, right now is the time to bid. Swipe right. Fair warning, 700. 700 now takes the lead. 700 takes the lead. 750. 750 takes that lead right back. Looking for 800. Let's go to 800. I got 750. 750 is with our invaluable bidder. Looking for 800 to compete. Do I have a competing bidder? Again, it's going home with the highest bidder right now, which is still invaluable. It's invaluable. Invaluable is in the lead right now at 750. Hammer's going to drop, and it's going to go to that highest bidder. Right now, it's invaluable. It could be you. Do you want to bid 800? Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 800. Last call, last chance for 800. Hammer's up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. 750 it is, going home with our invaluable bidder. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and on the other end of the hour, Cliff is going to take over for the next hour or so. So see you shortly.
Hello, is this thing on? We are back. Thank you for staying with us through our exceptional selections auction here at Lion and Unicorn Auctions. We're on lot number 807 right now as we return. Beam Porcelain Blue Iris Floral with long stem. Wonderful figurine by the Beam Studio artists in Malvern, England, produced or introduced back in 1989. This was retired by the following year. It's got all the specific hallmarks. And you can see it's a very, very realistic piece with wonderful coloration that really reflects the subject matter produced in 1989. And like the other pieces from today's auction, this comes from the archival collection of the Revan Galleries and Dr. Gwendolyn Reasoner. We've got an $80 bid, now 90. Would it go 100, please? Now $90. Looking for 100 to advance. Any advance to 100 on the floor? $90 going once. We've got 90, but you could, there's 100. Thank you, Yulia. Now 100, we go 110. I've got a bit of a 100 leave for 110 to advance. Any advancement from 1 to 110, $100 going once, 100 twice. Sell it for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder on the home team, lot number 808, Beam Porcelain Emmett Barnes. It's a camellia from 1975, produced by the Malvern, England artists. Very popular and sold out edition as of 1981. Beautiful, very realistic, with delicate porcelain petals. $90 my bid, now 90. Looking for 100 to advance. I've got a bid of 90. It's just like the Oscars when they play me off. Now 90. Any advance from 90 to 100? I got a bid of 90.
100.
I've got 100. Thank you. Now 100. Who'd go 110?
Yep.
I've got 110. Who's going to take me to 120? Now $110, looking for $120 to advance. Will you take me to $120? This is the fine bone china, very decorative, beautifully hand-created, a Emmett Barnes white camellia flower,
120.
authentic beam details to it as well. 120, now 120, would it go 130?
Yep.
We have 130, would it go 140, please? Now $130, looking for 140 to advance. Any advancement from 130 to 140, you should take me to 140 right now. Now's the time. There's what I've got my advance to 140. Would it go 150, please? I'm looking for $150 to advance. Any increase to $150 from 140 to 150. I've got a bit of 140, looking for 150. Now $140 for this gorgeous piece. Very realistic design, truly museum quality, as many of these pieces found themselves in from these editions. $140 is my bid. I'm looking for 150 to increase. Any advance from 140 to 150? 140 is our bid going once. Now 140 twice. We'll sell for 140 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 809, Beam Porcelain Rhododendron with butterfly. Very rare piece with wonderful lavender purple flowers. That's a very striking colorway. In an edition number 89, this was a limited edition of only 350 produced. Very delicate pieces and very realistic. You're going to have a hard time telling that from the real thing. $550 my bid, now $550. Would it go 6?
7.
I've got 7. Would it go 7? Now 750. Would it go 8?
8.
I've got 8. Would it go 850?
Yep.
Now 850. Would it go 9?
9.
I've got 9. Would it go 950, please? Now 950. Would it go 1,000? Now 1,000. Looking for 11. Would it go 12?
12.
Now 12. Would it go 13?
Yep.
Now 13. Would it go 14?
Yep.
Now 14. Would it go 15?
Yep.
Now 14. Would it go 15? Now 15. Would it go 16? Now $1,500 looking for 1,600 to advance, please.
Yep.
I've got 16. Would it go 17? Now 1,600. I'm looking for an advance of 1,700, please. Who's going to take me to 1,700?
17.
Beautiful petals there, just very striking, very realistic, and I have a $1,700 bid.
18.
I've got an $1,800 bid. Would it go 19, please? Any advancement from $1,800 to $1,900? Now's the time for you to take me to $1,900. I've got $1,800. I'm looking for $1,900, and we're at $1,800.
19.
Now 19, thank you. Now 19, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $1,900. I'm looking for 2,000. Now 2, would it go 2,100, please? Now 2,100. I'm sorry, now 2,000, looking for 2,100 to advance. Any advance on the floor to $2,100? Any advance online to $2,100? $2,000 going once. We have a bid of 2,000, but you can swoop on in like a bird about to take the nectar of that beautiful flower and take it for 2,100. 2,000 twice. Any interest at 21? Sold for 2,000 to our invaluable bidder. Very nicely done. Thank you so much. Lot number 810. It's a Beam Porcelain Royal Blessings Rose with baby's breath, hand created, hand painted, very, very delicate, with pastel pink and white baby's breath and green leaves. $50 my bid now, produced in 1983. I've got a bid of 50. Would it go 60, please? Now $50. I'm looking for 62
Yep.
advance. There's 60. Would it go 70? I have a $60 bid. I'm looking for 72
70.
advance. There's 70. Would it go 80? Now $70. Do I have any interest at $80 on the floor, please? $70 is my bid. I'm looking for $80. Any interest at $80? 80. There's 80. Would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80. I'm looking for
90.
90. There's 90. Would it go 100, please? Now $90. Any advance from 90 to 100? I have a $90 bid. I'm looking for $100. Will you take me to $100? Do I hear 100?
Yep.
There's 100. Thank you. Now 100 go 110. I have a bid of $100 looking for $110 to
110.
increase. 110. Now would it go 120? We have a bid of $110. I'm looking for $120 to advance, please. Will you take me to 120? Any advance from 110 to 120? Now's the time to do it. I have a bid of $110. Do you take me to $120 is the question. I got a bid of 110. I'm looking for 120. $110 going once. We have 110, but you can still jump up to 120. 110 twice. We'll sell it for 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 811, Beam Porcelain, a white camellia flower with stem produced in 1985. Again, just a very, very realistic piece depicting a gorgeous white camellia in full bloom with a very, very realistic green stem. All the authentic beam back stamp details on it as well. $80 is my bid now. 80 would it go now? 90 would it go 100, please? I've got a bid of 100, looking for 110 to advance. Do I hear 110? Now $100. Any interest on the floor at $110? I've got a bid of
110.
There's 110. Thank you, Yulia. Now 110 would it go 120? I have a bid of $110, looking for $120 to advance, please.
Yep.
And there's 120. Thank you. Now 120 would it go 130? I've got a bid of $120. I'm looking for $130 to advance. Who's going to take me to one? There's 130. Would it go 140? Now $130. I'm looking for 140. Do I hear 140 on the floor? $130. Any interest in 140? Do I
Yep.
hear 140? There's 140. Thank you. Would it go 150? I have a bid of $140. Looking for $150 to increase. Will you take me to 150, please? Now $140. I'm looking for 150. Any advance to $150. Beautiful museum quality porcelain botanical element. And just the flower, the pictures do it justice, but it really is gorgeous in person. $140, my bid going once. Now 140, any advance from 140 to 150? 140 twice. Sold for 140 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot number 812, Beam Porcelain Peace Rose flower from 1972. Originated in 1972. Looks like the hallmark here for is 2008. I've got a sold-out edition, authentic beam script signature on the stem. Just a beautiful, again, very realistic museum quality piece of floral decorative art. I've got a $60 bid now. 60. I'm looking for $70 to advance, please. Now 70. Would it go 80? I have a bid of $70. I'm looking for $80 to increase. There's 80. Would it go 90, please? Now $80. Any advance from 80 to 90? Do you take me to $90? I've got a bid of $80.
90.
Now 90. Thank you so much, Julia. Now 90. Would it go 100? I have a bid of $90. I'm looking for 100. There's 100. Would it go 110? Now $100. I'm looking for $110 to advance. Any increase from 1 to 110? $100 is my bid. Beautiful hand-painted, handmade, with the hallmark details. $110 now. 120 is my, looking for 120. There's 120. Would it go 130, please? I have a bid of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Any advance from 120 to 130? Now's the time to do it. I've got 120 from our live auctioneers
130.
bidder. Now 130. Thank you. Now 130. Would it go 140? We have a bid of $130. I'm looking for $140 to advance. Who's going to take me to 140? Any advance from 130 to 140? 130 going once. We have 130, but you can still jump in and take it to 140 right now before the hammer falls. Hammer's up at $130. Any advance from 130 to 140? 130 twice. We'll sell it for 130 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Lot number 813, Beam Porcelain Pink Camellia flower with stem from 1985. Just a beautiful, very, very realistic piece. A beautiful pink camellia, single piece, botanical element in full bloom with the 3 green leaves. Just absolutely gorgeous with the beam back stamp on the floral stem. $120. My bid now 120. Would it go 130, please? I have a bid of $120. I'm looking for 130 to advance. Any advance on the floor from 120 to 130? I've got a bid of 130. Now 130. Thank you so much. Will it go 140, please? Now $130, looking for $140. $130 on our Lion and Unicorn bidder. I'm looking for 142
Yep.
advance. There's 140, thank you. Now 140, would it go 150? We have $140 from our live auctioneers bidder. I'm looking for $150 to increase any advancement from 140 to 150, please. Will you take me to 150? Do I hear $150? Now 140, any advance going from 140? 140 is our bid going once. I've got 140, but you can still jump in to take it to 150. 140 twice. Let's sell it 140 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 814, Beam Porcelain Betty Sheffield Camellia, featuring the Betty Sheffield flower, beautiful camellia in pastel pink and white with green leaves, produced 1981, and just a wonderful museum quality floral element from the archival collections of Dr. Gwendolyn Reesner and the Revan Galleries. 110 is my bid. Now 110, would it go 120, please? I've got a bid of $110. I'm looking for 122 advance. There's 120, there's 130, would it go 140? Now $130, I'm looking for 142 advance. Who's going to take me to one? There's 140, would it go 150? Now 150, would it go 160, please? I have a bid of $150. I'm looking for $160 to advance. Do I hear 160? Any advance on the floor to $160? 150 is my bid now. Any advancement from 150 to 160? 150 is my bid going once. We have 150, but you can jump in to take it to 160. 150 twice. Sold 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 815, Beam White Gardenia from 1981. Sold out and closed by 1988. It contains the hallmarks, the petals hand cut and hand shaped, just so delicate, with each one individually joined together and assembled to create this beautiful, realistic museum quality floral element. $110, 120. Would it go 130, please? I've got a bid of $120 looking for 130. Will you take me to 130? There's 130. Would it go 140? Now $130 looking for, there's 140. Would it go 150, please? I have a bid of $140. I'm looking for 150 from you. Do I hear 150? There's 150. Would it go 160? Now $150. I'm looking for $160 to advance, please. There's 160. Would it go 170? I have a bid of $160. Do I hear 170 on the floor? Any interest at 170? 160 is our bid. Any advance from 160 to 170? I'm looking for 160. 160 is my bid going once. Now 160 twice. We'll sell it for 160 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Very nicely done. Lot number 816. Beam Porcelain Society Rose, including a little ladybug, or as they call them in the UK, ladybirds. Beautiful bone porcelain, Society Rose, Beam Porcelain Society Rose in white with a colorful little ladybug on one of the green leaves. I just love that. $90, my bid now 90. Would it go 100, please? I've got a bid of $90. Any advance on the floor to 100? $90 going once. We have 90, but you can still jump in and take it to $100. $90 twice. Let's sell it for 90 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 817, Beam Light Yellow Chrysanthemum from 1986. So realistic looking, wow. White with pastel yellow accents that Beam refers to as the floral, or rather as the light yellow chrysanthemum with all the hallmark details. This sold out by 1990. $150, now 150, would it go 160? I have a bid of 160, would it go 170, please? Now 170, looking for 180, there's 180, would it go 190? I have a bid of 190, would it go 2? Now 200, would it go 225? Beautiful museum quality porcelain element. The only thing missing is the fragrance. I've got a bid of 275. There's 3. Would it go 325? Now $300 looking for 325 to advance, please. There's 325. Would it go 350? I've got 350. Would it go 375? Now $350 looking for $375 to advance. Any advancement on the floor to 375? There's 370. There's 4. Would it go 425? I've got 425. Would it go 450? Now 450. Would it go 475? I have a bid of $450 looking for 475 to advance, please. There's 450. Do I hear there's 475? Would it go 5? Now 5. Would it go 550? I've got a bid of 500 looking for 550 to advance.
Yep.
This edition closed and sold out by 1990 after only a little over 3 years of production. $600 now. Would you go $650? I have a bid of $600, looking for $650 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $650? There's $650. Thank you, Yulia. Now $650. Would it go $7? Now $7 would go $750. I have a bid of $700, looking for $750 to advance. Any advance from $7 to $750? We have $700. Do I hear $750?
Yep.
There's $750. Thank you. Would it go $8? I have a bid of $750. There's $8. Would it go $850? Now $800. I'm looking for $850 to advance, please. Just a gorgeous series of botanical elements and flora, just so gorgeous. $800 now. Getting ready to close out the bidding. You can still jump in and take it for $850 though. $800 bid going once.
Yep.
Now $850. Thank you so much. I got
Nine.
$850. There's 9. Would it go $950? I have a bid of $900. I'm looking for $950 to advance, please. Any advance from 9 to $950? Who's going to take me to $950? $900 going once. We have 900, but you could jump in and take it to 950. Now 950. Would it go 1,000?
Yep.
I have 1,000. Would it go 1,100, please? Now 1,000. I'm looking for 1,100 to advance. Any advance from $1,000 to $1,100, now would be the time to do it. $1,000 our bid going once. We have $1,000, but you can still jump in and take me to 11. 1,000 twice. Let's sell it for 1,000 to our live auctioneers bidder. Very nicely done. Well played. Lot 818, Beam Porcelain French Parfum Rose floral piece. Deep rose on the outer petals with graduating to a soft yellow to the inner and a wonderful pastel yellow tinted butterfly. As well, all the beam details to it. $110 my bid. Now 110, now 120. Would it go 130? I have a bid of $120 looking for 132. There's 130. Would it go 140? I have a bid of 140. Would it go 150, please? Now 150. Would it go 160? I have a bid of $150 looking for $160 to advance. There's 160. Would it go 160? There's 170. Would it go 180? I have a bid of $170 looking for $180 to advance. Any interest on the floor at 180? There's 180. Would it go 190, please? There's 190. Would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190 looking for $200 to advance. There's 2. Would it go 225? Now 200. Do I hear 220? There's 225. Would it go 250? I have a bid of $225 looking for $250 to advance, please. Any advance from 225 to 250? Do I hear 250 from anyone on the floor? 225 is my bid. Any advance from 225 to 250? 225 is my bid going once. We have 225, but you can still come in and take it to 250. 225 twice. We'll sell it for 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot 819, hardcover book. Degas, Pastels, Oil Sketches and Drawings by Götz Adriani. A very well-regarded hardcover art book focusing on Degas' work in drawing and pastel, produced in 1985. $50 my bid, now 50 to go 60. I have a $50 bid looking for 62 advance, 50 once, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 820, Art, a World History hardcover book by Louise Candlish, published by Dorling in 1998. 720 pages, including a glossary and over 2,000 color illustrations. $30 my bid, now 30 would go 40. I've got a $40 bid, thank you so much, madam. Now 40 would go 50. I have a bid of $40. I'm looking for 50 to advance. $40 going once. Now 40. Any advancement from 40 to 50? $40 twice. We'll sell it for 40 to our bidder number 9205. Thank you so much. Very nice. Lot number 821, vintage full leather classic, Tolstoy's War and Peace, published in 1981 by the Franklin Library. I just saw Paul Dano in the TV version of War and Peace. Very nicely done, too. When he was younger, too. This was before Quentin Tarantino cast shade all over him. $70 my bid. Any advance to $80? Now 80. Would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80. Now 90. Would it go 100, please? Just a wonderful, wonderful leather bound with gilding on the outside. Just beautiful, beautiful by Count Leo Tolstoy. $90 my bid. A great quote from there, too. God is not found in faith, but in life, which I thought was a very interesting and enjoyable quote, too. Good book. $90 once, 90 twice. We'll sell it for 90 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 822, Disney Classics. Mary Poppins, Practically Perfect from 2007. It's a classic, authentic, three-dimensional piece depicting the governess herself with her umbrella on her way to do all sorts of horrible things to the bank's children. $109 my bid. Who's going to take me to 200? Any advance from 190 to
225.
now 225? Thank you so much. I've got 225. Would it go 250?
Yep.
Now 250. Would it go now 275? Thank you so much. Sorry,
Yep.
I got 275. I've got 275 looking for 3. I have a bit of 275 on the floor looking for 300 to advance.
You have to, you're with me, right?
This gentleman here, I'm with this gentleman for 275. Sorry for the confusion. This came in.
300.
Now 300, would it go 325? I have a bit of 300. This is a limited edition of 3,500. This one is 626 in that edition. Just very realistic, looks exactly like Miss Julie Andrews. $300 my bid now, 3 would go 325. Any advance from 3 to 325? Beautiful piece. Additional details as well. I've got a bit of 3 going once. Any advance from 300? That's my line and unicorn bidder. Any 325? Thank you. I got 325 on the floor. Now 325. Would you go 350? I have a bit of $325 from the gentleman looking for 352 advance. Sculpted by Kent Melton was the artist. It's 325 on the floor is my bid, holding steady. Any advancement from 325 to 350? 325 is our bid going once. Now 325. Any advance from 325 to 350 be the time to do it now. 325 twice. We'll sell it for 325 to the gentleman bidder number 5432. Thank you so much, sir. Very nicely done. Lot number 823. We've got a Disney Classics 101 Dalmatians figurine, Cruella de Vil, titled Anita Darling, depicting Cruella as she encountered Anita. I've got a bid of 110 on the floor. Thank you so much, darling. 110, would it go 120, please? I have a bid of $110 looking for 120 to advance. Any advance from 110 to 120? $110 now. Looking for 120 to advance. Any interest on the floor? Any other interest on the floor? $110. Let me see where we're at. Anita. Any interest online? Any additional interest on the floor? 110 is our current bid. I'm looking for 120. 110 once. 110. We're now 120. I've got 120. Would it go 130? I have a bid of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Any advance from 120 to 130? There's 130. Would it go 130? Would it go 140? I have a bid of $130 looking for $140 to advance, please. Now $130. Do I hear 140? Do I hear 140 from the gentleman? $130 once. $130 my bid. Any advance from 130 to 140? 130 twice. We'll sell it for 130 to our bidder number 9205. Very nicely done. Lot number 824, Disney Classics, Beauty and the Beast. Figural group, the 15th anniversary, titled Spell Lifted, created with a collaborative efforts of the Disney Company and others. Beautiful piece too. It's a limited edition of 2000. This one is number 609 in that edition. We've got 375 now. 375 is my bid, looking for 400 to advance. I've got a bid of 375. Any advance from 375 to 4? And we're going to see what this piece looks like here. Wonderful piece, looking very much like it did in both the animated classic. And there they are. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks. And you can see it with just a very, very wonderful and realistic rendering of the animation with the lovers just gazing deeply into each other's eyes, and just a wonderful the luster on her dress, that iridescence, is just really, really spectacular, and it contrasts nicely with his sort of glazed, but a little bit of a kind of a biskiness to it, as it were. 375 is my bid now. 375 would it go for? I have a bid of $375 looking for 400 to advance. Any interest on the floor at $400? We got 375 from our invaluable bidder. I'm looking for an increase to 400. Any interest on the floor at 400? Any interest at 400 on the floor? Now 375. Any advance from 375 to 4? All right, we're going to go on and move to lot number 3.
Oh, hold on, 400 in this case.
We have 400, thank you. Now 400 would go 425. Now 400 will give her
425.
425 would go 450. I have a bid of 425.
450.
There's 450 would go 475.
475.
Now 475 would go 5. I have a bid of 475 looking for 500 to advance, please. Any advancement from 475 to 500, now would be the time. Beautiful 15th anniversary limited edition piece. As I said, this one is number 609 in that edition of 2000. Any advance from 475 to 5?
Next,
475 going once.
next.
Let's move on then. We're going to go on to line number 825. We've got Disney Classics Bambi. Hey, we were just talking about this. This is a wonderful figural group depicting Bambi and Flower, the little skunk. I've got a bid now of $80. Now 80 would it go 90.
90,
I've got 90. Would it go 100?
I mean
Now,
80, I'm sorry. 80 here.
I've got 80. I've got 90. There's 90. Thank you so much. Now 90 would it go 100, please. I've got a bid of $90. I'm looking
100.
for 100. I got 100. Would it go 110? Now 110 would it go 120? I have a bid of 100 on the floor, looking for 120 to advance, please. This was issued for the 50th anniversary.
120.
Now 120, would it go 130? I've got 130, would it go 140, please? Now $130.
140.
Now 140, would it go 150? Now 150, would it go 160, please? This has got the authentic Walt Disney Collectors Society back stamp to the underside.
160.
I've got 160, would it go 170, please? Now 170, thank you, would it go 180? I have a bid of $170 on the floor.
180.
Looking for 180 there, 180, looking for 190, please. Now 200, thank you so much, madam. 200, would it go 225?
225.
We've got 225, would it go 250? Now 250, would it go 275? I've got a bit of 250 on the floor, looking for 275 to advance, please.
Yep.
There's 275, would it go 3? Now 3, would it go 325? We've got a bit of 300, I'm looking for 325 to advance. Any advancement from 3 to 325? Limited edition, really nice piece, very delicate with all those floral elements. We're going to close it out in just a second here. $300 my bid going once. I've got a bid of 300. Do you want me to take it for 325? 300 twice. Sold for 300 to our bidder, 79.25. Very nicely done. Thank you. I like it very much. Wonderful. Lot number 826, Walt Disney Classics. Peter Pan. Nobody calls Pan a coward. Peter Pan about to leap off, looks like a rock or some sort of landmark base. I've got a bid of $50 now. Now 50, would it go 60? I have a $50 bid looking for $60 to advance. $50 on our invaluable platform, 50 once. Any interest on the floor at $60? 50 twice. I've got 60 on the floor there, looking for 70. Do I have 70 from you, sir? Okay, I've got 60 here, looking for 70.
70.
I've got a $60 bid only for 70.
70.
I've got 70, would it go 80? I've got a bid of $70 looking for 80 to advance. Any advance from 70 to 80? I've got a $70 bid online. Do I hear $80? $80, I've got $80. Thank you, madam. I've got 80, would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80 looking for $90 to
90.
advance. Now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bid of $90. I'm looking for 100 to advance. Any interest on the floor, sir? Would you be interested in $100? I've got a bid of $90. I'm looking for 100. Any interest at 100? I've got a bid of $90. Looking for $100 to advance. Now $90. Going to close out the bidding in just a second. I got the hammers up. You are certainly welcome to jump in and take it for $100. $90 once. $90 twice. I don't want to see anybody's heart broken here. We'll sell it for 90 to our invaluable bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 827. Disney Bambi's. What's going on around here? Authentic three-dimensional Disney owl. Didn't I see him with didn't he used to have a Tootsie Roll pop or something back in the day? $30 my bid. Now 40. I've got 40 on the floor. Now 40, would it go 50?
Yep.
I've got 50, would it go 60? Now 60, would it go 70? I've got a $60 bid looking for $70 to advance here. This features the owl saying, what's going on around here from the top of the treetop? Just a really nice whimsical figurine. $60 is my floor bid. I'm looking for 70 to advance. Any advance from 60 to 70? $60 once. $60 twice. Sold for 60 to bidder number 79.25. Thank you so much. Lot number 828. Disney Classics Tinkerbell pauses to reflect figurine. Right? Wasn't that thing with Tinker? You needed to clap so that she would stay alive. Bring her back. We got a bit of 90. We got a bit of 100. Looking for 110 to advance. Now 100. Any advance from 1 to 110? I've got 110. Thank you so much. I've got 110. Would it go 120? Now 110. Any advance from 110 to 120?
120.
120. Would it go 130? I've got a bit. I've got a bit of 120. I'm looking for 132 advance, please.
130.
Now 130. Would it go 140? I have a bid of $130. Looking for 142 advance. Now $130 from our invaluable bidder. I've got 130 holding the line. There's 140. I have 140. Would it go 150? $140 on the floor. I'm looking for $150 to advance, please. Any advance from 140 to now 150? Would it go 160? I have a bit of 100. That's your bidding hand, right? 150. I've got 150. Would it go 160? Or bidding finger, whatever. It's all good. I've got a bit of $150. Looking for $160 to advance, please. Who's going to take me to 160? Any advance from 150 to 160? We've got $150 from our invaluable platform. Any advancement? We're going to take it for 150 once. Any jump to 160? 150 twice. Any interest at 160? And we're set for 150 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 829, Aladdin, the Genie and the Magic Lamp. Very, very rare piece. And you rub the lamp, and then the little genie comes out of the top. Featuring Aladdin's blue genie, with the iconic genie as he's sort of coming out of the side, issued in the 1990s in 2 pieces. And I've got a bid of $50. I'm looking for 62 advance. I like that genie. Bugs Bunny had a genie too, but it was a different genie. Any interest at $60? $50, let me see, 829. I'm looking for $60 to advance, please.
Okay.
We've got invaluable. $50 our bid going once. I've got a bit of $60 on the floor. Thank you so much for the gentleman. I've got a bit of 60. Would it go 70? Now $60. Any advance from 60 to 70? Really a nice piece from a very iconic movie. $60 our bid going once. We have a bid of 60. You still jumping to take it to 70? 60 twice. We'll sell for 62. Our bidder number 5432. Thank you so much, sir. 5432. Lot number 830, Disney Classics Peter Pan members only sculptural base. Very cool and certainly very realistic looking. It's an authentic three-dimensional representation of the original scene. That's got the ball of yarn and buttons and other details there, exclusively issued to the Collectors Society for members only, and it's got the original WD Walt Disney Collectors Society details to the underside. I'm looking for, I've got 30, would it go 40, please? Now $30, any advance from 30 to 40? $30 once. There's $40. Thank you so much. Now 40, would it go 50? Thanks. So I got a $40 bid for $50 to advance. Any advance from 40 to 50? $40 once, $40 twice. We'll sell it for 40 to our bidder number 5013. Thank you so much, sir. Lot number 831, Disney Classics, a very, very classic piece, the Tick-Tock figurine with sound, and a nice size piece too, 10 inches by 7 by 6.5, and this, of course, features the crocodile that ate Captain Hook's hand. Never smile at a crocodile. $60 my bid, now 60, would it go 70? I've got a bid of $60, looking for 70 to advance. $60 on our Line and Unicorn platform. Any advance from 60 to 70? And you've got him swimming through the water with that smile on his face, looking for another hand to eat. Any advance from 60 to 70? Yay! $60 once, $60 twice. Sold for 60 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 832, Royal Crown Derby Cat Paperweight, produced in 1997 in a limited edition with a really, really striking russet red and other details and a lot of gilding as well. I've got a bid of $80.
90.
I've got 90. Would it go 100, please? Now $90. Any advance from 90 to 100? gold accents, artist initials to the underside, and with the authentic RCD back stamp and additional details as well. $90, any advance from 90 to 100. Looking for $100 on the floor. Any interest on the floor at 100? I got a bid of 90 from Invaluable. $90 going once. We got a $90 bid, but you're going to take it to 100. 90 twice. Let's sell it for 90 to our Invaluable bidder. Lot number 833. We got a Royal Crown Derby snake paperweight sculpture, and depicting very kind of cool with the sort of undulating design as the snake sort of moves around, depicting with multicolors and just a wonderful, very striking colorway of blue and green and rust with 22 karat gold accents. $40 maybe now. 40 will go 50. I have a bid of $40 looking for 50. Now 50. Thank you so much. I got 50 on the floor. 50 will go 60. Now $50. Any advance from 50 to 60? All of the correct marks on it, and this is a sold-out and retired edition produced around mid-1990s. Just a very striking, nice piece by Royal Crown Derby in that motif. $50 maybe now. 50. Any advance from 50 to 60? $50 once, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our bidder number 7925. Thank you so much. Lot 835, Royal Crown Derby. It's a catnip kitten paperweight sculpture from 1997. The cute little kitten, all curled up in a little nap with gilding on, and I got a bit of $80.
80 online already.
90.
I've got 90, would go 100. Now $90 looking for 100 to advance.
100.
Now 100 would go 110. 110 would go 120. 120 over here on the fly. 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of 120 on the floor. Now 130 would go 140.
140.
I've got 140 would go 150. 150 over here. I've got 150 would go 160. Now 150 on the
Yep.
floor. Looking for. I got 160 would go 170. 170 would go 180, please. I've got a bit of $170.
180.
I got 180 would go 190. I've got 200. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now 200 would go 225.
Bow.
We've got a bit of 200 looking for 225 to advance. Any advance from 2 to 225, $200 going once. Now 200.
225.
There's 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Any advance from 225 to 250. 225 is my bid going once. I've got
250.
I've got 250 would go 275. Now 250. Any advance from 250 to 275. Looking for 275 to advance. Do I hear 275? Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of $275 looking to increase to 300. Will you take me to now 3 would go 325. We have a bit of 300 looking for 325 to advance. A wonderful, wonderful piece too. 3.5, about 3.25 inches long. 300 is my bid looking for 325 to advance. Any advance from 3 to 325? 300 going once. I have a bid of 300, but you can still jump in and take it to 325. 300 twice. Hammers up. We'll sell it for 300 to our Invaluable bidder. Very nicely done. Lot number 835. Royal Crown Derby Duck from 1996 with cobalt blue rust and 22 karat gold accents. I've got a bid of 50 looking
60.
for 60. Now 60. Now 70. I've got 70. Would it go 80? I have a $70 bid. I'm looking for 80 to advance, please.
80.
There's 80. Would it go 90? Now 90. Would it go 100, please? I've got a bid of $90. I'm looking for 100 to advance. Any advance from 90?
100.
Now 100. Would it go 110? 110. I've got 110. Would it go 120, please? I have a bid of $110 looking for 120 to advance. $110 going once. We have 110, but you can still jump in and take it to 120. Any interest in 120 online? 110 twice. We're going to sell it for 110 to bidder number 7925. Very nice. Lot number 836, Lenox Porcelain. It is a Messengers of Harmony plate, which is a wonderful design here from the millennium year 2000, produced in bone china, featuring a tree of life design with a pierced rim and 5 musical angelic messengers in the center. Just a really wonderful design and trimmed with applied 24 karat gold accents. I'm looking for $20. This was a limited edition. This is number 9227 of 12,000. Looking for $20 to open the bidding. Any interest in $20? Nice plate, very elegant and distinctive looking. All right, let's move on to lot number 836. I'm sorry, it's lot number 837. Apologies. We've got a Lenox porcelain sculpture produced in 1993 in a limited edition, inspired by the Pietà sculpture, as seen in the Vatican. Or no, is the Pietà at the Louvre? I forget now. It's been a while. 500. I've got a bid now of $30. I'm looking for 42 advance. Any advance from 30 to 40? Depicting, of course, the Virgin and Jesus after the crucifixion. $30 once, 30 twice, 30 thrice. Sold for 30 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot number 838. It's a Cebus Porcelain Priscilla sculpture, of course, inspired by Priscilla Alden, one of the Pilgrim ladies. And John Alden and Priscilla Mullins, actually. Then she became Priscilla Alden later. 1976, wonderful piece produced for the bicentennial, a very patriotic year where people were looking for all sorts of cool things having to do with early Americana. And this is Priscilla, one of the Pilgrims. Jumping to take it for $50 right now. All right, let's move on to lot number 839. Cebus Porcelain Indian Girl Head Sculpture from 1975. Beautiful piece, Native American, young Native American princess in a vintage edition that was closed and sold out very quickly. $40 is my bid now. 40, would you go 50? I have a $40 bid looking for 52 advance. 40 once. Any interest on the floor? 40 twice. We'll sell for 40 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 840, Cebus Rebecca sculpture, issued in 1964. It's a sold-out edition that closed only a few years later. It's got a little girl kneeling down, and she's got, looks like a floral element, potted floral element at her, down next to her. I'm looking for $30 to open the bidding. Jumping to take it for 30. Any interest at $30. Nice, realistic piece. All right, so we move on to line number 841. This is a three-piece group of Wendy sculptures, featuring three different models of Wendy from the Children to Cherish collection. Not sure if that's Wendy from the Peter Pan novels, but or from the hamburger joint. Could be either one, whichever you want when you buy it. These were produced in 1957. Take them all for $30. Any interest? All right, let's move on to lot number 842. We got a two-piece group, Cebus Porcelain First Flight sculptures. Two different models of the First Flight from the Children to Cherish collection, issued in 1966. One of them has got with a different colorway to the piece in the child's hand. I'm looking for $50 to open the bidding. Any interest at 50? Jumping to take them both for 50. Any interest at $50 on the floor or online? All right, so we'll move on to lot number 843. Cebus Porcelain Tinkerbell sculpture from 1959. Of course, Tinkerbell from the J.M. Barrie novel and the Disney film, which was very popular and had just come out in 1950, so still very much in the pop culture of that era. A lot of details here, and the sold-out edition that sold out just about 10 years later in 1970. I've got a $50 bid looking for 62 advance. Any advance from 50 to 60? I've got a $50 bid on our Lion and Unicorn platform. Any interest at $60?
Yes.
$50 once, 50 twice. We'll sell it for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Thank you so much. Lot 844, we've got a Pollyanna sculpture from 1971. I don't understand. They used to call me Pollyanna when I was a kid, and I don't look anything like her. This is also from the Children to Cherish collection, and this was issued in 71 and closed out in a very, very short period of time, only 4 years, with the Cebus backstamp and details to the base. I'm looking for $30 to open the bidding. Any interest at $30? Any interest on the floor? All right, so we move on to lot number 845, Cebus Gretel sculpture. And she looks like she's looking for Hansel, poor little thing, hand-painted by the Cebus artists. Issued in 1974, closed out 2 years later with all the Cebus details on it. I guess Hansel must have the pail of water, and that's what she's looking for. Let's move on to lot number 846. We'll find out. We'll see if she finds him. We've got Heidi, yodelay-hee-hoo, featuring the sculpture of Heidi. Right? Was that good? I don't know. I do the Tarzan yodel much more distinctively than that one. This came out in 1966, closed out edition since 1973, and you can jump in. I've got a bid of 30. Would it go 40, please? Now 30. Any advance from 30 to 40? $30 once, 30 twice. Sold for 30 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 847, Cebus Porcelain Cowboy, little boy cowboy sculpture, vintage. featuring the Little Boy Cowboy from the Children to Cherish collection, produced in the 1980s and retired about 10 years later. I've got looking for $50 to open the bidding. Any interest on the floor at $50 or on the phone?
Yep.
Thank you so much. I got a $50 bid. We'll do 60. Now 50. Any advance from 50 to 60? Any interest on the floor at $60? This is like Billy the Kid, literally. $50 once, $50 twice. Sold for 50 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 848, Sivas Porcelain Edward bust, issued in 1981. It's with the authentic back stamp. It's got a little boy named Edward, and he's wearing his little, what looks like a British schoolboy's cap or something to that effect. I've got a bid. I'm looking for $50 to open the bidding. Very realistic details. I mean, that's a very, very realistic little child there from the Revan Galleries collection. Any interest at 50 to take him home? All right, let's move on to line number 849, Beam Porcelain Tiger Woods sculpture. This is White Tiger on the 18th hole to honor the Tiger Woods Foundation in bisque porcelain, hand-painted, introduced in 1988. And it's signed in script, Tiger Woods, a man for all children on the underside. I've got a bid of 90. Would it go 100, please? Any interest at $100 on the floor, please? $90 going once?
No, you're at 100.
I've got 100. Thank you so much, Julie. Now 100, we go 110.
110.
There's 110. Would it go 120? I've got a bit of 110 looking for 120 to advance. Any advance from 110 to 120? 110 going once? 110 twice?
Yep.
There's 120. Would it go 130, please? I've got a bit of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Any advance from 120 to 130? 120 once?
130.
130. Would it go 140? I have a bid of $130 looking for $140 to advance. Any advance from 130 to 140? 130 once? 130 twice? Any advance from 130 to 140? We'll sell it for 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 850, Beam Porcelain, another piece specially produced for the Tiger Woods Foundation. This is the Golden Bengal Tiger with just a really, really cool design, very striking colorway, and sort of inspired by the food lion motif with the paw sitting on the world pearl in this case, or the pearl of wisdom in this case. It's a golf ball. I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Any advance from 80 to 90? Now $80 once, 80 twice. We'll sell it for 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Jeff, were we going to go straight through, or what are we
No,
going
we'll
to
take a break.
Okay. Do we have Nick here? Do we need Nick?
Oh, we need Nick?
I mean, I think, yeah, I guess we'll take a short break, give people a chance to stretch their legs. We'll take a break after this one. We'll do this Art Naturel porcelain vase, the Bluebell Walk, vintage, hand-created and hand-painted. Beautiful landscape scene surrounding this wonderful baluster form piece with a very large and prominent trumpet rim. $50, my bid now 50, would it go 60? I have a bid of $50, looking for 60 to advance. 50 once, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our live auctioneers bidder. Let's take a short break, give you an opportunity to stretch in your private auction space, and for us to do so here. And then we're going to come back with the last portion of our exceptional selections auction right here. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Hello again, Stephen Kozlowski here for our final set of lots from today's Lion Unicorn Part 3 exceptional selections from the archive of the Gwen Reasoner collection. We have at lot 852 the Halcyon Days Enamel Annual Year Oval Box, a year to remember from 2022 with the box, and we are currently at 50, looking for 60 to compete and advance, looking for 60. 50 on the table, looking for 60 to have an advance to 60. Fair warning for 60, currently with our live auctioneer's bidder. Last call for 60, hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our live auctioneer's bidder for 50. Sold for $50, our Halcyon Days box going to our live auctioneer's bidder. Royal Worcester Teddy Bear Candle Snuffer Connoisseur from the Artists of Royal Worcester Studio, featuring the Teddy Bear Candle Snuffer. And this is issued in 1989 from the Connoisseur Collection. Do we have, for our teddy bear collectors, a opening bid of $30? Looking for an opening bid of just $30 for our teddy bear candle snuffer from Royal Worcester. Looking for 30, and again, if you're the opening bid and know there's a competing bid, you're going to take it home for just $30. Do I have that $30? Like new with the original box, looking for 30 to open. Do I have that bidder at 30 for Royal Worcester? All right, lot number 854 is our Royal Crown Derby Holly Donkey Full Signature Edition Paperweight from 2002. Limited edition of 1,500 exclusively for Goviers of Sidmouth, John Abbott. This is, with the original box, by the way, this is $60, looking for 70 to compete. 60 with our live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 70 to advance. Do I have 70? Looking for 70? Yes, I do, on the floor, thank you. Looking for 80 now. I've got 70 on the floor, 80 in platform, out at the floor. Looking for 90. We're at 80, looking for 90. Fair warning for 90. 90 is with our live auctioneer's bidder. Last call, last chance for 90. Hammers up. I'm going to sell it for live auctioneers. Last chance for 90. All right. Sold for $80 to live auctioneers. Royal Crown Derby up next again with our Cockerel Paperweight from 2002 with the original box. It's an edition of 5,000, number 37, very low number in the edition. Currently at 100, looking for 110. 100, 110, looking for 120 to have 120.
Yep.
I've got 120 to advance for our Cockerel Paperweight from Royal Crown Derby with the original box. Looking for 130 now, 130 advancing, looking for 140 to have that 140.
Yep.
140 advancing, 150 now to compete. Do I have the idea of a competing bid of 150 on the floor? Thank you, 150 on the floor. I see your bid. Looking for 160 to have a competing bid of 160.
Yep.
For 160, looking for 170 for our Cockerel. All right, at 160, looking for 170 still. Looking for 170. Do I have 170? 170 in the platform. Looking for 180. Do I have 180? Looking for 180. I've got 170 currently with our live
with
Lion and
Invaluable.
Unicorn. With Invaluable. Invaluable at 170 in the lead right now. Looking for 180 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 180? 170 with our Invaluable. Looking for 180 to compete for our Cockerel Paperweight. Farmier Cockerel from Royal Crown Derby. At 170, looking for 180. Do I have a competing bid of 180? 170 is going to go home for 170 to our Invaluable bidder. Do I have a bidder at 180? Currently at 170, looking for 180. Looking for 180. Holding at 170, looking for 180. Do I have 180? 180 on the floor, yes, there we go. 180 has been bid. Do I have 190 to compete? Fair warning.
190.
190, looking for 200. What say you, bidder? All right, we have 200 on the floor, looking for 220. 210, 225, sorry. Looking for 225 to compete. I got 200 on the floor, looking for 225. Fair warning for 225. Last call for 225. Hammers up.
225.
225 has been bid. Are you out at 250? Looking for 250. I got 225 on our platforms on Invaluable. Invaluable looking to take home the Cockerel Paperweight. Looking for 220, 250 to advance. Do I have an advance to 250? Fair warning, still looking for a bidder. Still looking for a bidder at 250. Last call, last chance for that 250. Last opportunity. Hammers up. 225 it is, going home with our Invaluable bidder. We have a Royal Crown Derby Seeded Pig paperweight from 2002 with 22 karat gold accents, hand-applied and removable gold stopper on the underside. Really fantastic piece from the archival collection of the Revan Galleries and Gwen Reasoner. We are at 50. 50, looking for 60 to advance. 60 on the floor, looking for 70. 60 on the floor for our pig, looking for 70 on our pig seeded paperweight, looking for 70, looking for 80 now, 80, looking for 90. 80 on the floor, looking for 90. 80 on the floor, looking for 90 to advance. So I have that advance of 90. Holding at 80, looking for 90. Fair warning for 90. Last call, last chance for our Royal Crown Derby seeded pig for 90. Hammers up. Sold for 80 to our floor bidder. Card number 7925. Congratulations. Fantastic. We have a Kaiser porcelain vase, a series of Theban with scenes of the pharaohs, vintage piece for our Egyptian collectors out there, standing at 9.5 inches. Nice, authentic realism in its detail here. Nice gold applique here. We are at 50 with live auctioneers. Looking for 60 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I got 50 right now. This is issued in 1979 from the series of Theban by A.K. Kaiser in West Germany. Looking for 60 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 60? Right now, it's with our live auctioneers bidder at $50. Looking to compete at 60. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I have 60 on the floor here. Thank you. Looking for 70 to compete now. 60 on the floor has been bid. Looking for 70 to advance. Do I have an advance of 70? 60 holding. Looking for 70. Do I have a bidder at 70? Going to go home with our bidder on the floor for 60 unless I get that 70 right now. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 70. Last call, last chance for 70. Hammers up. Sold to our bidder number 7064 on our floor. Congratulations. Going home with you for $60. That lot number 858. This is a McKinney and Hall, a Power Chic AFOX Chief original with the frame, 1842 to 1844, mid 19th century piece, this hand-colored engraving, in museum matted with custom frame, historic folio from the Thomas L. McKinney and James Hall History of the Indian Tribes of North America. This work was published in Philadelphia between 1842 and 1844. Really fantastic. 100 is where I'm at with Eye Collector, looking for 110 to advance. So I have a competing bid for 110. This is really a fantastic mid-century, mid-19th century piece that you can add to your collection, looking for 110 to compete. Lot 859. We have Willett's American Bleak large tankard pitcher with a silver overlay from 1879. Again, nice 19th century, late 19th century, early 20th century, maybe 1914. Currently at 160 with our invaluable bidder. This stands at 11.5. We're at 170 with the floor. We have a floor bidder for 170. Looking for 180 to
180.
advance. 180 advancing, 190 looking for 200. 190 with the floor, looking for 200. 200 looking for 225. 225 with the floor, looking for 250. 225 is holding with the floor, looking for 250 to advance. So I have an advance of 250. Holding at 225 with our floor bidder, looking for 250 to advance. Holding at 225, looking for 250. 225 holding for 250. Fair warning for 250. Looking for 250 to advance. Holding at 225 with the floor bidder, looking for 250. Looking for 250. Holding at 225, looking for 250. We're going to sell it to our floor bidder for 225. Fair warning for 250 to advance. Last call, last chance for 250. Hammers up, going to sell it. Sold for 225 to our floor bidder. Congratulations to bidder number 7064. Well done. Lot number 860 is a Royal Worcester porcelain homebound candle snuffer from 2001. Homeward Bound to commemorate the 250th anniversary of Royal Worcester from 1751 to 2001 with the original box. $30 kicks us off, looking for 40 to advance. I got $30 of the original bid, looking for, as our opening bid, looking for 40 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 40? Looking for a competing bid of 40. Holding at 30, looking for 40. Do I have a competing bid of 40? Fair warning for 40. Going home with our invaluable, our live auctioneer's bidder. Last call, last chance for 40. Again, has the original box here, original packaging. Hammers up. Sold for $30 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Our next, we have a few of these candle snuffers here. The old windmill candle snuffer from Royal Worcester in 2001. Again, commemorating the 250th anniversary of Royal Worcester. And in the original box, like new here, we're at $40, looking for 50. 40 is with our live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 50 to advance. So I have that advance of 50. Fair warning for 50. Last call, last chance for that 50. Going to go ahead and sell it for $40. Sold for 40 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Our next candle snuffer in commemoration of the 250th anniversary of Royal Worcester is our Blue Glade candle snuffer, again, with the original box. We are at 30, looking for 40 to compete. We have our opening bid of 30, looking for a competing bid of 40 to advance us. Right now it's with Lion and Unicorn at 30 with the original box, looking for 40 to compete. Any competing bids at 40? Fair warning for that 40. Last call, last chance for that 40. Hammers up, I'm going to sell for 30. Sold, $30, going home with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Our next is a Royal Worcester porcelain bracelet with butterflies. A vintage bracelet here with decorated with butterflies from the artist of Royal Worcester in England. Issued around 2000. We're at $50. Looking for $50 is with our bid square bidder right now. Looking for 60 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I got 50 on the table looking for 60. Fair warning for that 60. Last call, last chance for that 60. Hammers up. Sold for $50 to our bid square bidder. Next up is a pedestal, red floral garden seat, vintage. Nice size here in this pedestal, 18 inches in height. Nice red multicolor and purple and blue florals surround the entire body of this seat. $70 for this lovely addition to your home. We're looking for 80, the 80 demanding, looking for 90, have a competing bid of 90, looking for 90 for this. This is 18 inches in height, 10 and 3/4 inches in diameter. We are at 80, looking for 90. 80 is with our invaluable. We got 90 on the floor, 90 on the floor has been bid, looking for 100 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 100? 90 on the floor, looking for 100. Do I have a competing bid of 100? Fair warning for that 100.
100.
100 has been bid. Do I have 110? I do have 110. Thank you, sir. Looking for 120 now to compete. 110 has been bid on the floor. Floor bidder in lead at 110. Looking for 120. Do I have a competing bid of 120? Fair warning. Still looking for that bidder at 120 to keep it open. Otherwise,
Yep.
last call, last chance. So there's 120. Do I have 130? 130 has advanced. Looking for 140 now. 130 on the floor. Looking for that 140 to compete. Fair warning. Still looking for that 140 to advance. Last call, last chance for that 140. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for 130. Sold for $130 to bidder 5013. Well done. Congratulations. All right, our floor planter is a Premier Asian Koi fish bowl, vintage piece, nice ceramic floor planter on there here, 18 inches by 15.5 by 11.5. Really, really stately piece here. We are at 80. Look at the koi on the decorated in the interior of the bowl as well of the planter. We are at 90, looking for 100 to advance. 100 advancing, looking for 110. To have bidder 110. I got 100 on the table, looking for 110. 110 advancing, looking for 120. 110 right there, looking for 120. To have a competing bid of 120. 110 looking for 120. Looking for that 120. Oops, I think I'm messing up my hair. 110 is with our live auctioneer's bidder, looking for 120 to advance. Looking for that 120 to advance. Holding at 110, looking for 120. Fair warning for 120. Last call, last chance for 120. Hammers up. 110 it is, going home with our live auctioneer's bidder. All right, we have a Laszlo Ispanki porcelain sculpture here. Dear Susie, this vintage piece here from the celebrated artist and founder of the Ispanki Porcelain Studios. We are at 50. With our invaluable bidder. Do I have a competing bid of 60? I've got 50 on the table, looking for 60 to advance. I got 50 right now, looking for 60. Fair warning for that 60. Last call, last chance for our
Yep,
Spanky
60.
is 60. There we go, 60 advancing, 60 taking the lead. How about 70 to compete? We're at 60, looking for that 70 to advance for this sculpture, this beautiful figurine sculpture, Dear Susie from Laszlo Ispanki. 60 on the table from Lion and Unicorn, looking at 70 to advance. Fair warning for that 70. Last call, last chance for that 70. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Lion and Unicorn bidder for 60. Sold $60 to Lion Unicorn's platform bidder. Our next is Spanky Young Lady with Veil. Limited edition signed piece here. 12 inches in height on this sculpture here. Sold out and retired edition here. Limited to only 300. This is one of 300. $50 kicks us off. 60 to advance. Do I have that advance of 60? I've got 50 on the table with Lion Unicorn looking for 60 to advance. 50 on the table looking for 60. Fair warning for that 60. Last call, last chance for that 60. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Lion Unicorn's platform bidder for $50 and sold for 50 to Lion Unicorn. Our next is a rare sculpture from Laszlo Ispanki, the Abraham sculpture. Really, really fantastic. Limited edition signed piece here from the celebrated artist and founder of the Ispanki Porcelain Studios. And standing at 16 inches in height, 14 inches across. Limited edition number out of 500. This is number 359. It's a sold out retired edition. We are at 150 with our Lion and Unicorn platform, looking for 160 to advance. I got 150 on the platform, looking for 160. Do I have an advance of 160? Lion and Unicorn at 150, looking for 160. I have 160 on the floor. Thank you. Looking for 170. 160 has bid on the floor, looking for 170 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 170? 160 has been bid on the floor, looking to advance to 170. 160, looking for an advance to 170. It's going to sell to our highest bidder. Right now, it's our floor bidder at 160. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder right here at 170 on the floor. Competing bid at 170 on the floor. Do I have 180? 180 has been bid. Do I have 190? looking to compete at 190. Do I have 190? 180 on the table, looking for 190. Currently at 180, looking for 190. Fair warning for that 190. Last call, last chance for 190. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our floor bidder here for 180. 190 over here, looking for 200. Do I have a competing bid at 200? Do I have a competing bid at 200? All right, our floor bidder here is in the lead at 190. Do I have a competing bid at 200? Fair warning for 200. Last call, last chance for 200. Hammers up and sold to our floor bidder at 190. What's your to bidder number? Can I see your paddle? To bidder number 5432. Fantastic. Congratulations. Our next signed limited edition sculpture from Spanky. This is Global Awakening sculpture from 1979. We're looking for an opening bid of just $30 to start. Looking for an open bid. I got 30 to start, looking for 40 to compete. I've got my opening bid at 30, looking for 40 for our Global Awakening sculpture. Holding at 30, looking for 40. Fair warning for that 40. Last call, last chance for that 40. Hammers up, I'm gonna sell it for 30. $30 it is, going home with the Lion Unicorn bidder. Our next Spanky is, I think it's the last one for the set, Young Girl with Ponytails. It's a bust signed from 1975 from the artist in the studio. Do I have my opening bid of 30? Young Girl with Ponytails. Looking for an opening bid of 30. Holding, looking for an opening bid of 30.
30.
I do have my 30, thank you. Looking for 40 now to advance. 30 on the table, looking for 40 to advance. Do I have that advance of 40? Do I have my advance of 40? Holding at 30, looking for 40. 30 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder. Do I have 40? Fair warning for that 40. Last call, last chance for that 40. Hammers up, I'm gonna sell it to Lion Unicorn for 30. Lion Unicorn bidder gets it for $30. Fantastic. We are Lenox Porcelain Millennium Swan centerpiece with 24 karat gold trim from the year 2000. Special Millennium Edition here with 24 karat gold accents. Perfect centerpiece for your table. Elegant, graceful swan, 24 karat gold trim. Do I have my opening bid of 50? Did I mention there's 24 karat gold trim on this particular piece? We're looking for an opening bid of just 50. And if there's an opening bid of 50 and there's no competing bid, you know what's going to happen. You're going to take it home. Do I have that bid of 50? Who's going to be my first opening bid and start the bidding at 50? Who has got my opening bid? 24 karat gold trim, Millennium Edition from Lenox's graceful, this graceful swan centerpiece. It is 12 inches by 8 inches, 8.5 inches. All right, lot number 872. This is a 6-piece Limoges bird pattern set of shell dishes, vintage shell dishes. Really lovely scallop dishes, currently at 40. 6 pieces Limoges birds on there, birds on the shell. We're at 40, looking for 50 to advance. I got 40 with our live auctioneers bidder. How about 50 to compete? Do I have a competing bid of 50? I've got 40 on the table, looking for 50 for our scallops here. Scallop shell dishes, Limoges, 6-piece vintage, lovely collection here. Looking for 50 to compete. Fair warning. Still looking for that 50 for our 6 scallop dishes here. Last call, last chance for that 50. Otherwise, I'm selling it for 40 and sold for $40. Dishes going home with our live auctioneers bidder. We have a Black Cat Rock. It's an original painting by S.A. Lynch, 1990. With the curled up black cat on here, issued from 1990, signed and dated. We are at 80. Looking for 90 to compete. I've got 80 on the table. 80 is with our bid square bidder. Do I have 90? I had 90 on the floor over here. Fantastic. Looking for 100 to compete. 90 on the floor. Looking for 100. Do I have a competing bid of 100? Holding at 90, looking for 100. Fair warning. Still looking for that bidder at 100. Last call, last chance for 100. I'm going to sell it to our floor bidder for 90. Hammers up. Sold for $90 to our bidder number 9205. Well done. Next up, we have a really fantastic vintage hand-carved rose quartz Buddha figurine with a walnut base, 5 inches in height, and rose quartz. Good for your energy, good for your home. This is a seated Buddha in lotus position. We are looking for an opening bid of just 50. I do have 50 over here, looking for 60 to compete. I got 50 on the floor, looking for 60 to advance. 60 over here on the floor as well, looking for 70 now. Do I have a bidder of 70? 70 has been bid, looking for 80. Do I have a competing bid of 80? 70 on the table over here with our floor bidder, looking for 80 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 80? 70 holding, looking for 80. Fair warning, still looking for 80. Otherwise, it's going to sell to our floor bidder over here for 70. Last call, last chance for that 80. Hammers up. Sold for $70 to our bidder 7064. Congratulations. Next up is a set of 12 Fenton Milk White salad dessert plates with scalloped edge. Nice 12-piece set here. $90 on the table, looking for 100 to have competing bid at 100.
Yep.
90 looking for 100, 100 over here, looking for 110 to have advance at 110, looking for 110. 100 has been bid. 110 is where I need to go. Do I have a bidder at 110? 12 set piece here, 12-piece set of Fenton Milk White salad or dessert plates with scalloped edge. Salad if you're healthy, dessert if you're being naughty. We're at 100 looking for 110, or both. We're at 100 looking for 110. Fair warning for 110. Right now, it's with our invaluable bidder. Last call, last chance for that 110. Hammers up. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Invaluable gets the dishes for $100, our invaluable bidder. Our next Fenton Milk White, our dessert and scalloped dessert plates with scalloped edge. Nice vintage 8-piece set here with milk glass and a ruffled edge. Early mid-20th century, nice mid-century pieces here of Fenton. We are at 60 for all 8. The scalloped edge white, milk white glass here. We're looking for 70. I got 60 on the table, looking for 70. Do I have a bidder at 70? 60 is with our invaluable, looking for 70 to compete. Do I have a $70 bid? Fair warning then, I am still looking for that $70 bid. Last call, last chance for $70. Hammers up and go ahead and sell it for 60. And sold for 60 to our invaluable bidder. Well done. Lot number 877. This is spectacular. Some of the best ones are coming up last here. This is a Heron large polar bear sculpture. This is 16 inches in length. Aaron, did you see it over there? Can you grab the polar bear sculpture? Yeah. I want people to see this one. This is fantastic. Heron large polar bear sculpture from Heron. This is signed by the artist. It's a magnificent study model of the polar bear, mid-century, issued in 1950. 1950, again, from the archival collection. And look at this. Look at this heron. Usually the heron is much smaller. This is just a fantastic piece, this polar bear sculpture. Look at that. We're at 170, looking for 180 to compete. We're at 170 right now, looking for 180. 190, we're up to 190. How about 200? 200 on the floor has been bid, looking for 225. 200 with our floor bidder, looking for 225. Can I advance to 225? 200 is sitting with the floor, looking for 225.
225.
225 on the platforms, looking for 250. Can I have 250? Looking for 250. I got 250 on the phones, 275. 275 on the floor has been bid, looking for 300. Can I go to 300?
Yep.
300 on the platforms, looking for 325. Do I have 325? I have 300 on the platforms, looking for 325 to compete. Do I have
325.
325 on the platforms now, looking for 350. Can I go to 350?
Yep.
350 bidding, looking for 375. Can I go to 375?
Yes.
375 on the phones now, 400. Let's go to 400. Who's going to bring me to 400? We're at 400. We're at 375. 400 of the platforms has been bid. Do I have 425? 425 for our absolutely spectacular polar bear from Heron. 425 has been bid. How about 450? Let's go to 450. Step it up to 450. $25 more. What say you? 450? Are you sure? All right. 425 is where I'm at right now with our phone bidder. 450 on the platforms. How about 475? Let's go to 475. 450 of the platforms, looking for 475. Do I have 475? You still can jump in. We're at 450. Look, it's pretty mammoth. We're looking for 475. I got 450 right now with the platform bidder. Platform with Lion and Unicorn looking for 475 to advance. Looking for 475. How about the phone bidder? Are we at 475? We're at 450 the platforms, looking for 475. Can I go to 475? Holding at
Yep,
450.
475
475 has been bid, looking for 500. We're at 475. 475 looking at 500. Can I go to 500? 475 holding, looking for 500. Still room here to go. All right. 475 holding, 475 with invaluable. Invaluable
Yep,
in the lead.
500.
500 has been bid. 500 now with Lion and Unicorn's bidder. Lion and Unicorn is now in the top position. Their bidder is in the top. Our bidder is in the top position for this spectacular piece, signed from the artist from Heron, mid-century piece. This really, really spectacular polar bear. $500 where I'm at, looking for 550. 500. 500 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder right now. Can I go? Do I have another bid at 550? That's the question. Who's going to bid 550? Who's going to step it up? Invaluable bidder. If you want this piece, now is the time to bid 550. Fair warning, I'm still looking for a bidder at 550 to keep the bidding going. Last call. Last chance, final opportunity to bid that 550. Oh, so I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our live Lion and Unicorn bidder right now. Last call. All right. Sold for $500, going home with our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Well done. Lot number 878 is a multicolored connoisseur porcelain lily. This is a long stem prototype, and it's a prototype model, artist proof here. And this was from, is it 96? 96 on the underside. This is, look at the lily on this, the tiger lily with the stems and the pistils inside. So delicate, so beautiful, so lovely. We're at 300, looking for
325.
325, looking for 350. I got 325 with lion and unicorn, looking for 350 to advance. So I have a competing bid of 350. This is delicate and lovely. 9.5 inches in length. Look at the detail of this porcelain. We're at 325. 325 is with our lion unicorn bidder. Looking for 350 to compete. Do I have a competing bid at 350? Holding at 325, looking for 350 to advance. Do I have that advance at 350? 325 holding, looking for 350. Do I have that 350? 325 on the table, lion and unicorn in the lead, looking for 350 to compete. Do I have a competing bid at 350? Looking for that 350. All right, lot number 879. Here's a connoisseur porcelain lily in white, all white, long stem, again, prototype model AP, artist proof from 96. This is all white on this one. Look at this here. We're at 300, 300, looking for 325. Do I have a competing bid at 325? Holding at 300, looking for 325. 300, holding for 325. Do I have that 325? Holding at 300, looking for 325. Do I have a competing bid at 325? 300, holding, 300 with
I collect.
eye collector, looking for 325. Lot number 870 or 880. Also, all white, this cardinal bird sculpture prototype is model AP from Connoisseur Porcelain. All white cardinal here. We're currently at 500, looking for 550 to advance. So I have a competing bid of 550. Nice, interesting prototype here. All white, our cardinal. We're at 500. 500 is with
I collect.
eye collector, looking for 550 to have a competing bid of 550. Lot number 881. This is a C. Burns Connoisseur Porcelain landscape painting, signed also with an ornate frame. It's a nice landscape, European landscape scene here. Late 20th century, gold leaf ornate frame. Look at this. This nice piece of painted porcelain here. This is absolutely gorgeous. Museum, of course, museum quality. Again, some of the best were saved for last. This being one of them. Currently at 2,000, looking for 2,100. What's that? It's signed in the lower right, C. Burns. C. Burns in the lower right. It's signed, again, this is one of a kind. This is not an edition. This is one of a kind. This is a fantastic piece. This is a work of art, not just a collectible. This is a work of art. We're at 2,000, looking for 21. Lot number 882, Brian Cox. It's another original porcelain painting, European Kingfisher, signed lower right, with the frame from Brian Cox. It's a unique, original, very fine, detailed design for our bird lovers out there or our naturalists. This is again, a really, really exquisite, sumptuous piece here. 1,300 was with our live auctioneers bidder. We're at 13, looking for 14 to advance. I have 13 on the table, looking for 14. Again, this is striking in its colors and its technique. It's just absolutely stunning here. Signed Brian Cox, full name in the lower right, framed. We're at 13 with live auctioneers. Do I have 14 to advance? I got 13 on the table, looking for 14 to compete. 13 holding, looking for 14. Do I have an advance of 14? Live auctioneers with 13, looking for 14. It's going to go home with the highest bidder, so if you're thinking about bidding, now is the time to do it because it's going to go home with our live auctioneers bidder at 1,300 unless you step it up to 14. Do I have a bidder at 14? Holding at 13, looking for 14. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 14. 14 has been bid. 14 competes. Looking for 15 to compete now. Do I have a competing bid at 15? Again, going home with the highest bidder. Right now, 1,400 is with our lion and unicorn bidder. They're going to take it home unless I get now
15?
a competing bid at 15. 15 takes that right back, right in the lead, looking for 16 to compete. We're at 1,500. 1,500 with live auctioneers. Live auctioneers in the lead now, looking for 16 to advance. Can I advance to 16? It's going to go home with live auctioneers at 1,500 unless I get $100 more to bring us to 16. Don't let it slip away. This is a Kingfisher original piece, Brian Cox signed, framed, really, really fantastic. We're at 1,500. 1,500 live auctioneers. Fair warning, still looking for a bidder to step us up to 1,600 to keep the bidding going. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and drop the hammer. Last call, last chance for 1,600. Hammer's up. 1,500 going home with our live auctioneers bidder. Well done. Our next, by the same artist, Brian Cox, is a red-necked pheasants signed and framed by the artist. Again, nice autumn colors in this particular original porcelain painting on these red-necked pheasants here. Did I said red-necked? Ring-necked. Whoops, not red-necked, ring-necked. Ring-necked pheasants. You know, the glare on our studio lights aren't doing it justice. You can see the photos there. This is a fantastic piece here with with the color and the reds and the coppers from the pheasants coming through. We're at 550 with Invaluable, looking for 600. 550 with Invaluable, bidder looking for 600 to advance. We have a competing bid of 600. Again, framed, signed in the lower right by Brian Cox. This is our last, I think, Brian Cox for the day. We're at 550, looking for 600 to advance. 600 advancing, looking for 650 to have an advance of 650. 600 is with our Lion Unicorn bidder, looking for 650 to advance. Holding at 600, looking for 650. Holding at 600, looking for 650 to
Yep,
advance.
650.
650 has advanced. 650 in the lead now. Do I have 700? Looking for that 700. 650 in the lead, looking for 700 again. The original Brian Cox sign, lower right, framed. Really, really gorgeous piece here. We're at 650. 650 with Invaluable, looking for 700 with Live Auctioneers. Do I have a bidder at Live Auctioneers to bring us, or any other platform, to bring us to 700? Currently at 650, looking for 700. 650 holding, looking for 700 to advance. Do I have that advance of 700? Holding at 650. It's going to go home to the highest bidder right now. That's Invaluable. So if you're thinking about competing right now, this is the time to do it. Do I have a bidder at 700? That's the question. Holding at 650, looking for 700. Fair warning for that 700. Going home with Invaluable otherwise. Last call, last chance for 700. All right. Invaluable takes it home for 650. Well done. This is a Hawkins Pottery Nautical Ginger Jar. 275 has been bid. We have competing bids up to 275 from Hawkins Pottery of England. This is a nautical themed ginger jar with fish and a crab and starfish.
300.
300 has been bid. Looking for 325. Looking for 350. Looking to compete at 350. Got 325 back there. Looking for 350. Do I have an advance at 350? 325. Looking for 350. Do I have that 350? 325 holding, looking for 350, going home with the highest bidder now. 325 is in the lead, looking for 350 for a ginger jar, this ginger jar with lid, 1980, 15 inches in height. Last call for 350. Last opportunity to bid that 350. All right, I'm going to go ahead and sell it for 325. Sold for 325. 7954 is our winning bidder. Now we have a Steiff Prince Philip Memorial Teddy Bear. Magnificent tribute to a remarkable life from Steiff, which is, if you collect teddy bears, that is the premier maker of these quality, absolute quality teddy bears. You can feel it in the teddy bear itself. Presented by Steiff of Germany. It's a limited edition commemorative honoring the extraordinary life of Great Britain's Prince Philip. With the medallion, you can see this. This is not only cute, it's meaningful as well as a memorial to a significant number of royalty. We are at 110, looking for 120 to advance. 110 is with Lion Unicorn, looking for 120 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 120? 110, looking for 120. Lion and Unicorn's bidder is at 110. Do I have a competing bid of 120? Do I have an advance of 120? Looking for 120. I do have 120 on the floor. Thank you. Looking for 130 to advance. I got 120 on the floor. Looking for 130. Holding at 120. 120 on the floor with our Prince Philip
130.
Memorial Teddy Bear. 130 on the platform is 140. 140, sir. Yes, thank you. Looking for 150 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 150? 140 holding. Looking for 150.
Yep.
Do I have an advance of 150? How about 160? Yes, 160 advancing. Looking for 170. Can I go to 170? 160 on the table. Looking for 170. Do I have a competing bid of 170? 160 on the floor. It's the floor, correct? Yes. Yeah, it's your bid at 160, looking for 170. Do you have a competing bid at 170? Looking for 170. Holding at 160, looking for 170. 170 has been bid. Do I have 180? Yes. 180 competes, looking for 190 now. We're at 180 with our floor bidder for our Steiff Prince Philip Memorial Teddy Bear, looking for 190 to compete. Holding at 180 with the gentleman in the front, looking for 190 to advance. 190 advances, 200. I do have 200, thank you. Looking for 225. Do you have a competing bid at 225? We're at 200. For this teddy bear, with a certificate of authenticity, by the way, for our Steiff Prince Philip Memorial Teddy Bear. We're at 200 with our floor bidder, looking at 225. Do you have a competing bid at 225? Fair warning, still looking for that bidder at 225, but we're going to go ahead and sell it to our bidder on the floor at 200. Last call, last chance, though, for 225.
Yep.
225 has been bid. What say you, 250?
Yes.
We do have 250, thank you, on the floor. We're now at 250. 250 with our floor bidder, 250 in the lead. Do I have a competing bid of 275? Any competing bids at 275? We're at 250. It's going to go home with 250 for 250 with our floor bidder unless I get that 275.
275.
275 has been bid. 300? We do have 300. 300 has been bid. Our floor bidder back in the lead at 300 for our Prince Philip Memorial
325.
Teddy Bear 325 advancing 350.
Yes.
350, thank you, sir. The gentleman has bid 350. We are in the lead at 350 here with our floor bidder. How about 375? Do you have a bidder at 375 in the platforms or the floor? Looking for 375. 350 holding, looking for 375, but 350 is holding right now. Fair warning then, still looking for 375.
Yep.
375 has been bid. What say you, gentlemen? What say you, sir?
I'm out.
You're out? Okay, we're at 375. Last, going to give you another opportunity. We're looking for 400. Fair warning, still looking for 400. Last call, last chance, last opportunity to bid 400. All right, we're going to go ahead and sell it for 375 to our Lion and Unicorn platform bidder. Sold for 375 to Lion and Unicorn. Thank you. All right, lot number 886 is our Heron porcelain floral open work ball bonbon with bud finial. That was a tongue twister. Did you expect that? Open work ball bonbon. Now I can't say it. Now I can't repeat it with bud finial. This is a nice piece of Heron here. That's what I meant to say. We're at 70, looking for 80 to advance. I got 70 with our live auctioneers platform, looking for 80 to compete. To have a competing bid for our Heron floral open work ball bonbon with bud finial for 80. Do I have 80? Holding at 70. Looking for 80. 70 is with our live auctioneers bidder. Do I have 80 to advance? Do I have 80? Holding at 70, looking for 80. Do I have that 80? It's going to go home with our live auctioneers bidder at 70 unless I get the $80 competing bid right now. Last call, last chance, final opportunity. All right. Sold our bonbon from Heron going home with our live auctioneers bidder for $70. We have a enamel Fin Series de Longerie powdery enamel cat figurine from 1970. This is 11 1/4 inches in height. We're at 275, looking for 300. Looking for 300, looking for 325, do I have 325, looking for 350, do I have an advance of 350? I got 350, how about 375? Let's go to 375 through 400. Do I have 400? 400 advancing, looking for 425. How about 450 for our cat figurine here? Look at those eyes and that collar. 425, 450 to compete. Let's go to 450. We're at 425, looking for 450. 425 is with our Lion and Unicorn bidder right now. They're going to take it home unless I get 450 right now. Do I have a competing bid of 450? Looking for 450. We're running out of lots here today, so if you haven't won something, now is your opportunity to get in and take something home. We're at 425, looking for 450. All right, fair warning, still looking for that 450 though. Last call, last chance for our gorgeous little enamel cat figurine for 450. Otherwise, I'm going to sell for 425. And sold for 425 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 888 is a really spectacular piece from Connoisseur Porcelain. It's a Tropical Dawn Orchid centerpiece, also prototype and artist proof, 10.5 inches, issued from 1996 with centerpiece study of orchids with 2 full spectacular blooms, lots of detail. We're at 2,000, looking for 2,100. 2,000, looking for 2,100. 2,000, looking for 2,100. Do I have any competing bids at 2,100? Lot number 889. Our next Connoisseur Porcelain is a daisy flower on long stem. Again, prototype model, artist proof 1, which was a study for the edition that was to come. We're at 250, looking for 275, and look at the petals on our daisy here, those delicate petals. Again, I got to remind you, this is porcelain. This is porcelain, so it is just a spectacular piece of a floral study of a daisy in full bloom. We're at 250, looking for 275. Lot number 890. Another porcelain study of a floral piece. We have a Simply Christmas Rose from 1990, signed by the artist. You see the mistletoe there on this particular piece from the artist of the Connoisseur Studios, Simply Christmas. And this has a Diane Lewis, the artist's signature too, as well. Really, really lovely piece here. We just finished Christmas, so it's still not too late it's not too early still to plan for next holiday season and add this to your decor. We're looking for an opening bid of 50. Do I have an opening bid of 50? Looking for an opening bid of 50? Looking for the opening bid of 50 for lot number 890 for our Christmas Rose. Our next prototype and artist proof This is a model. This is a floral snowdrop model. This is signed artist proof from 1996 based on an early floral study of the English countryside collection of wild flowers created with great attention to detail. It's snowdrops in milk white color with green foliage and natural bark. It says exquisite. We are at 900, looking for 950 to compete. We're at 900, looking for 950. Do I have a competing bid of 950? 900, looking for 950. Lot number 892. Our next is a floral study of a tulip from Connoisseur Porcelain, signed by D. Lewis. And this is from 1995. It's a sold and closed out edition from Flower Studies, again signed by the artist. We're at 120, looking for 130 to advance. I'm at 120, looking for 130. Do I have a competing bid of 130? Looking for 130, currently at 120, looking for 130. Lot number 893. Another daisy stem, long stem prototype artist proof model. Again, I have to remind you, this is porcelain. When you look at those petals and how they are bending and moving, it is absolutely exquisite. This is a rare and early floral study of the daisy in full bloom. Looking for 120 for a bid, looking for 120, or looking for 130 actually to advance. Looking for 130 to advance. Currently at 120 with our eye collector, looking for 130 to advance. Do I have 130? Lot number 894. This is the antique Meissen porcelain young girl with flower basket figurine. We are, this is from, known for this is on a rounded natural base with gold raised decor from John Keidler, known for the Gardner Children's Series during 1750 and 1760. We're currently at 120. 120 is with our live auctioneer's bidder. Do I have a competing bid of 130? Looking for 130 for our piece of Meissen here. I'm at 120 with our live auctioneer's bidder. Do I have 130 to compete? Live auctioneers at 120, looking for 130. Do I have an advance of 130? For our antique piece of Meissen, young girl with flower basket. I do have 130 here in the front, looking for 140 to compete. 130, 140, 150. Do I have 150, 150? Looking for 160 now. 150 on the floor, looking for 160. Do I have an advance of 160? 150 on the floor for our piece of Meissen, 160. How about 170? 170 has been bid. How about 180? Looking for an advance of 180. 170 is with our floor bidder right now. One floor bidder in the lead, looking for 180 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 180 for our antique Meissen young girl with flower basket, this figurine, standing at
180.
We're at 185 inches in height. 180, 190, sir? 190 has been bid. 190 in the lead. 190 with our floor bidder. How about 200? Looking for competing bid of 200. Do I have 200? Do I see 200? Do I hear 200? We're at 190. Our floor bidder is 190, looking for 200 to advance. We only have this and one more lot to go. So if you haven't won something today, this is the time to bid. We're at 190, 190, 200, 225. Out of 225. We're at 200, looking for 225. 200 with live auctioneers. Do I have 225? It's going to go home with our live auctioneers bidder unless I get 225 to advance. Do I have a competing bid of 225? We're at 200, looking for 225. Last chance? All right, fair warning, still looking for a bidder at 225. Last call, last chance for 225. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to our live auctioneers bidder for 200. Sold for $200 to live auctioneers. And with that, our last lot of the day, of the weekend, lot number 895. We have another antique Meissen piece, young girl gathering fruit figurine. I saw the basket look like a flute for a second with my glasses. This is standing at 5 inches in height. Again, a beautiful piece of antique Meissen. 130 is where I'm at. 140 where I need to go. Do I have 140? Any interest at 140? I got 130 with our live auctioneers bidder, looking for 140 to advance. Looking for 140. 130 with live auctioneers, looking for 140. Do I have an advance of 140? 130 holding, looking for 140. Do I have a bidder at 140? It's going to sell to the highest bidder, so if you're looking to bid and haven't won yet, now is the time to do it. 140 advancing, looking for 150. 140 advances, 140 in the lead. How about 150 to advance now? I've got 140, looking for 150. Can I advance to 150? Again, this is Meissen. This is an antique piece of Meissen. Really fantastic piece here. We are at 140. 140 is with live auctioneers as well, looking for 150 to compete. Do I have a competing bid of 150? 140 holding, looking for 150. Again, it's going home with the highest bidder right now, which is 140. Last call for 150 to advance. Last opportunity, last bid of the day. All right, we're going to go ahead and sell it to our bidder at Live Auctioneers for 140 and sold for 140. Live Auctioneers wins it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. It's been a fantastic weekend. You'll be getting your invoices within the next 48 hours. Tune in on Tuesday for our upcoming auction. And hasn't been published yet, but there's going to be an auction on Saturday and Sunday of next weekend. So tune in for that. Next Sunday is going to be a New Orleans auction from French Quarter. So there's some great antiques there as well. We will see you on our next auction. Take care.